Okay, chat, so let us transition into another game. We'll let the soundtrack play a little longer. I think we're gonna play some PSO. I did promise to do that earlier. I haven't decided if it's worth resetting the stream for it. Just because we're going from a mature game to not mature one. So we'll be starting up co-op in just a little bit. Give a little shout out to my Discord for people looking to join in. Hopefully everybody is doing well today. Switch it back to PSO controls. Haven't decided what soundtrack we're gonna listen to as we play the game. We'll let this one play out, but it's not going to be on for very long. It's a very short soundtrack. Hello, Sir Magic Penguin. Hope you are doing well. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Feel a little tired today. But today's the first day of my vacation, so we streamed early, got that co-op out of the way. Now we're doing, I mean, loosely co-op. So we'll do a couple solo games until people trickle in for PSO. But feel free to talk about anything. When we play PSO, it's kind of like putting Let's Chat on. Like, I could do a lot of these things without focusing on the game. This is just merely a thing in the background. It's like those like YouTube shorts where there's like some guy talking at the bottom of the screen, somebody's like running through rail cars or whatever, or making jumps. That's what's happening right here. We can talk about anything you want. To set context for this, I am going to do a boss rush as we wait for people. And I'm going to try to showcase a new strategy I found. It's a work in progress, but it looks promising. I'm trying to set up for buffers for this particular quest. Yeah, there's like a... Welcome, Promethean. Yeah, I'm gonna play as Ramar for a little bit. Yeah, it's like... I know how to do it 100% of the time, but I'm not sure how to do it while still getting attacks off. So I'm gonna show the work in progress. So one of the big things that people that have played the game before knows that falls is like really annoying. So I've basically gotten to the point where I've eliminated a lot of the RNG of the fight. And I'm able to more consistently hit the boss. I have not seen anybody do this. So maybe there's time attack videos or tool assists or whatever that do similar strategies. But I found like real time viable on my own, practicing, just playing this character over and over and over again. A specific movement pattern that seems to work at least 80% of the time. Now, what I mean by like, if I don't attack, it's 100% of the time I don't get hit by, if you might recall from the Divine Lasers of Dark Falls, how those seem to target you really hard and knock you down, as an example. I have found a way to dodge those, but the problem is like trying to set up a consistent buffer and make sure my angle is consistent. So when I'm off on the timing, I will get hit. If I am greedy for damage, I'll get hit. If I don't go for any damage, I will never get hit. So I'm trying to slowly incorporate and see how many attacks I can get away with and still get the dodge. Because if I dodge, I can get 4 attacks versus just 3 attacks and getting struck and knocked down potentially. So if the laser knocks me down, which is the majority of the time when I play the characters... Uh-oh. That is not correct. We got a lobby. That looked like multiplayer. That looked like multiplayer health. I looked at that and I'm like, just want to make sure. I think I might have left it on normal versus one player only. It should be like 2,800. Yeah. Like, there's certain signs where like I kill so fast I don't pay attention, but that was one of those times where I'm like, oh no, red flag. Don't do falls on multi-mode with this character. You'll feel so sad. On the plus side, I'm just guaranteeing that I level in TTF. That's just how I view it. Yeah, I think I left it on normal mode by accident there. So essentially, I think I have most of it figured out. I don't have good weapons for two specific things, and I'm showcasing why I want to do certain hunts when everybody is ready to go, I would say within PSO. I'm basically looking for something to deal with falls, and then I'm thinking about if I want a Sphere or Baran's launcher for the Sinnohs. And also potentially a better Cannon Rouge, because my Cannon Rouge is actually really terrible for what I use it for. Yeah, our damage is so high I don't need to buff before shooting there. So I'd rather get a few extra seconds of shift for later than use it in the prior room and not need it. I do need it for this wave though. I'm almost at the point where I could special, so technically, if I had like another 5 accuracy charge arm, I could just triple special, which would save a lot of time potentially. I don't care about the HP material. Yeah, as I've learned, I don't need D-Band unless I get unlucky with Worm Boss prior to mines. I don't need D-Band up at all. So in order to reduce how many tri-fluids I use, I'm looking to do it. I also have to find a slightly better position for Dragon. That's something I'm trying to feel out. So like you can see I could potentially hit like all parts of the Dragon by standing here as an example. But when the Dragon actually goes to lift off, this is not the optimal position. So I'm trying to figure out based off of where the wing is, where I should be standing. Because it is possible for this character to one-shot the Dragon when it's like this. See, it's like, it's so close, but just not quite. So I try to line up with like the corner of the wing, and it seems to hit a little more than if I'm at point blank. If I'm at point blank, I seem to only hit 3. When I'm at that distance, I can hit up to 5. So it could just be me not critting. Maybe that's why it works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. But that's just something on, you know, keeping an eye on that I'm still trying to feel out the best position for it. That's a lot of random materials. Take these, I guess. So yeah, so right now I'm using Yashmenikov over Heaven Striker. The reason being is like if I can't guarantee at least the heavy or the hard, or not the heavy, the heavy or the special, Yashmenikov actually just out damages in that scenario. If I'm able to get 2 sacrifices clean, then Heaven Striker is better. But like at this distance, I kill in 2 buttons. Where Heaven Striker, it would take me 3 potentially. So I'm also just trying to feel out like what I feel comfortable with. I could charge arm this. I can't do this in multiplayer, but in single player, I could get away with starting charge shot there. So I killed him in 2 shots versus using Excalibur. Since I have nothing better to do than wait since I'm in single player, I might as well just kill those other things and build some meter. Good enough. We're literally just waiting for this thing to spawn anyway. So even if I don't full kill them, I'm just gonna stand at the far end and just wait for this thing to spawn. Parameter says Shifta. I actually don't Shifta until the boss. There's no point. I still kill in basically the same number of hits. So as I said before, I'm reducing how many times I need to cast, so I don't bother until I'm at the point where I need it. Trust me, I was doing this run for like hours. Hours. Oh, I didn't get invincibility. You're serious? That's such a waste of time. I hate this. I don't like learning what to do when you don't have invincibility, and this really messes me up, actually. So irritating. Because now I could get knocked down. My first big time loss. Stupid. I'll sometimes reapply Shifty here. I don't think I need it literally right this moment. If I'm clearing all the boxes, I'll actually recast it. Because otherwise, if I just walk to the Sinnohs, by the time I pick up all these items, it will actually wear off, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, there's certain spots you can stand, but then it's like I'm not in a good position to do damage afterwards. So like either way, it's like a time loss for me. Also, one of my shots missed there. That was awkward. If I move slightly further forward, I could prevent the jump, but I also don't need to do it. But I just missed one of the shots for some reason. So I guess to avoid me missing the shot, because normally just 2 heart attacks is good enough. And if I'm not sure, I could do like, again, a third one, but shouldn't need to do that. Apparently when we went to Secret Amana, I guess I'm okay with this. Since I'm playing single player and I don't care, I'm just gonna charge arm this. I could technically Heaven Striker, but I was getting really annoyed by their movements. I might revisit that clear specifically. Also, I want to build meter currently, so I'm okay with using heart attack there just to get greedy meter. I'm kind of okay with it. So yeah, so if I'd entered this room without using Shift to D-Band, I would have 55 seconds to clear it, and I'm not quite at that level with it. So we're gonna get hit on purpose here. Double Resta, repeat. Oh, he actually hit me there. So if I time the invincibility right, I actually ignore the second attack there. In multiplayer, this doesn't work. You can't tank it like this, because they'll hit you each swing. In single player, they don't. So like right there, see how he missed me? That's what I was looking to have happen before. Okay. So I tried comparing Cannon Rouge to that damage, but because of the fact I could get a power into special, that allows it to slightly outdamage Cannon Rouge, even though Cannon Rouge actually outdamages on the initial hard shot comparatively. Whatever. I kill those for the sake of killing those. I forget if they actually drop anything on Green ID. I'm just so used to doing it. Chat can confirm if Green ID actually gets anything from brands. EmblemHero saying, what's up, Ziggy? Went through a long day of Xmas shopping. Interesting. I think things are okay here. One other thing I'm trying to decide for single player versus multi-strat. So in multiplayer, normally you walk into the corner versus the Chaos Bringer and you freeze him into like your big burst. But in single player, I don't know if I need to do that. I was actually experimenting with just using Charge Arm the whole time, because its health actually is not that high, and I just get free extra XP. So here's where I just reapply buffs, just because. So, potential room of improvement. If I have a stronger weapon versus this boss, I might be able to kill it before it attacks. So I'll showcase if I don't weapon swap, how close I get currently. Depending on the attack, it might literally go to like 10% health. Oh, did I get invincibility? Oh, then I don't care about this next one. Hopefully Christmas shopping went well for you. Whatever. Wasted a little bit of the invincibility, but that's fine. I'm gonna try something a little different. So normally I go to the upper left, but we're here to experiment a little, chat. No, see, that rotates him. That's what I was worried about. So, like, it doesn't take that many shots to kill him, but the problem is if you see he gets too close here, he'll just keep swinging, so I need to bait his swing. So if I was here, for example, I could get him in the stun lock, but sadly, it doesn't work there, so I'm gonna have to rethink that for later. That's fine. What would be single player versus multiplayer strats? So what I've been doing here is I just go through the old route of kind of weaving through them, where I stay slightly to the right and then go left. This gives me okay timing versus Grand Sorcerer. It's like okay. So the downside is that can happen. If I do too much damage, he'll actually teleport again. So I'm looking for a way to potentially not do that while also clearing boxes. So I don't know if I just need a stronger weapon or actually nerf my weapon to get to that damage threshold again. I'm thinking about it. Like, technically I could frozen shooter into rapid fire, but sometimes when I do that, it works and I don't need to do anything. I think it just has to do with, like, if I crit the crystals. Also, since we're green ID, just for clarity, chat, I will be killing the Indie Belra because I do want the item that they drop. Don't do this normally. I'm going to maximum greed and kill the sorcerer because I believe in Psycho 1, chat. Max greed. Promethean DMing the shipping info. We're gonna take a moment to rebuff. So I actually don't bother with my my Loyula until later. I feel like it actually doesn't really help me with clear speed until the final phase. And I can use that to ignore a knockdown and get more potential hits, depending on the cycle. So I'd rather go for potentially one-shotting the boss with a little invincibility trick. So we're gonna do the standard. I'm gonna walk slightly backwards, line myself up with this row, get a triple shot. So nothing really changes there. One thing I was experimenting with, because it's a set pattern every time you play this, for the first wave of it is anyway, I sometimes whip around and try charge arm, just to see if I could get them, but it's somewhat dependent on RNG movement, which is not the best. I want to end my battle right about here. So, like, for the second wave too, as I said before, I don't even think that's random. It's just purely based off of where the other things are moving. Like, them moving is random. I'm gonna go greedy here. I almost got in trouble there. So that's the thing. I have a 0% hit, so that 91% actually does mess me up in the falls fight. So here we go. We're gonna try different strats for this boss. We'll see if the boss lets us show it off. So me doing that potentially leads up to 3 shots here. What's the boss doing? Oh, no one knows. Okay, so I find if you go at least to the arm of the boss, that's the visual cue. You'll always dodge the spell. I'm a little too close. I don't think this will work. I'll try it though. Yeah, it won't work. So that's the downside. I tried greeting for hits there, so I'm not gonna dodge. I need to back up slightly, actually. Okay, I'm giving it another chance at it. Let's see if we could go for it. So I'm gonna do the timing of triple shot and see if this dodges. I was so close. I was actually 1 step away, chat. I was so close to dodging. Okay, so I'm still trying to figure out how many shots I could get away with. It feels like it's like normal power, and then cure, and then dodge. So I gotta work on that a little more. But basically the premise is when the purple part of the laser is visible, if you start moving at that point and you're able to hold diagonal right, it will dodge all of the patterns. I almost dodged it the second time while greeting for hits. And that's where I'm trying to feel out. Like, am I just doing too many hits and that's why I'm getting punished? So that's something I want to try to focus on and see if I could come back to the stream with, like, the updated strategy. That 91%, that missed again, cost me damage. Very unfortunate. We're having a very uncooperative boss going full screen here. Oh, that's cooperative, maybe. No. I should heal because it's probably gonna double hit me. So I gotta figure out a better setup for it. It's something like triple normal into like another triple normal might be the timing. Might be. Yeah, so unfortunately it wasn't worth going for the Shifta strategy there because it was a bad cycle for it. I actually wanted the boss to go upwards one cycle before, so I lost my opportunity to Myla. If the boss does either shortest possible cycle or the one just prior to the one that we saw, I can actually straight up kill the boss. Now I feel like the boss is trolling me. Whatever. So sadly, I didn't get to Milo there. So what I normally do is I get hit by the laser there if it's shortest possible cycle or the one before the one that we saw. And what that'll do is if I Milo Eula through the grants, I ignore the fact that it knocks me down and it lets me get an extra 2 hits in. And that sometimes is all you need to kill the boss. So that's why I was holding Milo Eula. But unfortunately, I got a different cycle for it. But fortunately, I did level. So otherwise, pretty much what I'm looking at. So even with doing Indie Belra and everything else, it was about a 1441. It was okay. So yeah, I gotta figure out the exact position to dodge the laser each time. It's not as random as you think it is. Like, there's always a lot of, like, crisscross lasers right near you. But the thing is like, it seems to center it at the time that the purple laser appears. So if you start moving the moment you see the bottom laser start to form, not when it fires, you have to move slightly before that, but right when the laser forms at the base of the shot, if you do that and you're able to move uninterrupted in, I guess diagonal bottom right would also work. I guess I could try that next time. But if you're able to hold upper right the whole time, then you will actually dodge it every time. But where I'm experimenting with it is seeing, like, when the boss goes up and then down, I want to do like 1, 2, 3, 1 power normal. And that might delay me enough that if I'm holding forward, that I'll move on the same frame that that purple shows up. So I'm trying to find a setup for it, essentially. So that way there's no timing involved. I just want to have it, like, as long as I do these series of attacks, it works. I might try to just do 6 normal consecutive shots to see if that works, because that would allow 6 normal shots, then normal power special, which is still pretty strong, and I don't take damage. So if I'm looking to conserve items, that would also work pretty well. So I might give it one more go. I'm contemplating letting Falls live so I can practice that cycle. But I think we were doing pretty well time-wise, so I just wanted to clear out the TTF. So anyway, I guess we have a question to the chat. Who would like to join in today, potentially? I think the strategy of moving diagonal will also work in multiplayer. Welcome, Tiggy. I actually think it will work, to be honest with you. So here's the thing. Here's the observation I've noticed. I wish I recorded when I was playing off stream. If you move prior to the laser appearing, it'll recenter the laser on you. And more often than not, that means the condensed part will teleport to you. So if you do see the boss about to fire, it's actually good to not move until that point. So that would be my advice to people. So one other thing that we unfortunately didn't get a good chance to do because the boss pattern was a bit weird. If the boss does a lot of spells back to back, as I had really horrible RNG off stream, instead of hugging the side of the arena, like let's say if Falls is directly in front of you, you see me dip to the right and move about where the arm of Falls is in order to dodge all damage. If you're already at the point and then the boss does another spell, it's actually better just to walk in a straight line across the arena. So like straight left, and you'll actually dodge the spell that way. As long as you're not directly in front of the boss at the time of the attack, it will not hit you. So if you are in a very bad spell pattern and you're wondering what to do if it's constantly going up and down, if you're by yourself, just walk from one end of the arena to the other and you could get triple shots. If there's room, I can hop in. Sure thing, the Emblem Hero. What level was your character, the Emblem Hero? Just want to verify. Parameter might need to set out the first game. But yeah, those strats are what I've been doing to reduce damage against the boss and make soloing a bit easier. using specifically my Leula to dodge grants so I don't get knocked down if I get a good pattern and I can get a... Basically, what I want to see is the boss comes down invincible and loses invincibility when it goes down. Not that it's targetable and then gets invincibility when it comes down. When it's that pattern, it's bad. So that's like a... I think 2 out of 4 of the patterns it could give you work for that. It's around 60, 70 last time. I really pushed for 100 today, this morning. Oh, so you're already 100? Oh, okay. If chat would like to warm up with a little bit of TTF, we'll move into other things. Ooh, it is even beat. Actually, I'll leave that open to the chat, potentially. We could Pew Pew Laser if people are around to Pew Pew Laser. Like, for example, if we wanted to hunt something in 4. I think we should probably do that. Tiggy, are you in for Pew Pew Laser? Because we could bring in Nate. I'll bring a Force. I'm thinking we could do Christmas Fiasco or something. Yeah, okay. As long as somebody Pew Pew Lasers, I think we're good. So we'll come back to this character later. We're gonna hold off on TTF. It is even beat. Let's take advantage of even beat. So we'll do a couple of pink IDs, and then I think we'll switch over to maybe something that gives Cannon Rouge or Heaven Striker potentially for the chat. So we'll do at least one Christmas Fiasco as a group, and then I'll rotate out characters as needed. Tiggy needs a few minutes, no problem. So we could get the Emblem Hero. Tiggy's free. Anybody else would like to join in for a Christmas Fiasco on pink? I'll make the game. Congrats again, the Emblem Hero, for hitting 100. I believe that is you in the field at level 100. We're going to do Ziggy, Pew Pew. Password is king. Difficulty is ultimate. Oh, I put Anguish. Let's not do that. We're not playing on the cookies. Although, to be honest, chat, when it goes to XP week, we might go ahead and do that. The cookies were amazing, by the way, chat. At some point, we should do a couple cookies. Maybe we'll end the stream with a couple cookies. They were so overpowered. Also, I probably should have slash lobbied, but that's fine. So yeah, I'm working a little bit on how to figure out how many shots I can optimally get without needing to move. It might be 6 in normal, or it might be 5 with 1 power attack, which I don't know if that would matter that much. So I have to kind of just keep playing around with it off stream and bring it back. But I think the dodging the spells is pretty consistent. Like the visual cue, if you're not looking at the mini-map, is if your character starts in the middle, if you're past the arm of the character, you will not get clipped by the boss. That is the visual cue. Otherwise, you could look at the mini-map and figure it out. I should probably get Slicer. So we'll give Tiggy a moment or two. We have to get Slicer anyway. Had a change of fortune, apparently. Oh, that's right. It's not in the character bank. It's in the share bank. She could probably just keep one of these permanently, to be honest. I have enough of these. Oh, that reminds me of the Emblem Hero. Do you have a frozen shooter? Do little dances. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, we picked up a couple of frozen shooters, so I would have just given you one if you didn't have one already. So I'll be in charge of debuffing enemies, because the Emblem Hero will be doing ATP. I'm going to try to stick to demons as much as possible. But we'll see where it goes from there. So we'll start off with the Fiasco, and then we'll go into Heaven Strikers and whatever. Because I'm thinking HellCleave would probably want to do new mop-up Operation 3, which I can probably do as Green ID Force for the team. And focus on healing the team. Oh, I just realized I made a big mistake. I never used my coal. I'm not going to do that now. It's even beat. I'm going to have to live with that mistake for now. I'm at 99 in the share bank again, chat. I can't do anything with them. Profound sadness. I think I picked up one present. I'll have to check my inventory later. That won't take too long to look for, at least. Hello, Dorfon, that almost reached me. Those Astarks were actually hard bullying me there. That was kind of crazy how much damage they did to me just then. I'm gonna point my finger at them and delete them real quick, don't mind me. Oh, fireball. Slightly too slow, that was my bad. I was afraid of doing it too early, because you can stop them on the other side of the screen, which is super bad when that happens. Also, did I miss that 111% normal attack? Huh. Do I not have Smart Link on? I don't have Smart Link on. Okay. I was like, I looked at that, I'm like, that shouldn't have been possible? I was like, wait a minute. Ow. I didn't even use a heart attack there. It was just a normal. Never mind. Mystery solved. I don't have Smart Link on. Yeah, there we go. That time I had the Foe out when I needed it to be. That was a ultra dead wave. I just realized something. I didn't take V801. I'll have to keep that in mind with spell timings. It's not a big deal. It just means I can't spell stunlock. Not that this character's good at it anyway. Alright, so let's all group up near the old happy rock. Cat can kill the other ones if they want, but I don't want to do this without them here. Where is the other one? I was slightly not behind the rock. That was my fault. I deserve that. I deserve that. I should have looked a little more before I did that last blow. On the plus side, I got them all together at least. That's fine. Wait, what? How did that one end up over there? Wait, what? Huh, I don't think I've ever seen that one on the bridge before. That's new. Weird. These items real quick. Yeah, I did bring Adap with me, but I think on the surface, I could have left V801 on if I pulled it from the share bank. Whatever. I'm getting very unlucky with demons. Game, please. Thank you. I was getting pinballed. I got pinballed by the Astarks earlier. They were kind of whopping me around. On the off chance that was gonna demon. I was gonna say, I'm okay with listening to The Secret of Mana again. No complaints on that soundtrack. But I'm like, are you serious? I hit him with the normal damaging part of the special, but not the demon. That's messed up. That is so messed up when that happens, chat. Like, demon proc, please. Well, I did demon him at least. I got my vengeance on him. Thank you, demon. Thank you, demon, again. It's fine. I'll be decoy for the team for the most part. I'm not looking to do a lot of damage because I'm Fomoral. I'm just here to rebuff if I can. Oh, I thought the zoo was gonna die already. Alright, so let's all have a happy fun time over here. I think like over here is okay-ish. Yeah, funny enough, they shouldn't. Oh, that is a really unfortunate death location, actually. I need this bird to be inbounds. There we go. I'm gonna try to kill the bird from where I'm at. Yeah, that fireball should make us safe. Oh, you're too far forward. Ooh, the demon hit 3 people that time. Okay, the demon giveth, the demon taketh away. About time that demon actually landed properly. Take these. I don't think there's anything I could do just fast enough, especially not as Fomoral. I'm gonna volunteer to face tank. There we go. So I'm fully prepared to get crisscrossed here. Oh, I just realized Nate's HP is only 659. I thought it was 759 for some reason. Yeah, that would be a big problem with the surface. It'll be a little easier once we go underground. Yeah, all Dwarf on charges will be insta-kill to you. Yeah, I think from the TheEmblemHero standpoint, if you hide near the rock, like where I'm standing currently, you should not be run overable by any Dwarfon. So I'm gonna hide in the corner there eventually at some point. Let the game do whatever it wants. I just chip him out a little if I can. Yeah, see, because it causes them to get stuck on the rock. So, like, that's my single player strat if I bother with CF4. I don't know where other people normally stand, but that's where I hide in solo CF4. So I'm like, listen, I don't feel like learning this. These I tend to just refoe to spook, but I guess we're multiplayer. I should probably get kills. Speaking of which, let's go back to Magical Piece since it's mostly fire enemies here. Okay, so back to hiding near the rock. The almighty rock. Where is the satellite lizard? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so you can see, like, it... To me, I noticed the rock because I noticed those formations specifically seem to get caught by the rock due to how it formed. So I thought it was kind of funny. It's like they want you to just divine laser from there. Show them divine punishment, chat. Anyway, back to Gaffoe spam. How many Ubers asked Calvisha? We just started, so 0. Alright, Dwarfon's about to charge, so I use the rock to block them. Again, I really like this place in single player. So there's strats I know from single player, seeing if they work in multi and vice versa. This is definitely my favorite spot. The rock is too powerful, especially if you're playing Pew Pew Laser. Then you don't need to target anything and you could shoot over the rock, so it's just completely unfair. I'm just gonna zap the Rappies so that they run away and chat can hide behind the rock and we should be fine. So the next wave should be Dwarfons. As long as we're not, like, past the rock, it should be fine. And again, Astarks also have trouble going through it. Like, they can't jump through it. They could swing through it, but it's just kind of uninterrupted damage. So that's what my favorite strat has been. Is it the best? I have no idea. Hello, Lantos. Hope you're doing well. That poor Astark full screen getting bodied by chat. Yeah, see how they all stop there? Oh. Ooh, that used up more moon atomizers than I wanted it to. It's also kind of dumb that you could double revive somebody. I hope they patch that, by the way. I find that very annoying. Does chat ever have that happen to them? Like, I definitely use, like, more than one moon atomizer reviving people. It's very dumb. Yeah, especially when I have it on a toolbar. Like, if I manually do it, like, I open the item menu and go one by one, it's usually not fast enough. But when I have it on the quick slot, like, I'm down to 2. And, like, granted, I did revive a lot, but I didn't revive 8 times levels. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of annoying. Well, we somehow managed to be at full tri-fluids. I don't know if chat was just being generous to me or if the game actually was being cooperative this time. I can't tell sometimes. But anyway, I got enough tri-fluids to not need anything. Yeah, because I'll usually double flick it, so I'll end up with 2. I'll wait for the group, but I'm probably just going to be Gafoe spamming every room until the end. Just asking how I'm doing. I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired. I had a really early morning on Monday, I think it was, and I haven't recovered from it. No, it was Sunday. Never mind, it was Sunday. I had a 5:30 work start on Sunday. So I'm still feeling tired from that because I didn't get sleep to compensate at any point. But maybe tomorrow I will. Although that feels more of a hopeful statement than a truthful statement. I thought about using Slicer there, but I realized if I grants while the lasers are coming out and somebody else demons, that also means that they just die instantly. Because grants does it like almost 1,000, even in multi. In single player, it does a little over, if I remember correctly. Actually, no, I think it has the same resist now I think about it. So it should do like 1,069 due to my MST total. Yeah, and this is why we stack a Gafoe, just to help with the stupid anti-PP lasers. I just stumbled back into your stream again, couldn't remember the name. Oh no. Sorry to hear you forgot the stream name, but hopefully you are having a good time with PSO. Around the same date last year? Oh no. I was gonna say, I haven't seen you in a while. But glad to see you're back. Sometimes it's the silly things. Like I was saying to not chat here, but chat in Discord. I finally updated my name in the PSO forums. I've had that account forever, and it did not match my Twitch name, which I don't think I really talked to anybody on the PSO forums with that account, but it'd probably help if it matched my username. You'll make a note this time. Sure thing. Hopefully you enjoy what you see. I cannot promise high-level gameplay, but I can promise we'll talk about a whole bunch of topics as we play through the game. You okay there, YouTube? That's where you decided to pause the song? I think I just got mag blast myself, actually, because I was going a little bit ATP. Like, so to be fair, sometimes, chat, I should declare when I'm getting hit on purpose. Sometimes I'm not getting hit on purpose. Like, if I see them crisscrossing, I've accepted that I'm gonna get crisscrossed and just take the damage. So I actually have 100 as well, due to how I've set up. Okay, we got 2. Okay, we got a 20. We got somebody at 100. I'm at 100. Possibly go a little further. So the downside is if you do a lot of specials, like charge specials. Ooh, we have 3 people with it? Okay. It might be worth using then. Let's group up in a hallway here, and let's use it, because the suits are random anyway. So I'm going to use twins. So I'm going to declare twins. And then if everybody else figures out what they're going to use, HellCleave, I think, will donate. Let's just say gameplay is already 200 times better than mine last time I played PSO. Got Estelle out of the way. So it sounds like everybody knows what they're going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and use twins. Or I should say using twins. There we go. Oh no, we only had 2 people mag blast. What happened? RIP. Oof. Yeah, that could have been a big bonus. That's unfortunate. Did somebody double dolphin or something? Because Estelle is the dolphin. Rip. Yeah, we're slowly trying to improve our technique. It's just every time we play, I try to do something a little better if we repeat a run. It doesn't always work out, but I do try other things. Like, TTF is still an experiment. I mean, I'm happy that I've gotten it down to sub 15, even with bothering with indie Belras, having no telepipes and everything else as a solo Romar. Like, that's something I would not have been able to do for level or equipment reasons prior to this year. So the chat's been a big part of that, helping my ult characters actually get to the point where I can do those runs on my own. And then I'll do quests that chat has recommended before, like we had the retrieval quests or the rescue from Regal, for example. Ended up leveling a lot of the characters that I use as ults since I did a lot of purple ID into it. We had things like Stella's the dolphin, Pelia's the angel thing, exactly. Ooh, nice photon crystal. Or just in general, just trying out things like the Christmas event quests, etc. like we're doing now, have been a big help. So I get to play characters that haven't been seeing a lot of stream time lately. On the plus side, the Marissas can't really kill me. I'm basically immune to them, because I have Cure Freeze on. They can annoy me with set damage, but the odds of them killing me are pretty low. I'd have to get, like, hit twice into their set damage without healing in between. Okay, somebody buffs wore off, so let's buff up. So I'm not really scared about being pulled by Bulu. All he could do is just kind of attack reset me. I could set up for the chat, potentially. Slowing down the Goron detonator and then doing stuff like this. Here's an example where it might be okay to just demon like that. So I just gotta recognize based off my position, am I likely to land a non-smart linked slicer? And if I happen to be in the right position, I will try to go for it. That's dependent on things like if I'm seeing the enemies being stunned, etc. The good old reset room when I'm playing single player. Reminder that to people that decide to do this quest solo, this is an excellent room to die in as a force because it's lone Bulu. It's a short walk from the start of the area, and it means you cleared those other rooms while allowing you to die, go back and restock for more tri-fluids. So for people that don't have adepts, like, dying there is pretty much mandatory. You would have to have, like, the most godly god drops of tri-fluids in order to not have to back there in single player. It's not recommended. Say, being able to clear one extra room means you should be able to clear it, even if you're not, like, 190. So if you're, like, a 140-ish force, should be fine. Also, I believe the TheEmblemHero now has enough roll HP to survive most of Dwarfon shenanigans. So the runs will just get easier and easier as we go forward. I think we'll try a new mop-up operation after this. As I said, I want to make sure we just get a nice variety of quests. As I do feel I felt a little bad with how much we were spamming the cookie quest last time. And granted, they are really broken and they are really powerful, but for the people watching, we try new things out. There's one thing I wanted to try at some point. I don't know if I'll do it today or not, but there's actually, for Pyrogorons, there's a different quest that's recommended in order to get a lot of them killed. Or not Pyrogorons, excuse me, Babudas. And it's a story quest. So it'll take a little bit of setup, but I think in the future, if we want to just do really fast runs, we should probably do a couple of government quests, surprisingly. There's a couple instances where that also happens, like for example, episode 2, I think some of the Rappy counts are actually more favorable to do that in the government quests than normal quests. Ertamperometer is saying 9-3 government. Yeah, that sounds correct. So we have to do 2 to get into the real quest. So like the setup time is not great, but once you're there and it's unlocked on the character that does them, it's good. The size of the polygons, yeah. And a Glide Divine, congratulations. Lots of photon drops. Healing circle for people that are playing cast, though currently we don't have any cast with us. It's pew pew laser time. I'm going to do this to save me about 3,500 Meseta. So that was my pickup. But yeah, essentially my purpose for the most part, even though I'm the weakest at it, it's still worth stacking Gafoi. What I should probably do from like an optimization standpoint is just make sure whenever I swap into these characters, I move the Gafoi merge. But I honestly couldn't remember if my Gafoi merge was in my share bank. That's the only reason I didn't bring it. And I didn't want to waste chat's time on even beat looking for it. So I just went, whatever, I'll deal without it. Yeah, Gafoi merge saves a ton of time on this quest, in particular because you can see I'm just going to be stacking. Even if it's not a lot of damage, it's just free chip damage between waves, even if they're not necessarily weak to it. But if you are playing it on lower difficulties, then it's pretty good. Also, present drop somewhere. Get some debuffs going. Found it. Photon drop, a little disappointing, but that's fine. I'm gonna move more towards the center of the room to not spook them. Okay, there we go. Trying to optimize their XP here. Guardiana. Ooh, did it come with it? If it did, Without frowny face. Yeah, I had a feeling that the lack of excitement, it was a no. I could feel it. Looking to do Babuda Red ID government for Cannon Rouge, exactly. So that's where I was going with it. So I would play as Dumpling, who I haven't played a lot on stream lately, even though chat made the character, and that would be her run to just go for Cannon Rouges. So with chat's permission, we'll go for it. Now the real question, I've never looked this up before, what are 9-1 and 9-2's high enemy counts? Not that it matters, because it'll have to be Red ID all the way through. I was just curious. So we might try a couple of those just to set up for Cannon Rouge into Heaven Striker. How much even beat do we got left? Got an okay amount. 9 run has highest Buddha. Okay. Stupid satellite lizards. Let me make them visible for the group. Yeah, if I stand about here, I can punish the Rappies here pretty fast. And you can see by me just spamming, the pew pew laser should keep me safe as long as they keep firing. This wave is kind of annoying. I haven't found a good way to do it in single player. But basically somebody needs to go to each edge of the arena to pull in the Pyrogoron, so that way they come in for the group hug. Yeah, I think most of the government quests generally are not that good, but we'll work into it. I think if chat ends up bringing forces potentially to get through it, I don't know, or whatever character they plan on doing Cannon Rouge hunts with, we'll talk about it as a group if the chat would be interested in that. I think we'll go for at least a Heaven Striker first and figure it out. Because we don't have to worry too much about Dorphons in those early quests from what I recall. Yeah, I definitely want a Cannon Rouge. Like, when my Ramar is using, like, a 20% 20%er, and, like, none of that is describing the hit, that's just the best that it has. Like, we have a lot of room for improvement with our gear. Similarly, like, the Yashminikov I use to gun down a lot of the enemies is all zeroed. So there's so many weapons I'm using where it's just really, really suboptimal gear. Like, basically as junk as it can get with the item rolls. Like, ideally, I want a Heaven Striker with a decent amount of dark percentage because I'm specifically using it to kill falls. And ideally, that'll come with hit. But honestly, if I even get 30 dark, it would be an improvement over what I'm having. So I don't even need it to be, like, high rolled on something that is not hit percentage, and it would still be an upgrade for me. I've gotten so many, like, 15% natives in there, and they're so useless to me because I don't use Heaven Striker on native outside of literally the first Hildebear on TTF. Otherwise, I never use the item in episode 1. And even then, I don't need the attribute to get the kill. It's already guaranteed. So yeah, definitely a lot of room for improvement across the board. One thing that I have to get used to as well, and like I was kind of remembering it when we're fighting the Goron Detonator. So my rule of thumb whenever you're playing episode 4 is if the wave feels really annoying to kill with Gafoi, more often than not, the gut instinct is that it will throw you either Marissa's or Satellite Lizards in the next wave. And in that scenario, I recognized the last thing we were fighting was a Goron Detonator, and I went, huh, that's a really annoying enemy. Maybe I should just Gafoi. And lo and behold, it was Marissa's afterwards. So maybe chat will notice those kinds of patterns as we play. Because I am trying to figure it out in a way that I can memorize like all this like arbitrary information in a way that if I can make it like a simple rule, like for example, if I see Morphos in Seabed on certain quests, it will always have a Del Beater afterwards. Like when we play quests and they follow those rules, that is way easier to remember than run like wave number 8 and wave number 10 or Del Beater. Do you know what I mean? So just giving those kinds of things context, I think really helps with improving gameplay. I'm gonna leave it up to rip chat. I'm gonna leave it up to chat discretion. So for those that are not aware, I'm sure many people in the game currently are aware, but there is a way to get through this area without too much of an issue in single player. Well, the problem is I think whoever hosts it also, like, I cannot swap characters for that, so if I'm Red ID, I have to be Red ID all the way through. But technically, if we were all playing it and one of those characters happened to be Blue ID, we could do it. But anyway, got sidetracked briefly. So if you stand back here, when you see, for example, rule of thumb, when you get to Christmas Fiasco, you don't need to know the wave, but just know if you want to be safe, you can hide behind that panel and it'll work against every single wave. You can do it. But my rule of thumb is, if I ever see a wave that's all Goron Detonators, whether it's Cookie Quest or this quest, that means the next wave is probably big danger. So I need to think about if I want to be in the right position for Gertabulu, or if it's just kind of a follow-up run, and I need to make sure during that wave kill I'm in the right spot. So I know there's a Gertabulu next to me because we fought more than one detonator at the same time. But basically, from our standpoint, we're gonna just eyeball the memorable wave, is what I like to call it. So you don't have to memorize, you know, like, oh, is it Marissa into Lizards? Like, that's more important for, like, the Force. And again, when in doubt, I'm gonna be bashing Gufoi anyway, so I don't have to think at all while I'm doing this quest. But when I see that disgusting wave of, like, I think it's quintuple Goron Detonator, I know I'm gonna go into full panic hiding mode. So I'm gonna stop what I'm doing. There we go. So full panic, we're gonna debuff, and then I'm gonna go, nope. Listen, if the chat wants to paralyze the Gertabulu, I'm gonna say, go ahead. I don't care. I don't want to die. So we're gonna have one wave. This is the safety wave between us and the other ones. But I can kill that entire wave from where I am currently, if I want to, and I will. So now I'm in a position where the Gertabulu cannot kill me. And never mind, chat already deleted them. So if you have a lot of really powerful rangers, you don't need to worry about it. But when you're playing solo, that laser gate is like the savior. This quest is like unplayable in solo without it, if you're playing like a Force. Because if you ever mistime anything, you die instantly. And rather than worry about that, I'm like, I'm just gonna full screen grants, who cares? Just autopilot that victory. So I would rather not have to sit there and worry about timing a stun lock for all eternity. And I would rather grants full screen, especially with Fomoral, where she gets a bonus towards it. So she'll kill in about 8 grantses, which is not fast. Or once it's down to only a few, I'll do Slicer on the remaining ones to speed it up a little bit. It's up 30 minutes, that's not bad. We'll check our share bank to see if the Gafoi merges there. Now that we're done with the quest, we got to put away these items anyway. And what we're also going to do is check for presence. So I think I'll switch into Green ID Heaven Striker, and we'll do new mop-up Operation 3, which is a quest I'm slowly learning to like again. I had taken a break from it. I can't even remember the last time I streamed it, to be honest. But it was not my favorite quest. But now that I have characters that are actually high level, it's more enjoyable. There's the present. SH shot. It's probably disappointing trash. I'll be real with you. I'm not excited about those items at all. It is, yeah. That's why I'm just no excitement, chat. Just no like, just joy is gone. I hate those items so much. What a waste of time. I'm gonna make sure to collect my coal. Then I'm gonna switch characters for the chat. Anyway, 8 coal for the team. Yeah, I think a big problem with those is just like even if we do the minimum damage roll is what applies the attributes, they're still worse than the other ones. Like if the minimum damage was higher than the minimum damage of the other one and the max was slightly less, that still would have been better for sphering purposes. But no, they're just actual trash. They're just bad. They're bad items and they should feel bad. I'll hand in for money actually. Make sure I didn't change C-Bank by accident. So let's do a couple Heaven Strikers. So that way we could say we went for limiter and good underground rares. And then from there, we'll figure out what the chat would like to do. If the chat would like to just randomly pop cookies, sure. If chat wants to do some Christmas event quests, let me know. But I think we're going to go for New Mop-Up Operation 3, which is kind of a tight time limit when playing solo. I think most of the time when I play, I have 2 minutes or less. Tiggy's definitely down for cookies. Yeah, we'll definitely dedicate, I think, like an hour or 2 of tonight's stream to cookies. For now, we'll take advantage of the rare rate. I think when we go to XP week in particular, I think we're going to switch fully to cookies, to be honest. So next week, I think we're going to hit the cookies really hard. Because if we just want XP, then just use cookies, right? Like, who cares? Whatever. Okay, this character should not... Oh, this character does have the V801. I'm glad we checked. So that's where it was. I should be good then. I V801 Smartling Centurion. I could go grab Slicer? I guess I'll grab Slicer. I should keep a Slicer with him or one of the bringers. Like, maybe the weaker of the bringers he could keep. Well, he is a Fomar. He doesn't need that accuracy. Tough decision. Whatever. I'll take bringers. I might need to use it on the detonators. That's what my thought process is. And I don't care so much for his Slicer animation. This quest can be a little brutal. I wish males had more healing options other than the rest emerge. This is probably like the only quest where I care about healing range. So this quest is all about really fast clears. It also rewards Gafoi stacking, which I just realized I don't think I brought my... I should go get it, actually. If it wasn't a time limit quest, I wouldn't have gone back for it. Oh, chat started it. Never mind. I have to go. Saodong said they found 2 lames yesterday, both no hit. Thank you for the follow. They're pretty solid for ult characters, at least. Excalibur is at least good enough that most of the time it could be all zeroed and still be game-changing. However, if you already have one, it is definitely a disappointing experience to get those. Welcome to the chat. So sorry I didn't get my Gafoi merge. I didn't realize chat was going to start it. I was like, oops. Rip. Anyway, we're just going to be spamming Gafoi basically the whole time. Because most of these waves will end up being weak to it just from experience. So I already know it's like a couple where I have to care slightly, but otherwise we want to keep that timer close to 10 minutes since we'll need it a bit later. Ooh, you're a Fomar. Ooh, that is the rough life. Yeah, Fomar needs everything for sure. They're the reason, like, I took a while to even level this Fomar, just because I was not thrilled with trying to do a game with him with 0 hit items at the time of creation. Huh? Where is Tiggy relative to me? Okay, there we go. I was trying to figure out. Yeah, his accuracy is usually super bad. I don't usually bother with a lot of charge stuff. I kind of play him as like discount Fonuman. There's a couple areas where I take advantage of his ATP, but like it's okay. It's definitely easier in single player. Like I'll take, for example, if I bring my 30 hit Excalibur into certain areas, I'll use it to finish off certain enemies in caves. Speaking of Heaven Striker, congratulations. That was a fast Heaven Striker. You'll have to let us know what stats it had, the Emblem Hero, after this. We are on a time limit, so we are not going to worry too much at the moment. But chat is always curious if you end up getting anything interesting. I know from experience we have to go downwards after this. I looked at the wrong color. Just wanted that tri-fluid, actually. So upwards to the north are treasure rooms. That's not good. Yeah, maintain your health. You're taking damage constantly. There's times I'm not going to be able to heal you. You're going to have to monomate. Yeah, so I think the general flow of the quest is fairly straightforward once you've played it once. One thing I like to do if the team is killing this wave, I'm going to set up for the next wave, actually. That way my fireballs start chipping them out as they spawn. And it slows them down as they approach the chat. We'll take damage there, that's fine. So yeah, just be careful about your health totals. I don't have a good rest of range, as I said before. Males only have, I think, Sulfurino. Chat could correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they can use any of the other rest of boosting weapons. Like no Marina's Bag, no... Obviously no Turtle's Parasol. Those final Satellite Lizards are such a troll. The exit is about where my back is. I don't really want to go that far from it. So in the meantime, I'll stack some Gifoi. If I'm playing single player, I might switch to Rifoi, since it'll take them a while to hit me. Like right there, it was faster for me to just Rifoi that and cast again. Try to heal the team a little bit here. I see a lot of materialism debating if they're worth going for in the damage room. Time limit, we're still about even. That's not too bad. So I'm gonna go and take that material, actually. You know if spell merges amplify item damage to weapon specials? I believe so. So if it counts as a spell, it'll buff it. It's not worth doing, but it's there. It'll say in the special if it counts as like Foe, Gafoi, etc. If it gives it a spell level, it can be impacted by it. It just is literally not relevant at all. You would never do that for damage. Sadly. I do wish that simple text were comboable. Like you could do like fireball, fireball, fireball with like your held weapon animation. I wish that was their default behavior. That would have made them a lot more useful, to be honest. Triple Bardo would have been so sick, in particular. Or if Lightning did like 1 target, 2 targets, 3 targets, that would have been kind of nice. Did not mean to get hit by the Rappy there. So I'm moving into position for the next wave because I know where that Poison Flower is a fairly good spot to stand for all the upcoming waves. And all the upcoming waves are about to take 1,000,000 Gafoi damage. So even if the Gorons, for example, aren't targetable right away, they have to walk into all of those fireballs I just prepped. So effectively, I still got all that damage from casting earlier. Like, see, he teleported to me and didn't do anything. Now there's Gorons on my right. See, they're being hit by the ones that are still pretty early in their life cycle, and then they die. And I'm just going to keep hitting Gafoi because, again, I'm in a decent position. So if they try walking towards the group at all, they're going to hit all my lingering Gafois, and then they die faster. So that's why I like that position specifically. I can technically move it forward like a tiny bit. But I run the risk of getting too close on the far right, for example, and having more of my Gafois cancel. But But if I stay there, it's just a room where I can one button the whole room. I'm reading what is saying there. I'm gonna bring back Jabal. Oh, do you mean Gabarda? Gabarda is such a bad spell. Rip Gabarda. And see how bad it is. If you free up space, I'd like to play with you guys. Yeah, sure, we can rotate at certain points. We're still pretty early in. Ghost is found. What'd you find? Heaven Striker with hit? Hey, what'd you... Oh, look at you. Look at Tiggy coming away with a 30-hit Heaven Striker. Well, congratulations, Tiggy. Everybody's getting them Heaven Strikers, apparently. I didn't want to say it, HellCleave. I thought but HellCleave in my head. I didn't want to be mean, but HellCleave did say it. Or HellCleave. We'll get HellCleave that super help. Just for that, HellCleave is gonna get like a 50 hit. It'll make up for everything. 50 hit, it'll be like 80 dark. Just save like all the spheres. The ultimate weapon. You'll see another 0. Oh no. 90 hit, never have to grind again. Yeah. Pazuzu? What? What tomfoolery is this? Stupid Pazuzu. Messing up my spells that I use. Making me use something other than Fireball spam. What a jerk. Of course he doesn't drop his rare. Okay, we're back on the no drops from Pazuzu. Pazuzu plus mana theme equals hype, pretty much. It's summoned Pazuzu, apparently. Just be careful. Oh, the Emblem Hero, your health is getting pretty low. Yeah, this quest is pretty good for XP. It might be a little hard since the background's transparent, but I'll read it out. We're getting at approximately 192 XP a second, which is pretty high. It's higher than TTF in some scenarios. And again, keep in mind, we're playing like, well, I'm probably the closest to optimal, but we're playing not like completely kitted out characters. We're not playing like double cast Ramar force into it either for XP efficiency, etc. Just playing casual pew pew laser that may or may not even be doing max damage even with pew pew lasers. Based off the laser damage, I'm assuming it's probably like 50 to 80 MST under cap. This room's always a little confusing to me because the first wave is Gafoeable, but then everything after that is kind of spread apart. So I technically should probably Refoe here. The problem is if I'm not a Faux Newman, I don't have a big damage bonus. So I'll just try to move in such a way that maybe I could stack some Gafoes. But like, see how far away those enemies are compared to me? Just not a great wave to Gafoe into, so I might have to speed it up a couple times with Refoe here. This wave is okay for Gafoe. Oh, that song cut off very awkwardly there. Wonder why it cut like that. Yeah, like this part of the wave is okay. I could Gafoe stack on this. Yeah, I do want to try to take advantage of Rare Week. So I think I might have to hold off on a lot of the cookie ones. But you can bet when it goes to Sunday and it's XP week, I'm disregarding whatever the thing is. So like, if you want to do Oops All Cookies again this Sunday, it's doable for sure. Because if we're just getting XP anyway, like what better XP is there than 380% cookie XP? It is both a rhetorical question, but also true, nothing beats it. So for people that didn't see the power of the cookie quests from last weekend, I highly recommend you check out the video when it goes up on YouTube, but also just check out the VOD. We saw fantastically broken amounts of XP. We're talking about 330,000 plus XP in under 10 minutes. We're talking at a rate at over 740 XP a second. Gross. Thank you, Vane, for subscribing. You never have to subscribe, but I do appreciate it. Yeah, that cookie XP was nutso broken. So I think we'll do a couple of these for chat. I'm hoping to at least see a Heaven Striker myself that has high dark. And by high dark, I mean more like mid-low dark. Something that beats literally 10% untech'd. You know, there's a whole other 90% it could be. Like, come on, game. Even just 30 dark, I think, would be enough to get me past certain thresholds. Thank you for following, Azure Vaughn. Hopefully you're doing well. So we still have more than 6 minutes left. Much easier in multiplayer when there's people potentially demoning the problem Garand detonators, or Pew Pew Laser just does not care about the dungeon at all. Yeah, we used a couple cookies off stream, so we don't have as many as we had before. We're still in about the territory of 30. And I'm thinking when we go to XP week, we might just level ults from 1 to 80 in speedrun style. We're gonna see how fast we can hit 80. $25 dark. That matches, I think, my current H striker. I think it rolled like, was it 20 machine, 25 dark, or something like that? I need it to be at least 30%. That much I remember. It could be 20 dark. I'll have to double check. But yeah, I just know 30 is an upgrade. That's the low ball that I'm big for. Ideally, it would be hit percent dark and either nothing or a beast or something. Or machine. I do use this sometimes on machine. With these enemies. So yeah, we're just slightly going over 200. When you have is 50 dark and 20 hit. Oh yeah, that's much better. Much better than what I got. No contest. Ooh, healing time. That was scary. Yeah, we'll do at least one more. This one's for HellCleave. Gotta get HellCleave's Heaven Striker. I don't need to put anything away. HellCleave says I'm gonna do these solos anyway. Escaped all acquired. Quest cleared. So yeah, there we go. We got chat some upgrades. Technically, we could go for the Cannon Rouge. My Cannon Rouge is sad. It has to be 0 native, 20 ABs, 20 machine. I mean, like, almost anything can beat it. Like, it's like just a step removed from being zeroed. It's very not good. So if having actual native and A-Beast combined would be really good. I don't use it for machine. But, oh, like 40 A-Beasts would be so sick. 15 A-Beasts, machine and dark. Okay, that was the stats on the other one. I mean, if it is 15 dark and you tech it up to 25, honestly, that's good enough for Ramar. It's more than good enough. It just means you can't start with, like, special. You have to do, like, in solo play, heavy special, or heavy special, depending on the phase. So yeah, we could definitely get better ones. Oops. So I think we'll do the quest one more time, and then maybe we'll try to unlock Cannon Rouge. Just to say, like, you know, we're gonna round out all the Ranger gear since we're here. Ziggy Pew Pew. And then I would recommend the team probably just bring in forces, or one Ranger's fine, or 2 Rangers. But probably better to go at least double force. So we'll let the current team do one more. Then we'll figure out what we need to do with the unlocks. Because I know HellCleave wants to grind that Heaven Striker explicitly, so we'll get one more game with HellCleave. And I imagine HellCleave would prefer probably to do solo games over the government quests for unlock. No. For this one, Pew Pew Laser, since it's still even beat. You got time. Yeah, I'm thinking when we switch over, we can bring Ertamperometer in, and then we'll go from there for unlocking the quests. Yeah, and Ertamperometer was waiting for a bit, so we'll get Ertamperometer in next. Because I just want to see if the quest is worth running. So we're waiting on EmblemHero. Were you coming in for one more? No worries. Yeah, the EmblemHero is a pretty new character, so we'll probably do that. Get EmblemHero in some runs, and then Saldong, we'll have to figure out when to tag you in as well. Might be after this one, we'll see. Let's do a quick new mop-up Operation 3. 704 HP, looking better and better. I feel like once you get around 710-ish, that makes episode 4 a lot more survivable. But obviously all that ATP is just going to make things like Forest easier. I forgot to go grab my Gafo Emerge again. Bad player. I had more than enough time to go grab it. I'll make sure I grab it when I play the other character. I was like sitting there waiting at counter. I could have gone back to back. That was purely my fault. It does speed up the run a little bit since I'm stacking so much Gafoi, as you can see in this quest. There's a couple points where I will use Rafoi if the enemies are in an awkward spawn. I mentioned before, another Heaven Striker. Just okay. I think this is the most Heaven Strikers I have ever seen. 0 hit though. And you get a Heaven Striker, and you get a Heaven Striker. Just apparently the 150% rare rate is not a lie. It is functioning. So yeah, we'll see who needs those. But I want that Cannon Rouge so bad, chat. Like, Heaven Striker might be a little harder for me to get. Cannon Rouge should be way easier. It's so bad. Ideally, if it has at least 25 A-Beast, I think that means I'll actually one-shot the lilies, and that'll save me 5 seconds every time I use it to kill a lily, because otherwise, it goes into that death animation, or I have to wait for the shot to fire again at max distance, which is not ideal, and that wastes time. So that's all I would need it to do for it to be better. So another situation I'm looking for around 30 A-Beasts or so. Plus, that also means, like, I might be able to use it more full-time on, like, Worm Boss, for example, if it rolls really well. That would be nice. I just wasn't sure where they were for a second. YouTube, please. It's like, are you still watching? And I'm like, yes. Stop pausing my video. It's so annoying. I don't know when they added that feature, chat. I'm sure it was a few years ago at minimum. Also, rip, yeah, you cannot let your health go down. It will kill you. I was gonna heal when we got to the doorway, but... is the reason I don't like going back for that as well, because it puts me out of position for this room, so that's all that is DPS I just lost in the room by going back. So, I generally don't want to have to do that if I don't have to. There we go. Yeah, Pew Pew Laser doesn't care about their position as much. I need to be in like really specific spots. That way my Gafoi stacks properly. The longer I am from it, the worse my damage is. Rip those silly Yaois though. Got a CR with 25 ABs. That's sadly an upgrade. No, it wouldn't be borrow. It would be keep. I don't want to just borrow equip for those runs. I just want to do it in solo. I'm at the point where I get really close to popping the shells. Like, I'm off by maybe about 150 damage. So I'm thinking around 10% A-Beast on a really heavily ATP'd weapon might do that difference in 3 shots, which I don't think is an unrealistic expectation, given how strong Cannon Rouge is. Might do it as low as 5% higher. But essentially, if that happens, that means that instead of swinging with a power swing for Excalibur, I'm doing that 900 damage earlier, which actually does make a big difference, because then my combo will go more fully towards the boss's real health total. Rip the Gorons here. Block 2, someone has found a Lavas Cannon. Nice. Yeah, most of my off-stream stuff has been just practicing TTF. I've gotten literally no items of interest during the entirety of TTF. But I did play it so many times, he went up from, I think, either 159 or 160 to 162. Was I talking to you? I don't think directly. I was saying I was doing TTF, and I just wasn't getting any good drops. Just mentioning it. Most of my time has been going towards practicing how many shots I could get away with on that laser attack. It's kind of like when I was practicing the intro to Castlevania, and I think I'm one of the only players that has ever found a setup for consistency. Like, I don't even see the racers go for it, and then they whiff it on occasion, and when they whiff it, they basically throw the whole run. So if I can learn to find a buffer technique by timing it with attacks and not with the visual, like based off of if I slow-mo into Soul Atomizer, how many shots can I do? That could lead to a really consistent damage pattern, so that way the laser phase is completely optimized. So I could try for normal, power, normal. Because the difference, it is to the point where it feels like it's a buffer of about 5 attacks between the laser starting to charge and the laser being fired. So it's something I'm just gonna have to keep playing with until I find it. But I just want chat to know that's what I'm currently exploring for optimizing TTF. Because the less I have to try fluid, the less I have to try mate, the less I have to do all of those things, the less I have to spend, and therefore I have more enjoyment with it. Because I have gotten through the Falls fight untouched until the final one where it gets the guaranteed slice on you. But it's not necessarily optimal in damage. Like, yes, I dodged it, but if I'm not outputting damage, it's not worth doing. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, yes, I could dodge it consistently by always waiting and not attacking, but I need to be able to take those opportunities to reduce the boss HP and possibly skip 1 or more cycles by being more aggressive. So I'm going to be testing that, I think, probably as soon as I go off stream. Although, honestly, if team doesn't mind doing that, I could test it out. I do think, though, when I'm playing next to somebody, like if we happen to be in the same position, I think I will go for the early diagonal walk and see if I can... If it's targeting me, then I move it away from the group, which I have noticed before when we play multiplayer, that if you are the one it's centered around, you can actually move it away from the other players. So I'm half curious if there's a visual tell on that boss. So far, I've noticed the lasers slightly look at you, but I want to observe it again in a multiplayer scenario. So what I mean by that is that the boss's arms kind of stick out to the side, but when the lasers are fired, they're actually somewhat centered apart looking at your character. But I don't know if there's a tell before that point, because I need to be able to react to if I should be the one moving or if I shouldn't move. So I can still try to play the odds, like how I dodge the spells in multiplayer, where if I am the one being targeted, I can move in a way that'll be safe, or if I'm the one that's not being targeted, I will not go for the longer walk across the boss's front side, for example. So I have to figure out those kind of adjustments between like that single player versus multiplayer mentality. And I think that'll lead to maybe some exciting strats. Because I don't know about you, team. At least I don't hear people talk about it. Maybe people know about it and just haven't done anything with it. But I would like to have a consistent, basically low to no damage falls run. Like, I don't really care what the boss RNG is at that point. Let me heal the team up a little bit. Oh no, the Emblem Hero dropped. Rip. Okay, I'm gonna move in position for the next wave, because the next wave is like a big cluster here. Sorry the game crashed, or whatever happened. I feel like there's been a lot of that lately. Is it just me, chat? I feel like ever since they did that maintenance to switch it over to, what is it, Linux? I have never seen so many people crash in the past, like in this month compared to the rest of the year. I've never seen this many crashes. Like, we're averaging them like every 4 runs somebody crashes, which is very high. I'm not really sure what's going on. I know it's happened to Tiggy a couple times. I got booted from game a couple times. Sometimes with error message, sometimes without. It just auto fails. I haven't crashed recently, so maybe whatever hit me. Parameter it hit once. But yeah, it's like I'm usually never going to crash. So like if I crash, I'm like, what is going on? So a bit unfortunate there. Healing time. HellCleave crashed 2 days ago. Yeah, I feel like it's probably when they did that big change to Linux. It crashes on Christmas runs for you? Yeah, I feel like there's something wrong with it. I don't know how many people are reporting them, like when it happens to them, because they will ask for the logs. I think that's also the step 2, the report bug. There's something in the water, maybe. Yeah, I haven't crashed recently. I think I crashed maybe a week ago. And that was like right before a major maintenance, and I haven't seen it since. So I'm assuming whatever was fixed about a week ago fixed whatever issue I had. Because I have not seen a crash since then, solo or otherwise. Oh, Family Matter came up? Oh, okay. So that one wasn't a crash. Thank you for confirming. Okay, so we'll probably tag out the Emblem Hero then, as Emblem Hero works on those kinds of things. So it seems like we'll have Ertamperometer, Saldong, and Tiggy potentially. So we still got about another 2 minutes or so that's your heads up if you'd like to join in. Just a few waves and gotta hand in the quest. Yeah. I think the big thing is too, is that don't worry, chat, if you're a new player, we'll walk you through it. It's just, you know, it's the difference between people that have been playing for thousands of hours versus a dozen hours. Especially when you're coming into some of these quests, where if you've never played like episode 4 before, like it can feel intimidating. You know, I'll try to talk through, like that's why when I'm playing this character, I try to talk about why I'm doing certain things. So that way people are learning, you know, like, oh, did that actually work, or is he just BSing? And then you get to decide with experience which of this is real versus BS. That's on you, chat. That's not on me. But I do try to at least talk about what I'm thinking about when I'm going through these rooms. Like, I know, for example, when I see those waves, I'm just gonna walk by them and go Bowie. Like, I know I'm gonna be in a point where every single enemy here is targetable with fire. And, like, maybe I could get away with Rafoi here. Rafoi wouldn't be a bad thing to do here, like, instead of walking forward. But the problem with this is, like, even though I could stun lock, it doesn't leave me in a good position for the next wave. So I think I'm gonna pause trick to get closer without targeting. Yeah, I feel like the other thing, too, I was saying that to somebody that was trying Force for the first time. I'm like, when you don't know what to do, when in doubt, Gafoi, or when in doubt, Panic Rabarda. And both of those are probably fine, to be honest. Yeah, I think this is an okay for Gafoi thing for it. Yeah, oops, I looked at chat, did not look at my HP total. Bad player. Having a full-blown conversation reading chat. He's just BSing his way through chat. Sometimes. I try to put it in the factual contents, though. But sometimes I misspeak, and then I forget to correct, and then it becomes unintentionally lying to the chat, and then I feel bad for it, because I'm like, did I say that, or did I say the opposite of that? And then I'm like, I don't remember. And then I'll, like, rewatch the video later, and I'm like, damn, I definitely misspoke, and did not correct it. Oops. That happens when I'm tired, in particular. I feel like when I'm tired, I will think about the sentence in its entirety before I speak it, but then, like, the order of the words gets mixed up. I don't know if that is, like, I don't know if there's a term for that, but sometimes that causes the meaning to be wrong because I don't use the right noun. But anyway, that's just how I operate when I get tired. Or, like, I'll think a word and then, like, two words collide, and then, like, the words become jumbled, so I stumble. The chat is wondering why that happens. Just usually fatigue. South Dunk says, spam Gafoi when falls goes up for grants and comes down a few K damage on the way down. Yeah, that's not bad. It's a little rough on Ramar. I sometimes do it, but it's only going to be for like 100 damage. But for forces, you should probably do it. I feel like Ramar has less of a reason they shouldn't do it. Ramar, it's like, it barely lasts. It's pretty terrible. But level 20 does make a big difference. Yeah, I'd like for phase, let me switch characters so we could focus on story mode stuff for a bit. I just thought, one moment. I need to actually check my bank, the other bank. Oh, that was my share bank? Oh, let me check. Do I have a Vito one in here? I do, okay. That's all I wanted to verify. But yeah, I think for the most part, depending on damage threshold on character, either I will stack Gafoi on the first, I'll call it first phase of falls, because it always confuses me when people say it otherwise. With all the spinners, I like Gafoi because if they switch over, they die instantly. Ice is not a bad backup. Sometimes I'll use Ice on the next phase when falls is actually targetable, in order to deal with the spinners and also slightly damage the boss. Or I'll target with Barda if I'm like faux neural, because I can hit the spinners because they come out in a straight line and that does more damage since it's a simple tech bonus. But in those kinds of scenarios, I think for the most part, it just depends on what things I have with me. What do I need Tiggy to bring? Whatever you want as a force to clear surface. I mean, technically you could bring another character in, but I just want to unlock this. So I'm going to go ahead and start up the game. We're going to call it Ziggy Story, question mark. It technically, all of you can join in whenever you want. I don't actually have to wait for you, surprisingly. So I think it's Saldong, and Parameter Tiggy, I think, for this. We're just gonna unlock the quest. I think people can jump in at any time as long as it's the first quest. But I'll wait to see to make sure everybody's here before starting. Then on the way out, I'm gonna go pick up the V801. Yeah, one strategy, as I mentioned before with this character, I actually leave a PB create when I'm playing with other people versus solo. Foldra, block 2. So I actually put a PB crate on this character because if I build up 30 meter and the team happens to be taking a lot of damage, I'll actually just share the bonus. Because if I'm playing with a really good team, I'm not really going to get hit very often, even though she builds it very quickly. So I'll put that on just because. And I definitely want to go back for other kinds of merges. 3 seals might actually be better for the Babuda hunt, honestly. We'll see. I brought different staffs depending on what we need, but I'll wait for the team regardless, just so that they can see it before it goes into the game itself. Dancing Fonu rule. Yeah, we're playing chat's created character, Dumpling. There we go. I think that's Tiggy's character. Silly question, but what are the government quests for? Do you mean the one we're going for? Thank you, Saldong, for identifying yourself. That is actually really helpful. I'm not gonna lie, I go back and try to credit people properly, and I always mess it up. I'm like, damn, I gotta look at who joined at what time. Thank you. That'll help when I go back after this is done. We're specifically unlocking 9-3 for Canon Rouge. So if everybody can come to the principal's office, you've been told on by the other students and you're in trouble. So yeah, we'll do the first 2 quests, which are just set up for the other quest. And then I want to get some Canon Rouges. The other quest I normally do for it is that, dashing time. The other quest that I do for it is the Massive Attack E, which leads to the boss, but I don't feel like doing a boss run. Team can go on ahead. Send me a telepipe at some point. I want to make sure I get my gear for later before I accidentally don't go in with like 2 things that I really need. So regardless of what we have here, I'm gonna go get V801. Step 1. Then I'm gonna take probably Gafo Emerge and maybe Rabarda. Let's see how it goes from there. If team is able to telepipe, let me know. I think I'm good. Switch it to Gafo for now. So I have Magical Piece Ignition Cloak. Oh, thank you, team. And Gafo Emerge. That should be a lot of damage, even if I'm not the optimal character for this area. I just figure the Oops All Forces approach with Gafo Emerge is probably the better tactic. Some boxes over there. So yeah, first couple of quests will be kind of but then hopefully after that, we're gonna compare it, like how fast it is to do those 50, because it's more than double the other one. I believe E only gives 25, if I recall offhand, which is like a good amount, but it's not as good as 50. And because of that, I would like to see if this quest is worth doing. Now we get to talk about quest variety. It's a different quest. So unfortunately, government quests are not usually optimized for XP. So we're looking to level here. That's not very good. Technically, it allows people to drop in, drop out once a quest has already begun. Just like okay. So some people can just basically come in at the tail end, get the check that they did the quest, and move on. I see you're using Lame to Argent, upgraded into Excal. Makes sense. Well, the first of the Babudas is here. It's good that we're at least fighting them on our way there. $40 native, 30 A-Beast. Ooh. That A-Beast will make the Worm Boss explode. All you need to complete the collection is one with some machine. Then you just dunk on Volt up. Be like, GG, get outplayed. I'm assuming this is the Trial of Mana soundtrack. I have not heard it in a while. I think it's just one of those ones where I just kind of missed the boat because it wasn't translated for so long. Only played a little bit of it translated. Okay, so where did it want us to go? Is there a warp there? Oh, chat's hitting a switch. That's fair. There's some boxes over here. I think there's a warp over there. Ready for your Heaven Strikers, please? Unfortunately, we're not the right ID for that. There is... I think chat maybe open up the southeast gate. Looks like it's leading somewhere. Yeah, this is promising. I was gonna say, you can't use Heaven Striker as the Fomar unless you have ults. That is the Ranger only item. At some point I'd like another V801, but I don't know if I'm gonna hunt it. I'm gonna make a Ramar soon, that's fair. Yeah, I think we'll have to pick out people that are stupid traps. We're gonna have to pick out people that are looking to potentially get a rush from 1 to 80. We're gonna do potentially a oops all cookie rush. I'm imagining it'll take less than 20 cookies. I'm really curious how fast we can level with it. Is it the best use of the cookie? Probably not. Is it funny? And is it worth seeing just how fast you could go? Probably. Probably to both. But I'd still like to use most of the cookies for ultimate level runs. Although somebody hosted a blue ID, I'm not going to make another blue ID, but if somebody hosted blue ID very hard, I'm kind of okay with that, with ignition cloak chances and other stuff like that. At least there's like chance of Jaya slash lots of photon crystal chances. They're all super relevant, honestly, even all the way to ultimate. Yeah, maybe towards the end, we'll pivot back to some Heaven Striker runs, just so the team has a chance of getting them. Though, as I said before, sadly, it's pretty much at an even beat, so it might be a while before we transition back into it. It's pretty fast to do solo Faux Newman into it. But, yeah. The way I view this, there's just like small bits of XP. Maybe some photon crystal chances. Maybe we'll see a rare enemy and laugh because it's not the red ID. Let's see, are these boxes anything interesting? Nope. Chat's going over there though, so presumably some materials. Let's go on to the upper right. Oh, photon drop, nice. Remine materials, makes sense to go for them. This government quest is kind of long. Holy, how have we not hit the end of it? I'm assuming it's only one area. We just got to get to the end of it. ED and mine material. Ooh, the double whammy. Get out of here, Zabuda. I'm not switching into Rabarta Merge. Ooh, awkward mixed types of enemies here. Maybe Rabarta Merge was actually the right call there. I was hoping it would be more Buddhas than not. Oh, there we go. This is the wave I thought was going to appear based off of what we saw earlier. That's fine. Yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to bring 3 seals with me for the most part, because one, it's really good defense, but also we're going to kill things that we have to kill with lightning anyway. So if we do a run more than once, I'll slowly learn to rotate in my merges. Right now, I'm just going to stick to the Foe merge. Or enemies. Maybe one day we'll actually bother doing the story mode start to finish. I've beaten episode 4 story. I might have beat all, I think I beat all the government quests before on episode 1. I have not ever completed all the government quests in episode 2. I was absolutely bodied by the time trial. The thing was so unfun. I think I lost as like a level 160 cast. I'm like, what is going on? I'm just in temple. Why is the time limit like this in a maze? And I just gave up. I didn't bother retrying once I failed. Maybe one day. Honestly, with how spread apart they are, might have been better with Refoe merge. They have a lot of beginner traps. There's definitely a lot of, oh, I thought I was going the right way. I just lost a minute and a half trying to figure out what path was the right path. Thanks. Quest design. Ah, you foolish player for not knowing the layout and arbitrary time boosters. It's really lame, be real with you. It also didn't help that I tried looking up the quests and I could find like literally 0 maps. So I'm like, do I really want to sit here and memorize which ones are all the dead ends? The answer was no. I didn't feel that motivation. Maybe if somebody has already mapped it out, I'll go play it again. Oh no, chat, it's plot. I got told, geez, I'm weird. You blame Twitch chat on that one. Twitch chat made this character. Yeah, that first quest. Steal her claw. It's ours now. We have like 1,000,000 Rika's claws. Maybe we'll get the Nay claw. As I'd like to joke, this is still probably more XP per second than episode 2. Unless you're bringing in Oops All Hell or something. Goodbye, Astark. Oh, photon drop. It's kind of worth it. I just hear all these traps trigger. Oh, I remember when I used Kirik's Scythe. That was so long ago. I was gonna say, in my timeline, I murdered you. I don't know if I've seen the good ending to that quest. I'm like, listen, I just want the Scythe. Be real with you. I had to come in chat. Oh my gosh, I get to use regular Foe. Optimal scenario. Oh, I'm gonna hit with both with Barda. Ooh. Look at that. Intended text on the Foe roll. Yeah. Contemplating if I'm going to bring the Refoe merge instead and just bring Fire Scepter. They are really, really spread out. So I don't really get to benefit from the primary bonus of Refoe. Yeah, so my goal is to play until we maybe get a Cannon Rouge. Then we'll swap it over. I haven't decided what we'll hunt for. If it'll just be generic Red Ring. I mean, I'm not looking for Parasitic Gene Flow, like, in the slightest. If chat is really desperate for one, I'll throw you a pity run towards it. But I think at this point, I have one in my bank unused. I've given away one. Like, I'm not excited for it. I don't play enough Hunter, I think, to justify it. It's kind of like that in Jaya. I'm just not excited for either of those, even though they're both good. Sadly, all my hit Jayas, except for I think one, have come from very hard mode. So I think I have like a 35 hit Jaya I got from very hard mode. That HP material for sure. So again, technically we are killing some Babudas. Rip Tiggy. So we could see the Cannon Rouge on the way to the real quest. I feel like this has to be the end of the quest, because I remember it was like kind of like a long corridor, and then it's like, oh no, the military are here. I remember very vaguely doing this for story a long time ago. It's like, oh no, the squad is here. They block out like the northern passage or something. That's the extent of my PSO lore. Do I know other things? No. I remember because I had to play these to get to the unlocks. So I know I had to have played them at some point because I have everything unlocked. There's one dwarf on. Good to know. Oh, Cannon Rouges? Yeah. I'm gonna say, joke's on you, game. I'm already spamming Gafoe. Oh, I got excited when I heard a rare. Just Lieutenant Gear. Excitement over. Actually, you know what I should do? If I brought my Fire Scepter, I could have been regular foeing single Dwarfon. So that's actually better than Grants, if you have that set up. Take advantage of my healing range to heal 1,000, because that's fair. There we go. There's the military. Darn them, chat. And then there's some kind of talking between like the Black Paper Deals gang or something. I think I need to talk to you actually. Yeah. There we go. Now that I've talked to her, portal's up, and then I gotta watch the cutscene. I love I see the chat moving in the cutscene. Oops. Yeah, so once you talk to the blonde military lady, you have to sit through the cutscene. He's got a bad feeling about it, chat. Anyway, quest over. So one more quest, and then we're gonna try out that other quest to see if it's worth doing. Do I need to report to you first? No. Do I need to talk to you? Yes. Done. Alright, so one more, and then we'll do the real quest. Yeah, so fortunately, if we do get a disconnect when we play, this is like one of the only quest types where players are allowed to re-enter once the quest has started. I'm not sure if it's possible to allow players that were previously in the quest to come back in or not. I feel like that would also open up exploits where people just literally just teleport in to fight falls and leave. For example. There we go. And final quest before we get to see if this 50 is worth it. If it's a really long sprawling quest, it might just be better to do E, but I want to feel which one is better. Potentially we'll complete Red ID if E. Technically you only go up to the surface, which is not as long. Immediately got, oh shit. I remember this. Game, please. Look out, chat. We gotta unlock the triangle. There will be 5 Dwarfons this quest. It has been declared, and thus it will be true. It would be really funny if there was a bug with this quest where you could just like rub against the post or something, clip in, and skip all the alternate areas in the quest earlier. Okay, killed a couple of Abuda. So yeah, we're gonna be teleporting everywhere to like hit a switch, and then that'll deactivate one of the laser gates. The one with the cactus is either the next one or the one after. I don't recall. I know what you're talking about, though. It's got that annoying alleyway of cactus where it's like, oh, we're just gonna put a Dwarfon through it. Isn't that fun? Don't you love dealing with Dwarfon and narrow spaces? Let chat deal with those rappies. I'm nowhere near them. Nothing interesting in those boxes, sadly. Go through the cactus gateway. Okay, this is more promising. Yeah, I think if I could keep leveling my Ramar, he's feeling really, really good now. I think ever since he's been about 1150 ATP, I've been enjoying him in solo play again. But there was a really long period from basically like level 90 to 130-ish where I felt miserable playing him single player. Because he just didn't have like the ATP to stop enemies from like walking up and bullying him, and he didn't have the gear at the time either to survive a hit. So things like Sinnohs just completely shut him down, and it felt really bad. But now it's like he has enough ATP, I don't even necessarily need to buff anymore in order to kill them in a combo, at least in places like Forest or Caves, like Lily, for example. So definitely the character's come a long way. I don't know if I'll feel that way with the Faux New rule in particular, but it's always nice to gradually level a whole handful of characters. I have to think about what ID I want to make next. It might be Sky ID Force. Oh, Cannon Rouge, congratulations. So yeah, it might be Sky ID just for box runs, honestly, and also Dwarf on Surface. Technically, you could also do TTF. Could do Seal J Sword with the character, technically, but I probably won't do that with Force. I'll probably be with my Hugh cast. Let's go, Brave Man. 0 hit. So sad. Tiggy will have to let us know, whoever just got that Cannon Rouge, how good it is later. Rip the satellite lizards. This quest is a little more dense with enemies. Just for 25 machine? Oh, that's disappointing. It could do better, come on. Now that it's frozen, we'll use Barda for more damage versus just Rabarda. There we go. We gotta talk to him and get the laser gate down. I'm gonna mash that dialogue on him. That mashing was real. Oops, I missed the gate though. One layer down, one more to go. And I think we gotta hit a different color switch. This is one of those ones where I just forget where we have to go. Hyrule Temple now. Yeah, we're slowly gathering the pieces of the Triforce. We're taking them away from the gate. Then we will have the ultimate power. We're gonna fight our shadow selves at some point. Rip Sanrapius. Another chance of Cannon Rouge here. Nope. Those boxes early. That is a decent amount of Buddha. I looked at the mini-map and then I realized the mini-map doesn't actually show me where the obstacles are. Buddha, 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 rocking everywhere. Something like that. Rip the lizards. Come on, give one of us a Photon Crystal again. We'd appreciate it. Didn't get the freeze. That's unfortunate. Yeah, one thing that does make the Fonuro a little more sad is I actually think she's pretty strong in single player. I think she's actually the weakest in multiplayer, even though she's got high MST for healing. Just surviving things with her is miserable in multiplayer. Plus also, Ice Resist is so much higher in multiplayer compared to single player, to the point where it actually makes certain enemies not viable to kill. I'm looking at you, Darkbringer, in particular. If chat doesn't know what I'm talking about, if someone looks up the difference between that single player solo only Darkbringer and the multiplayer one, that is the one of the biggest jumps in ice resistance I've ever seen, and it makes it basically unplayable doing like deck only because of that. It's such a miserable experience. I don't know what they were thinking with that number, to be honest with you. Or excuse me, it's Chaosbringer on the normal one. Anyway, we'll read it out just so chat is aware. So normally it is a 30 ice resist in one player. In multi, it has a 90 resist. Why? I ask you that question. I think about that every time I play Phone Rule. I'm like, man, she's so fun in Ruins. And then I think about multiplayer, and then I'm like, never mind. She's no longer fun. Fun was banned that day. And no, if chat is curious, there is not really a compensation. The other elements are also 90 on multi. It's one of those periods where you're like, I think they hated forces. I think they genuinely did not want you to be able to do force damage. When you see stuff like that, you're like, this is why forces have trouble. When the enemy's weakness is like 90, that's a problem. Yeah, where are the counterparts to melee where they you only deal 10% of your damage? Where are those in PSO compared to the BS that's normally there? I don't know, but if you play a party with like 3 forces or 2 forces even in episode 1, it is an absolutely miserable time. Between that and trying to kill the Chaos Sorcerer, holy, like unplayable tech only. Even at high level, it is so miserable. You have to basically bring ATP at some point in multi, even if it's a force ATP or demons, because you're not killing those with just pure tech. In like a miracle world, you kill it with tech. Yeah, its other resistances, so chat is clear, is 100% light resistance, 123 EDK, special resist is 20, 90 to all resists. It is like actually just heinous. That thing is unkillable. And normally with 30 ice resist, that's actually really insanely low, which I find funny. 1 second, chat. I'm looking up the other enemy, Chaos Sorcerer. Yeah, because that's the other big problem one for forces in episode 1, which makes them a bit less viable. And not to say you can't compensate by bringing in like a Galatine or Excalibur. In fact, that's pretty much what you have to do. But it's kind of awkward. Yeah, I think the big problem is that they only have 80% resist in both single and multi. And technically they have 50 light resist versus 68 grants resist in you know, single compared to multi, but you're not going to ever grants Grand Sorcerer. I think that's also a big problem with the forces, is just like they don't have a way to like multi-target grants. And if that was allowed, a lot of their problems would also go away. Like, just think about it, like every time like you're fighting like multiple zoos or you're fighting Girdabulus in groups or sorcerers, there are so many things you could accidentally target that are not the target that you're looking for, and it's out of your control. On top of that, it's a slow spell. And then meanwhile, like Ranger has Pew Pew Laser and just out light damages you completely. Feels really terrible. Like, could you imagine if you could grants like the way Dwarf on a Clear does, where it stacks triple grants even? How much better that spell would be? Like, Fomarl would be so amazing in solo play in certain areas. Just like double grants does like 6k damage. Like, that would be real damage. Or if grants is applied to the whole room, honestly, that's okay. It still wouldn't be OP, but at least it would be something. Instead, we're dealing like 600 damage with grants, and it feels sad. There we go. Triforce completed. Uh-oh, Babudas are here. Yeah, I think they also probably need to adjust the damage formulas a little bit. I wish, for example, Shifta applied to MST. It doesn't like Phantasy Star Zero. This doesn't in this one. Is 9-3 the one with the dark room? Oh, it could be. I know there is a dark room quest, because that's where you have to get Montague to talk to you if you complete it fast enough. Guess we'll find out. Goodbye, these enemies. Also, I was thinking about from like a player or a spell health perspective, What if Grants did demons instead of insta-kill? Slowly scale it up for the percent health it removes. I would love a piercing demon. I don't know about you. I would actually use like that almost all the time. Oh, New World Supremacy. Rip the Astarks. I realized too late there was a dwarf on. Yeah, without the Fire Scepter, I think we're 75 versus 729. Actually, 2 Foes is better than Grant still, even without the right wand. Her inherent bonuses are just that high. Because I can cast 2 Foe by the time Grants goes off. So even though it looks weaker, it comes out faster. But if I think I'm going to get knocked over, I will Grants. Because I'll get the reset faster. Okay, we're almost done with the quest at least. The traps are just trolly. They do feel hateful. The game is like, we could let you easily go and exit the quest, but what if we just put like 2 traps on the bridge? That'll teach them. That's what you get for having fun, idiot. Okay, so talk to both of them, and now we are done with it. So let's see what the real quest is like. Was it worth it is the question. Because one thing that's a little confusing is, like, even though the enemy count might be high, if the quest itself is trash, it doesn't really matter what the enemy count is. That's why it's also kind of hard when you look at some of the quests without seeing the maps. When you see the quest has like more XP than another quest, if that XP requires you to walk like 5 million rooms and every room is optional and they're all spread out, I would rather have that condensed quest with less XP. But it's hard to make that judgment call when you're just looking at the wiki. You're not playing from pure experience. So hopefully over the next couple of years, we'll see people talking about maps and routing and stuff in those. Sadly, a lot of these maps are just not worth running because they're bad. Either too much walking or just bad combos of enemies. Sorry about that. Reality and truth secure the southern crater. Okay, so now if I need to host this in the future, I don't remember if other players need to have access to it. I very rarely do government quests. I know they have special rules to them. I'm assuming since players have played up to this point, they could technically host it on their own if they wanted to, for their own IDs. Lots of Buddha. So feeling like another Rafoi kind of place. Not being rewarded for Kafoi. Definitely not being rewarded for Kafoi. So if we run this again, I'm going to switch to it. Yeah, this is definitely a really heavy Rafoi quest. That was 3 waves back to back that were really far apart. And even if I had been spamming Kafoi, I think the Kafoi would have worn off before any of them were going to strike. I went to Zond. I guess there's an enemy closer behind me than the box. I just kind of 360 turn around, slapped him in the face. So yeah, so this is an example of where I would have loved Psycho Wand. Because I love Rabarda. I love Rafoe. I will probably use Razond. That is definitely the dream one for me at some point. What an awkward early room. Yeah, this is just another example where I can honestly almost get away with simple text the whole way through. Yeah, you can see teams like doing like 350 with Rabarda. I'm doing 415 plus. Like it does just out damage even without any bonuses. Yeah, look at that damage. And if we can get them to line up like that, we'll double hit and do a lot of damage. Just fun in a big circle. Thank you, game. Yeah, Barda's so nice. So even with their enhanced health, they still die pretty quickly. So many random traps. Okay, so far beginning of the quest not great, but if it's like all Babudas at the end, or like if it's a lot of Babudas in the middle, it could still be worth potentially resetting. But right now, we haven't seen like the Babuda army. So I'm hoping this room is just like 20 Babudas. That would be the pipe dream. Is it likely to happen? No. But I would love it if it was. Worst comes to worst, we just do a boss run after this. Still none of the namesake monster. There is allegedly 50. So yeah, if it feels like it's taking too long, so I'm gonna eyeball the time. I'm gonna say we started at least a minute ago, and I'm gonna take a look at the time and when we complete the quest. Because it might not be worth it from the standpoint of it's just too long. Okay, our first chance of Cannon Rouge. There's a little ice spell on him. Was the Babuda back? Oh, I was gonna say. I kind of remember the Babuda spawning really far in the back. Got cooked. So yeah, if this quest doesn't work out, we'll do this one. Yeah, I think... Ooh, I finally leveled. Nice. Ooh, that 1 ATP. Ooh. Look out, chat. I'm getting closer to never wearing Excalibur. Our ATP is such a joke. Like, I understand it had to be low, but like, why that much lower than the other characters? Holy. Just never doing damage, chat. Never qualifying for anything of interest. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, because the way I see it, if we don't benefit from this, we'll just do a massive attack E, red ID, so that way we could do Surface Cannon Rouge, Underground Heaven Striker. So just farm for all Ranger gear. That's just how I view it. For me personally, I think the Cannon Rouge would be easier for me to get, like, in multi versus solo. Luck 1 found Razon 30, interesting. No boxes, I'll take the warp. Just looking if there was. I remember the path to the left was like traps. Remember there was one where it was like, oh, you went that side. You get destroyed. we're back at the start. Love the background clipping in and out of existence. Yeah, I wasn't sure which one this was. Now that I'm playing it, it's okay, but I think with how much walking we have to do here, like we're clocking on almost 4 minutes since I made the initial observation. We have not fought enough, I think, to justify. I think it would be either faster to reset surface, MAE, or just complete the quest and get spare Centurions for PDs and XP. Oh well. At least we have it confirmed on stream whether or not it felt worth it, and the answer is so far no. Like, unless literally all of them are like in the next room, it does not take like more than 10 minutes to clear surface of the other quest. And I feel like we're not remotely close to clearing this quest. Oh well. Disappointing. We can officially blame Sega on that one. It's still weird to me that there's like a dark room in a wide open area. It's that magical darkness, chat. Nothing there. A couple more Babutas here at least. I'll pick one out the window, I think so. Solar eclipses that just happen to toggle on, toggle off when you're done killing the enemies. They're very patient. There's a couple more enemies here, but as I said before, if we were just doing resets, I think the other one would be faster at this point. We haven't seen enough to justify that either. But who knows? Maybe somebody will sit there and time it when we're done with the video. Just to compare minute for minute. I mean, it's a little more promising. We're seeing some Bubutas now, but it's okay. It's Foey in the face. Oh well, if nothing else, this just means I have another character that could potentially do the enemy parts. So in a way, it wasn't totally wasted. It's just another character I could potentially do for enemy stuff. That's all I'm gonna view it as. Now, had it been episode 2 story we tried and it was a waste of time, that would have felt terrible. Why are there 2 warps here? What's the purpose of both of these warps? I'll let chat go that way. What does this one do? It just put me over here. Interesting. Guess chat is fighting optional enemies. I should probably go to them. Yeah, it looked like I found a warp back. Kind of Ryuker on this character. Sure, if you need it later, I got a spare. I did at least find a way to go forward. Goodbye, Babutas. Some of them seem to be this way. Slightly too slow. I gotta remember females don't cast as quickly. I gotta press it sooner. I'm so used to playing male unarmed. I know the exact timing, and it's like, transitioning back can be a little rough sometimes. Hello, Babutas. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna get attacked by Dorfon at some point here. Like, it'll charge us as we go to leave or something. I've seen this room used that way a couple times. Don't know if it's this quest that specifically does it. Okay, this is a better amount of Babudas. I was gonna say, joke's on you, game. I don't care if I get knocked over. I'm half wondering if it's worth me playing Red ID Hugh Casil if chat's going all forces, just so we have ATP. Thinking about it, I don't very often play non-forces at episode 4. Wouldn't be the worst practice for me, because then I could get away with V502 and C's. That way we actually have like a hard lockdown with the group. Chat can handle demons. Might be able to freeze trap some more annoying waves with it. Although I think for the boss itself, I don't think I'm going to bother attacking it. Because I think the only range attack I have that hits multi would be Disca. But that seems like that'd be really awkward on Condryu. Potentially. Too slow on the Gafoe. I'll give it a shot. Because then I can actually use other characters and showcase that they exist, and there's a reason I could potentially use them. It's very rare we have this many forces. I don't think 4 forces will do anything different than 3 forces. It might be more useful if we're trying to kill like zoos or Goron detonators, if I just have a really high ATP. Or have the ability to lock things down with freeze, which I think would be more useful to the forces, especially if they're Gafoe stacking and they just need help keeping the enemy away for a bit. Oh no. Why are you doing this? It was her father. She's evil. There's Kirik just there. Hi, Kirik. Okay. So let's switch it up then. Let's do some boss runs a couple times, because that'll take us through Heaven Strikers, which the chat has requested, as well as Cannon Rouge. I need both. And I figure I can try how it feels to be a hunter in episode 4. So I don't have Twin Blaze, so I can't do some of the strategies that would be useful there. But what I would have is my ATP. Yeah, because if nothing else, if the chat wants levels while still getting good rares, can't really go wrong with episode 4. Just the boss drop from Red ID is not super great. It's either Heavenly or Centurion from what I remember. Green is a little better, especially if you're going pure underground, because it's V101 subbing out one of the things, and you get Galatine instead of Heavenly. So purely underground boss quests are technically better with green, but I think from the standpoint of going for multiple rares, there's nothing really wrong with surface red into underground. So I'm going to host the game as a Hugh Casil. I would recommend the team, if they have forces, stick to them, or if you feel like you don't do enough damage with your force and you have somebody else that's in there, that's also fine. But we'll need at least one force. So let's bring in Crimson, who's about the same level as the other character. She leveled up a couple times purely through box runs, so I'm feeling a little better about her multiplayer viability. And as I said before, I think freeze traps and problem rooms like Goron detonators probably more useful to the team than anything else. I love I have a 50-hit Geist Gunyear. Not that, like... not that I plan on using it for its intended purpose. I just picked it up when it box run, and I needed something to break boxes. Okay. Oh, my bad. My bad. Don't join. A3. I was doing box runs. Oh no, I'm trying to leave the game. I got trolled. I got trolled by my own boxes. Oh no, did that crash the game? RIP. Well, we found a new way to crash PSO. Have someone join while you're leaving. It's actually stuck. Chat, round of applause. Chat, round of applause. We broke it. I don't think I can escape this. I'm just going to hard close the game. Destroyed. Hello, Azul. Hope you're well. I know, that deserves a round of applause. That was just outright done. I was like in the middle of the interim quest, and then I think you forced me to remain in the quest, and you were trying to load in a quest that automatically boots you. So I wouldn't be surprised if you got stuck as well, even after I quit. You can't even force close? I had to right click, close it. It was not responding to anything else. It's too powerful. That's a new one, chat. I can't say I've ever soft locked like that before. Let's do a quick little reset. So yeah, I was doing box runs on A2 and A3. I think it was on A3 just then. So I was trying to feel which one felt better to do. Your computer's on fire now? I hope not. I mean, you could usually just open Task Manager to kill it. Okay, so I'm gonna keep Last Swan because I enjoy the gun. I'm gonna put away my Gunyear because that's just purely for opening boxes. Oh, sorry, chat. I'm starting to feel congested again. That cold, this is like keeps lingering. I don't know what it is. It's very annoying though. Got some Jaya. Yeah, good old Control Alt Delete indeed. Let me just have God Hand. What do I want to bring with me? Red Sword for paralysis? I think. I need a beat stick for certain things. To do a rest. Let's see. 60 hit Seize Raygun. I feel like HellCleave gave that to me. I'm like, there's no way. I'm like, I don't remember picking that up as a normal drop. Let's make sure we have Smart Link if I'm not using it already. I'm not. Okay. B502, get rid of a Centurion, which doesn't impact my abilities. That's good. We're gonna take the Seize Ray Gun, and what do I want for damage is the question. I mean, I could do a Spirit Sword. It just wouldn't do anything there, sadly. Oh. I could troll with the Kunai briefly. I want to see how good that feels. What else do I need? I have Madam's Parasol I picked up recently, but I don't really want a Berserk here. I think it's better for me to just take the Red Sword that I had in here. Maybe Dual Birds for damage. Bring the 70 hit Rainbow Baton just because. Yeah, let's see what feels good at episode 4. As I said before, I don't normally play it in here. So we got things I'm just going to experiment with. And then I have more serious items, so we should be good. If I'm sticking to melee more, I could get rid of Smart Link for those other things. All I need to make sure is I have a big beat stick, which I do with Red Sword. So I could deal with them. That's what your computer was doing. RIP. Yeah, Dual Bird has enhanced range. That'll help me a little bit. I don't necessarily need the charge portion of the damage. Mostly just need range. We'll try this and see how it feels, and if I feel like I do need the damage, I'll switch out. Time to amuse myself with Kunai. How impossible is this to hit with this character? Let's find out together. Not that hard, actually, surprisingly. Can this be special canceled? I do like... That is weirdly not as hard to hit as I thought with Kunai. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I got a little bit of hit percentage on red swords, so I can use it as a backup seize item if I happen to be fighting multiple really annoying targets. Kind of like this. Because now it's just purely down to the seize, because I have over a 90% chance of hitting for the most part, or 160 if they're frozen. And a present, congratulations. Got him. Checkmate. So yeah, I could kind of perform the role of a ranger here, I guess. Huh. You know what? In multiplayer, it's actually hitting a fair amount of times. Maybe I actually did get a good enough kunai to use. Because it's 98% without chat freezing. And it's at a decent distance. Huh. I could do stuff like this to set up for the enemy. Yeah. That was really not that hard to use. So I think I'm going to say, chat, I don't think Kunai really needs a super high hit percentage to be useful. Because with this character, I'm getting away with 15%. Where it's like just enough that the third hit, which triple hits potentially, is consistent. And then in single player, it would just be even easier. So really no downsides at all. Like, the enemy is really dodge heavy. I mean, I have these, of course. Ooh. Also, I just realized I don't have my proper setup for healing. It's a little scary. Yeah, so that'll give chance for chat to demons or do whatever. I think it's better than having multiple forces. I could shut those down. I guess on the all Babuda wave, probably one of the problem waves, I should probably freeze. I could also just cause chaos with Rainbow Baton. Sounds hilariously dumb. I do feel like doing it at some point. Like all these rappies coming up, I'm not gonna freeze those. But maybe if I tell them to just go fight each other, it'd be amusing. Fight to the death. Got him, chat. Yeah, the fact that she has a 163% chance of landing the confuse there is something else. Oh, I couldn't target that one for a second there. That was weird. Yeah, like if I see a wave like this, I could just generically use it for damage or confuse. Just occasionally throw fire traps down for damage versus the lizard. It's better than nothing. should probably grind up the gun a little more. Yeah, here's an example where I just want to pop the freeze traps for the group if I can. It'll make their life really easy. If I focus the Astark down, their Gafoi should kill basically everything else. So I'm learning my role in each wave is going to be interesting. Goodbye, Zoo. You're my target. Uh-oh. Team did not stop the charge. That was awkward. You're paralyzed. Oh, didn't hit fast enough. Huh. How much more damage is this over the gun? Not a huge amount. But I also didn't try grinding either to their max potential. I'll have to check more. Like, obviously the gun on, like, really high evade is gonna be better, but in terms of just, like, raw number of targets I can hit, kind of okay with this. So HellCleave did confirm I got the gun from HellCleave. Yeah, see that? Like, that situation there is something I can't really deal with the handgun, but I could do here. Where I just kind of stun him. It just feels guaranteed, honestly. So if this had rolled 25 hit, then I would be able to double special. But alternatively, for damage, it's still better than the gun. Like, there I got a triple paralysis. So I find it actually slightly more useful on, like, mini groups if I don't have freeze. Huh. Okay, so I got a somewhat useful kunai. Only because this character's ATA is so high. So I would still probably need it to be like 25 plus on most characters. But with her specifically, I don't care. GG. This got dropped. Sadly, no hit percentage, so I don't care. Put another freeze trap down. Maybe we'll get a paralysis with our red sword. Indeed we did. That's also kind of why I like the red sword. It's my, like, B tier beat stick, but then, like, also I legitimately use it for C's. I'm kind of okay with this. And I think I just need to put more grinders in both. Here's an example where I'm going to confuse one side and freeze the other. Build up a Buddha here. I think we're coming up to the Dorphon wave, so we need to figure out where to stand for this. Might be to the far left. Try over here. So we'll do this to make the team a little safer. Ooh, the fireball was used kind of early. This will be interesting. Did a decent amount of damage there. I do have to be careful. I need to change my item setup for the future, because I don't have a quick heal in a way that feels comfortable to me. So I'll just try to... Oh, that kind of worked. Light amount of dual birding into some paralysis helped them from crisscrossing. And since our back was to the wall, they were less likely to do bad stuff to us. Let me go ahead and fix this now, because that's really going to bother me. Should be 1. This should be 3. This should be 2. Should be 4. Yeah. That way, if I panic and spin the stick, I'll cure myself and revive all surrounding teammates. And because the team is spell slinging, I don't really want to do something that will force them to teleport. Oh, fortunate. I meant to adjust between shots. I did not. ESP is still pretty low, so I could paralyze those if I need to. Confuse should buy the chat some time. Get my freeze traps for real threats. I freeze trap up, I think, because no matter what, they're gonna get frozen. One thing I have to kind of think about is if chat is just gonna kill with damage with like a Foe, it's better for me to switch targets like that. It's actually faster. Let's put down another freeze trap. I did one a little too early. And that way chat gets to have a happy fun time of not dealing with all the horrible nonsense. Goodbye, Zoo. Too close. Yeah, that's one thing I also have to get used to. Just actually aiming with non-ranger weapons. Kunai should hit this pretty well. Yeah. Kunai looks real sick on Garderbulu, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the triple paralysis proc is so disgusting. Don't think I'm gonna miss with the Kunai. So I might keep this on this character full time. And again, I want to see if this thing gets any grindability. That's the best I could do. Move in the room and freeze trap everything near the group, and I'll try to paralyze the other ones. Oops, I got knocked over. There we go. Make it safer for the team. Thought I threw a freeze trap. I did not. Now I did. Deal with a couple of these bad enemies. Build a zoo. Oh, limited freeze traps is an interesting thing to deal with. Goron Detonator is going to be the big problem for the team. Let me just kill this. Another Confuse Trap down. Take this opportunity to maybe paralyze them with melee. Where they teleport. We'll fire traps here, I think, just for more DPS. Those Rappies exploded. Yeah, like, see, that Garderbulu just got absolutely hosed by that special. It is so consistent. So I'm glad I finally got a Kunai with it. It does feel worth it. Yeah, look at that. Got it again. The fact that it can multi-hit is what is making it OP. I could just stunlock this thing forever. There's pretty much nothing it could do. So it's nice to have a ranged minor group paralysis. Yeah, like, I just shut them down so hard. So even though it doesn't have high accuracy, this character does. Yeah, just don't care whatever the thing tries to do. I'm not entirely sold on my weapon of choice on the Yowies, but as I said before, it's my backup paralysis weapon, so whatever. Wow, that actually worked on the first throw. Well, I guess I just shut down the whole group. Why not? GG. paralysis is real. Love Last Swan. Let's do some single target DPS. Okay, paralyzed you. Then I'm gonna go kill you with Last Swan. Again, my goal is to just make it as safe as possible. I have a couple of freeze traps. I haven't decided what wave I'm gonna use it on specifically. I could technically retrap. But, you know, at least I'm throwing traps out. Trying to feel my way for when I should use them. Here's a good example of when I should probably use them, unless chat has a lot of stack damage, which actually they seem to have. So that was kind of a waste. And another freeze trap here, actually, buy the chat some time. Got 2 for Goron detonators towards one of the final waves. I'm gonna switch to Kunai. Actually missed the Kunai that time on the Goron detonator. Didn't miss on that Gertavulu though, get wrecked. Yeah, the triple proc on a single target, I think makes up for it not being higher accuracy. And you can see I'm doing like 600 damage potentially already with it. It's not bad. So this is like a completely zeroed stat-wise item. So if it had like a bit of dark, I'm not going to use it mostly for damage, but it does have some interesting damage potential to finish off enemies compared to the handgun. Unfortunate. Some flame traps down, why not? It's free DPS. When else would I use them in episode 4? Yeah, this wave right here I thought about using a freeze trap just so I could shut them both down. So that way chat doesn't have to worry about dodging. I think that'll be my last freeze trap. That way chat has a million times or a billion seconds to go cast that Kapoe. I'll finish off the other ones. We'll put a Confuse Trap down. The worst that happens is if they get unfrozen, I just reparalyze them. Doesn't really matter. The damage from the team overall. Oh, Red Sword. You amuse me. I'm thinking I'll swap out a couple items. I should probably bring a Charge Gun near onto this character. Thinking that'll help me. But I'm having fun with my current weapon set as well. Even if it's not the most optimal. Just to Vivian this thing out of existence. It's so good. It's so consistent on him. The multi-strike is so unfair. It might as well as just say 100% paralysis on Gertavulu. Should be its tagline. I don't think I've missed that yet. Just due to the fact they can triple hit, because it does 1, 1, 3. So unfair. Okay, so this is where the team will have to carry me for a little bit. So either the team will have to group up and do Rabardas in order to fight the boss, and they just heal each other. I'm mostly just gonna stick to Last Swan in the beginning, since I want to target the initial spinner, and I should be the one that waits in the main room, since I can do a million DPS. Ideally, we'll see Condryu here, but it's more likely we'll see Saint Million. So chat is really close together. This could actually be super bad for the group. I'm gonna hold the direction and hope I don't get hit. Ooh, invincibility. There's an orange thing out there. I think I'm just gonna kill it now. Spare chat some time. You're welcome, chat. Go kill it. So that was my contribution to the fight. Team can now... It wasn't the slowest possible one, but... Yeah, so it's initially thunder, but then the part after this should be ice. So if you have Rabarda Merge and Ice Staffs, I recommend you equip those. And as a reminder, if you hug the wall on the right side as you go in, you'll dodge the tornado. Now I'm gonna go stand down here because I'm useless. I'm not kidding. I can't do anything else in this boss fight. My contribution was killing that thing faster and maybe getting a fast kill on the boss here. So I'm here with Tiggy. I'll do some emotes. Cheer for the group. Or cry. My purpose is over. Yeah, it was interesting because I think like if we compare those evades, like I think if I did the same kind of evades in single player, I don't think this character would miss with the 15 kunai. So if I just really wanted to hard lock down like a Dorfon because it's so big, or an Astar because it's also big, or a Gertabulu, it looks good. Or against like small groups of two people. Oh, hello spinners. There we go. See that? I'm gonna make it stronger. Yeah, I'm gonna sneak it in. So technically, chat, if you had Mag Blast, you could have Dolphined to damage the initial wave. In fact, it looks like chat did use it to damage. So good thing I boosted it a bit then. Using a Mag Blast is actually the recommended strat. I got knocked over. So sad. Forget where it spawns over here. Am I too close? A little too close. GG. So I could do that part fast. Yeah, I think me being a cast... Oh, Tiggy! Oh, Tiggy got the wiggle! Yes! Be free, Tiggy! Diggle that hat during the cutscene. Tiggy's free, cannot be bound by normal means. Yeah, sadly I saw a 40-hit Disca, but it's there. That's the real goal of beating the boss. It's not to do it efficiently. It's to make sure you can get the wiggles in the cutscene. Every time you don't get it, you failed. Try again. I sort of went for it, but it's like it was close. So yeah, that was a decent run. I had fun with it. We'll do a couple of these. So again, this should be a mix of Heaven Striker and everything else. So let's talk about why you would do Red ID, I guess for people that don't pay attention to drop charts. So on the surface, the Buddhas, one of the common Buddha enemies, drops Disco Brayman, which we saw earlier. The Buddhas, the ones that are weak to lightning, drop the Cannon Rouge. Dwarfons drop Heavenly Battle, which is good for beginner players, and Dwarfon Declare has Crimson Coat, which is a Foneural staple, to make sure that you're able to wield Red Saber versus Volt Op, but it's not a hugely great drop outside of once you have it, you don't need others. They get Satellite Lizard Photon Crystals. I don't recall if in the quest, if it's better to have one or the other. Below ground, they get Heaven Striker on the yellow Gorons, the ones that you freeze, and the Goron Detonators drop Disca as a Brave Man. If you're a cast, Gertabulus drop Gracia, and otherwise it's either Heavenly Ability or Centurion as a drop from the big bosses. So those are okay. And again, if you're a new player, Heavenly Ability, Centurion Ability is not to be underestimated. Having this small increase of defense, but more importantly capping luck, and also a little bit of ATP is actually fairly strong. It's just not necessarily going to be as good towards the end of your kitted out life, where you might sub it out for purely like a Heavenly Power or something. And running Gertz for limiter, yeah, I think it's worth going for. Sadly, I think if Chris is not here, I'm locked out of my Viridian character, since I promised him I would not level, and there's no way I could do a quest without leveling at this point. Okay, so what do I want to put away to be more efficient? Let's think about this. I will probably keep the Kunai. The Sea Spray Gun had some purpose. Honestly, Dual Bird was okay. I might just put that away. Vivian, I should have used a little more of a player error. Oh, does she not have a charge gun here? Oh no, she does. It's in here. Oh, it's only 30. Oh, no. I have good ones in my bank. No. We gotta fix that immediately. Let's take those out. Yeah, the Kunai multi-hitting is what made it really, really unfair. Or charge Rippo sounds fine. Or fun, I mean. Yeah, charge Siska for her. Yeah, let's keep these permanently on her, because I apparently did not give them to her. Charge Gunyear is probably going to be more useful than Red Sword, to be honest. Okay, so we're going to put away the Centurion ability. We're going to put away the Ripper for now. I'm going to try not to sell that Gunyear, or I'm going to be very sad. We're going to restock. Well, it's not even double the chance. The last hit is triple. So it goes 1-1-3. So I have 3 chances of getting it. It's like actually insane. I did not miss it, I think, once we had it. Just was deleted. So yeah, it's pretty good. I want to see if we can upgrade it at all. It's one of those items that I've always wanted to go for, and we got it finally on Pink ID. With some hit. Does Red Sword double hit Kurtabulu? I think in some positions it can, but usually not. Let's go for some grinders. I actually don't have many in the bank. I have a lot, they're just not on this character. So Kunai, can we upgrade it? No, so Kunai's maxed. What about our Seize Ray Gun? Is it stronger than Kunai? It's still weaker than Kunai. Okay, Charge Gunyear, let's level that up. Okay, that's capped. Red Sword looks a little low. Can it be higher? Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, we can do more damage with the Red Sword. There we go. Red Sword looking a little beefier now, at least. Yeah, so sadly Kunai doesn't get any enhanced damage. It does have a small ATP overall advantage over the ray gun. I'm not sure if the damage roll on it, like the minimum damage, is worth it. A wild HellCleave is here. Welcome, HellCleave. Okay, let's make another game. So sadly, no Heaven Striker from that. Or Cannon Rouges, but we have decent odds. And again, this character getting levels could be huge. She's not anywhere near her caps. Her luck is terrible. I have to re-roll her materials at some point because I messed up on them and I went, whatever. Saldon asking if anybody else is looking to play. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anybody mention anything. Tiggy said they'll be right back. HellCleave said should put the type ME mech guns on her since they have high ATP and like 3 ATP less. I don't think I could disagree with that statement. I should probably just take them out of the share bank. I thought about putting them on the Ramar. So I don't think the Ramar is using Charge Vulcan yet. It's not the right bank. Go into my many things. That feeling, chat, when all you want is dark percentage and it gives you 45 A beast. Give it a shot. It's technically more accurate than Red Sword, so maybe it'll be fine. Okay. The Rocket Seal should use them. Interesting. Maybe. I just want to see how much I can land with this. Okay, we'll do E. Yeah, I agree that they are good guns. I just didn't end up moving them to another character. And I thought about Ramar since he has so much ATA, just more damage is hilarious. But Rockasiel was one of the characters I was originally thinking. I could try it on the Hugasiel though. Oh, I love that the blue of the Glide Divine. It just looks like our screen cracked when it's like pointing up there. Yeah, I think these are the actually good mech guns. So yeah, one eventually will go to Viridia, but honestly, she doesn't use a lot of Charge Vulcan in general. Only because I've been only TTFing with her. If I ever do anything other than TTF with her, I'll do it maybe. We'll just wait for the other player to come back. In the meantime, we'll just shoot our mech guns. I'm happy that I have the red Scorpion with the red ID though. They kind of match color-wise with each other. In general. I don't know what it is when I make casts. I like making the casts look somewhat humanoid. Versus like big bulky monsters. So I chose like the more human face for the character. Minus the antenna thing. There we go. Let's see how hard this is to hit with this character. Not very. Call that the Hugasiel privilege. It's a little stronger than what I was using before. It's a little bit. Honestly, I might have 3 of them. I feel like they're in my share bank, but at the same time, I feel like I actually legitimately have more than what I have currently in the share bank. I want to say one might be on my raw moral already. I mean, that feels guaranteed. I had 114% chance of landing it, and I got triple procs. GG. Yeah, I should have been using Slicer here to speed things up a little bit. Goodbye. A couple fire traps down. Now my red sword swings for more, so it's technically better weapon choice than what I used previously. Although honestly, when they're really spread out like that, I should probably just Vivian. Huh? I'm not in range for that? That felt weird. Thought it was. Rip the enemy. Alright, if they weren't frozen, I was just gonna let them automatically get tagged. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna casually hug the wall. See what I mean there? Like, it failed to hit. If I had used the kunai there, it actually would not have missed. Or it would have been extremely statistically unlikely to have missed. And there I paralyzed both of them while targeting the other one. So that's an example where I think the kunai is actually really strong. Where it hit the first one twice, I believe, and then the other target got one chance at proccing. I'm really liking it so far. I'm sure chat is happy to see the big bads just get totally shut down. I'm too far away to Rainbow Baton this wave. That makes me sad. Yeah, this 70 hit Rainbow Baton, thank you HellCleave, is one of my favorite solo private items. I just don't feel like carrying. We're fighting the chickens, pretty much. Just look at that damage, it's so disgusting. So I'm gonna try to spread the damage a little bit, because team's already doing AoE damage, so I just need to bring them all collectively down and kill the main targets as needed. Vivian. So I can almost kill them in one combo. That way when chat slowly whittles this thing down, I just burst them. Here's an example where I should definitely freeze trap. I'll give it a second to detonate on its own though, just to make sure they're all in range. There we go. Ooh, nice freeze from chat, thank you. Waiting for 80 plus before I make another one myself. Yeah, I was trying to get spare Arista Stones, and just I've had no luck with that, sadly. So that would be my dream as well, to just get the almighty slicer of the heavens. Oh, it almost died before it hit me. That was really close. In my defense, I think that was worth going for. Only off by 200 damage, which is not that much. It's like barely a foe. Oh, it's one of these waves. You got one and sold it? A slicer? I thought you sold the caliber. Striker Arms got 85 at least, but need PGFs. Oh no. Oh, Aristas. Okay, that makes more sense. Uh-oh, is that gonna be our next big hunt? I mean, chat, I'm all for it. I want one of these, and I like playing the hunter here. Yeah, we're gonna use Last Swan to deal with these. Let's use Charge Gun here. So yeah, we could do a Magical Stone in the chat. Or, yeah, Arista Stone, I mean. Next time it's Rare Enemy Week. Just remind me, chat. I will forget if enough time passes. But I'm definitely open to doing those. I don't mind having one extra. Or if a HellCleave really needs that parasitic gene flow, it can help HellCleave out. There's technically one in my bank that sits there completely unloved, with no plans to ever use it. Unless I somehow get a magical 100-hit caliber or something crazy. You think Vivian in the zoo is amusing? I'll freeze this wave and then charge gun your this wave. Gonna need 4? Oof. Someone does not want to swap. Let's use some Kunai here. Oops, I'm too far over. Oh, I almost made it to safety. Yeah, I started running. I almost made it to safety. It was close. Okay, 2 paralyzed. Thank you for the heal. Kind of alternating who's paralyzed, so I'm trying to delay for the chat. Thank you, burst damage from the Kunai, actually. Oh, it's for the striker. Oh, that's fair. I think I killed it with Kunai there. just threw a single one. It was like, pew! Dub Taps has found Heaven Striker with hit of some sort. How much hit? 20 hit? Nice. I was gonna say, I think chat might have that top from earlier. Ooh. My bad. Gotta remember, I can paralyze with melee weapons, but not ranged weapons. Got a lane with 50 hit? Nice. Oh, they interrupted the third hit. That is so sad. That would have been the paralysis. He trades a lot. Makes sense. I think most high-end players end up doing heavy trades. Rip these, though. I'm gonna do a safety freeze for the chat. Oh, never mind. Chat hit it with the Rabardas. Chat on point with Rabarda, apparently. The freeze was like, yeah, I got you. That zoo is deleted. This zoo will be deleted. Goodbye. Let's let them group up a little more. Then we'll do some Rainbow Baton, I think. Nice present. I gotta figure out my menuing a little more, but that's okay. Too high up. There we go. Yeah, Vivian just looks better. Like, in theory, the red sword should have been able to deal with multiples, but in reality, they kind of grouped too far away. Got him. I think it even technically hit the Marissa there for a second, so that was just kind of mean. Oh, Kunai. Ooh, I can't hit them. Heard high and by, something like that. And I'm going to purposely not last hit the other one, because it's faster for me to not do so. Let me freeze the ones that are near the group. Let me stun lock the other Goron detonator, because last swan OP. Oh, that felt really good. Oh, last swan. I don't know why I don't just use you all the time. You're so busted. You do everything I wanted more. Goodbye, Zoo. I was gonna say, don't mind me, chat. Just hitting a delete button real quick. There we go. Speed it up a little bit with Kunai. This should be fine. Get him out of here. Thank you, Gunnier. And I just want to hit each of them a little bit, so that way they died at the Gifoe. Welcome, Nate. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm too close. I gotta learn how to target this with Mech Gun again. Okay, we got Gertabulu. There we go. I didn't even finish the full combo. I got stunned on the first one. You know what? We'll take that. Kill the zoo. Kill this so team can focus on the Gertabulu. Got him again. Checkmate, chat. Too powerful. Yeah, so I think my goal is, just because I have so much focused single target damage, if I can deal with the spinners in the boss room and maybe shut down these enemies, just make chat's life really easy. I could try the Hell Arms or whatever it's called from the monster parts. Been meaning to do that at some point. Actually, I'm just gonna do a lot of damage to this one. Did not mean to miss that target though, that was awkward. Cannot aim today. Stupid fireballs. On the plus side, I got Mag Blast. love that Goron Detonator just can't do anything against Last Swan. It just shoots so fast. Just never even get a turn. It's so sad. It's kind of like the Hunter version of Spread Needle with single target. Luck material dropped and a Disca. Oh, there's a zoo. I was wondering where the other damage source was. There we go. Just... Well, come on, I'm landing the setup one. I'm not even hitting the main one that's supposed to stun him. That's embarrassing. I can always tell when the triple one comes out. The Gertabulu is like, oops, it's no longer my turn. Nope. Goodbye, Gertabulu. Yeah, it's nice that I'm actually getting to play Hunter into episode 4 and having a decent time of it. We still have a lot of freeze traps, so I'm going to try to use a couple here. Don't mind me, just gonna paralyze, stun the whole room. Fire traps down, just because it's free DPS. Anytime I reposition, might get some free damage. Speed up. There we go. Paralyzed and paralyzed. Nice. Goodbye. Thank you, Red Sword. I'm gonna go ahead and say no to this wave. Hello, Diz. Hope you're doing well. It's just so hot. There we go. So I've got a couple of freeze traps left. Yeah, let's just shut down the Goron Detonator. That way team can just focus on the satellite lizards. This poor Gertabulu is getting kunai'd over and over. GG. And again, the fact that it triple hits at the end is also kind of useful, just for minor damage. Look at him. He's trying. Hope you're doing well, Diz. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played this character on stream in episode 4 before. Useless Death Scorpion. Yeah, we're just kind of dunking all over him. Is there anything you're looking to hunt today, potentially, Diz? Let us know. I'm gonna switch into Last Swan. I'm gonna keep my Mag Blast. If I see somebody using it to damage the boss, which again, very valid strategy in the form that if you guys are going in the other Alcov to deal with. Oh, hey, hello, Conjure. So careful here. The weaknesses of the monsters are different here, and that includes the spinner. So just be warned, the spinner will not be what you think it is. But help me if I remember what it is offhand. Could fight the yellow one. I'm gonna go for the orange one here instead. There we go. So it looked like it was initially weak to ice and then weak to fire here, of all things. Yeah, the most I can really do is maybe Rainbow Baton a couple of these just to speed it up a little bit. But anyway, good luck. I'm gonna be camping down there. I'll try to pay attention because my sound for the game is a bit lower, but I'll be paying attention to where the other things are. Actually, speaking of which, let me bump up the game volume just like a really tiny amount, because this game is very loud. Conjure drops Centurion ability. Yeah, let's make it a little louder. Conjure is still weak to ice. The only one weak to lightning at the end is Chamberlain. And that I remember because it feels like it's meant to be speedrun. But the spinners, I'm like, I have no idea. I can't answer you. Anyway, if I see anybody pop Mag Blast, I'll use it. Because it does speed up that phase significantly, just so chat is aware. Oops, somebody else just got Mag Blast. Because otherwise, you're only doing like 600 or so. You can burst it for 5k plus. So just be aware, team. If you have it, I would use it soon. Otherwise, I'll probably just use it to kill the boss on my side. Yeah, just let me know, chat, if you want me to bump the volume again. I kind of forgot. I play solo, so I leave the sound like basically at 0. Oh, is team really not going to use Mag Blast? Oh, there it is. That time I heard it. Nice. I see the Hilda blue head. There we go. Uh-oh, it's a team miss. Rip. Yeah, my recommendation, if you have Dolphin, Dolphin is way easier to land with it. Ooh, it was split unevenly. That is not good. Uh-oh. That's gonna add a lot of time to the boss. Also, by the way, if the boss ever goes underground and you can't reach it with ice, Grants is not a bad way to fix one of the pieces that you missed. Your mag doesn't have Dolphin? Ooh, ew. I feel bad. I would never make a mag without Dolphin, to be honest with you. I view that as like one of the only good ones, along with Twins. So sorry, if you have the Bull or whatever, that's unfortunate. Snake is also just worse than Angel. Hello, spinners. We meet again. Yeah, with Dolphin, it's possible to actually hit it when you're a little past the rock in the main room of the boss chamber. And what that'll end up doing is it will... Oops, where's the target? There's the core. And the boss is dead, but it's got to finish its laser attack. GG. But yeah, it lets you hit at such a distance. It's probably one of the only meta uses of the Photon Blast. Otherwise, it's just Twins all day. Another reason why Rangers are great. You are forced to get that if you raise the bag. The tricky part is just making sure you get Milo. No rare drop for me. Oh, the Wiggles. Chat had the Wiggles. Oh, never mind. I lied. I actually got Centurion. I've leveled. Nice. Oh. Oh, I thought everybody got it. Oh. I was gonna say everybody was going over. I was like, I wasn't sure, honestly. Is that an upgrade for me? No, I took it off earlier. I don't know. That's why I got confused. I was like, I'm like, dang, didn't get it. And then it was like, oh no, it was just like well after. Whatever. So we can do a couple more. We're almost back in even beat if chat would like to mix it up a little bit. But let me know, anybody that's watching, if you want to jump in, just make sure to say something. We'll rotate a little bit. But so far, I'm liking the run. It doesn't have a great boss draw, but I think everything else about it is fine. What do I feel like doing? I think I'm actually going to put my gun Euro away for now. I think Vivian was more useful. Sort our inventory in a moment. Are there any characters that I'm using that are still using Heavenlies? You're done for the day. Well, thank you, Ertamperometer, for joining us. Hopefully you got some interesting items. I'm definitely willing to go for at least another couple hours just for chat. And also let me know, chat, if you want to hop over to a different kind of quest in general. You can tag in for a few runs, let me log in just as it is. Sure. So you could probably do at least one more of these, chat, and then if you want to switch over to maybe some TTF or other things, it's open. Otherwise, I have no issues with this quest, as I said before. It gives me everything that I'm looking for currently, which is better boss drops. Or boss killing weapons, more accurately. Yeah, this character did level, which is nice. Slightly above 400 defense, which matters a little bit. Oh, she has S parts on for accuracy. I was wondering why she was landing it so consistently. You want to do a white runs cookie? Sure, we could do those in a little bit. What are good TTF IDs in your opinion? I mean, the only ones I see people run in general are green, Viridian, white. Not in any particular order. I like Viridian for V101, as I do with green ID. Green ID can get Heavenly Arms and technically Psycho Wand in the same run. LNK is a Viridian drop. Use Ziggy Red. So this will probably be the last game on this character, but I'm willing to switch it up a little. I mean, like, what character were you looking to run it with is more the question you should be asking. You got a pink ID, Fomar. Interesting. Let's get rid of this Tri-Fluid. So yeah, I think with box runs, this character's ATP and ATA got higher. So what was happening before is, before my level ups, I actually couldn't use Dual Bird at all because I didn't have max ATA without Centurion ability. But now that I've leveled with Chad a few times, I don't need to worry about that, which is kind of nice. Yeah, I think White ID, the way I'm kind of viewing it, now that I've played the game a bit longer and have a better understanding, White ID is really great for endgame rares, but they're not necessarily going to get you set up on a brand new character, so you'll need to kind of complement them with like a more beginner-friendly ID if you're looking to just get the items on your own. Like, I think Green and Viridian pair somewhat nicely with White, just because potentially things that you're missing in one are available in the other, like, for example, Excalibur, like Heaven Strikers or things like that. You regret Pink? Pink is solid underground and is okay episode 2, but it's not otherwise used super often. Yeah, you're not going to TTF with Pink for the most part. It's useful for starting forces on your own. Like, if you're playing on your own, there's definitely... It's recommended you get it at some point, because it gives you basically everything you want in one thing. And if you're playing Faux Newman, you could get, like, Mother Guard Plus, for example. Which is useful. Not necessarily for the grants bonus, but sometimes quests don't let you back, like the Fiascos, so sometimes it just frees up a slot. Arapi is so dead. Yeah, I think with just a little bit of ATP from the Slicer, it's kind of just good enough to clear this wave. I think I need to respect the power of the Slicer a little more. So it's definitely been very useful when I've used it, even if it doesn't have charge. Like, I could use the charge Disca if I really wanted to. But honestly, I'm having more fun with Rainbow Baton, even if suboptimal. Just on those occasions where I just whip out the Confuse and buy myself like a million seconds to reposition. I think this is where we stun lock. Yeah, I just don't want them hitting the chat. Their fireballs are really annoying. Let's just kill this guy. Get a couple fire traps. Gotta be careful about the dwarf one that's coming up. Got him. Yeah, so chat's gonna come in if it's clean sweep him. Good job, chat. Yeah, this Kunai feels like actual game changing for this character. So I think my opinion of it has changed. I wasn't sure if the accuracy was good enough at first, but now I'm like, oh, even just 15, it's amazing. Like there, I just got a double paralysis just because. Triple paralysis. Oh, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. It's like a hunter dream. Look at that damage. Goodbye. So yeah, I think I've made myself into a believer of the Kunai. It's always something I wanted to try when it had hit percentage. Even though I literally rolled the minimum hit and upgraded it to 15, even that is usable as is in episode 4 for exactly all of the scenarios that I'd want to use it for. Ooh, why can't I target you? Okay, just be careful, team. I think we're coming up to Dwarfons after this. Out of range. Goodbye. Dodge to the side. He is ultra dead. Nope, no laser for you. Bad. Like a running animation with it. She's got the kunai up like she's just threatening to stab somebody with it at all times instead of just down by her side. Kind of awkward holding it at an angle like that the whole time. And now I get to Rainbow Baton. So now they could just get to destroy each other. GG. Their ATP is too good. Oh, I dropped combo there. Nice level up. Okay, wound the front line a little bit in general. And because I have so many forces, it's good to spread the damage. Just because they'll clean up with Gafoi. Lieutenant Gear. Got excited. Thought it was going to be a Photon Crystal or Photo Drop. That's a present. Okay. Wherever it is. Ooh, chat debuffed him. GG. Yeah, we're gonna put some freeze traps down for chat. Chat earned these freeze traps. Ooh, I did not menu correctly there at all. GG. It's kind of funny. That one Zalor is enough for me to kill in one combo. Oh, Cannon Rouge. Congratulations. I'm looking for those. I got confused where the bird was. Goodbye, Zoo. Paralyzed. Nope. So unfair. Let's see what was in the present. Another photon drop. Just kind of shaking my head, chat. So far, it's just been kind of like they've been received. I don't know if they've been appreciated. Oh, this is still in Trials of Mana. Interesting. Yeah, Viridian is probably one of the more used TTFs, I want to say, just because it could get so many different rares in one shot. It's not as strong as ones that don't go to bosses. Like, it's definitely better to be White ID in a lot of scenarios, but I have a lot of fun with it. Surface Episode 4 with Rare Enemy Week is kind of crazy with them. Delete you. Delete you. Put a freeze trap down. Say no to this nonsense. To say, I'll find the zoo eventually. Goodbye, zoo. You are my priority. Okay, the freeze trap wasn't entirely necessary, but it felt good. Four enemies. Ooh. It wasn't allowed to lower, so I didn't get to shoot it. It's unfortunate, actually, and it's above a lizard now. Worst case scenario. There we go. Managed to snipe it. The freeze trap over here. The freeze trap over here. Vivian time? Dead crowd. Okay, so we're gonna do the group huddle. I got the triple paralysis unintentionally. He's going for the double. But we call that a happy accident, chat. Everybody come over here. Run, run, chat, run. Oh, I got knocked over. Unfortunately there, I got kicked a few times. That hit me out of my special. Please stop lasering me. It's stopping me from using my kunai. Jerks. There we go. I'm just gonna kill him with power attack, because it should do like 1500, yeah. Yeah, that's where I missed Spread Needle. That right there. Okay, so I don't want to use ranged paralysis, but Red Sword is just fine here. Oh, I got knocked down. Oh, that's unfortunate. Interrupted the paralysis swing. There we go. What was I looking to do? Deleted. Deleted. Only with the damage part of my paralysis. That was interesting. Just too strong. Almost killed it instantly. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and put down a freeze trap for the group, and then I'm gonna go ahead and Rainbow Baton. As long as I apply a lot of damage to everything, then Gafoe will do its job. Case in point. Oh, excuse me. I'm feeling a little sad, though. I haven't seen the Heaven Striker or Red Sword for myself yet. So we'll give it one more run, then I might just give up on it. That was quite a few runs back-to-back. Heaven Striker is a bit more rare, but Kangaroo should not honestly be that hard to get during Rare Week. But here we are, chat. I used set up all 3 in one run. Yeah, so we're technically on average with total number of runs. if not slightly above. I definitely don't want to go in first. I don't have Robarda. Oh no, team doesn't know. If you go forward and take like a small step to the left and then hold forward, they'll all dive bomb you because you'll be in the right position. Then you just Robarda. They're like 5Ds and 2. I was gonna say the only real PDs I've been collecting were from presents, which is so sad. Like, they could be so much better, but they're just not. Nice, the double paralysis. Welcome to Kunai only strat there. Nope. Did you really freeze me out of the paralysis? That was so rude. If on keyboard, press Q to walk. Q. Well, Q doesn't do anything for me. Maybe it does something by default. Oh, total event. Oh, that's pretty brutal. I mean, Heaven Striker's allegedly like a 1 in 3,000 or so. So I'm surprised, you know, in like less than 20 runs we're seeing stuff. But we'll get there eventually. Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you're too far, they actually don't dive bomb. It's like a weird paradox. You have to get close enough to encourage them to do it, or else they also dive bomb out of sync, as well as another scenario that can occur. You don't want either of those to happen from that doorway. So by taking the step forward, and then a little bit to the left, you'll force them all to dive bomb. If you go in a straight line, it's possible that only 2 will dive bomb. So that little sidestep also helps slow your ascent forward, if nothing else. Because you kind of go like this. And you'll be in a good position for it. And I do that every time to get the Robarda, so I know it works. So good. Been farming HS for maybe 2 months. I was gonna say, chat got several Heaven Strikers with hit on stream. Clearly, people are doing it wrong. But yeah, PSO RNG is brutal. If it makes you feel better, I think I'm up to 60 TTFs, no red ring with 150 rare week. So that was it's been a pretty dry week. Nice level. Rip my buffs. I seem to not get the red rings super often. I'm gonna not play more episode 2 to keep the streak going, where within 10 games somebody gets it every time. The back-to-back PGFs was pretty bonkers. Ooh, I didn't get to kill the target I wanted. Unfortunate. Okay, that freeze trap went off about when I wanted it to. Nice. Gotta work on the vertical hit with mech guns. It's not a weapon I use super often, so it shows when I go to use it. Just not used to judging the diagonal distance it needs. Delete you. Every time I go to shoot one, they're already dead. Rip Marissa's. Let's Rainbow Baton this, actually. Did that thing where I want to start with power attack, but I was standing over like 5 million terrible items, so I picked them up instead of what I needed to do. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna get rid of that Lieutenant gear so I don't pick it up again. Oh, I didn't even get to the triple part of Kunai. Correct. Oh, I just don't have good shots of chance of hitting him. Okay, I understand. Like, why am I missing him so often? Then I'm like, oh. Mystery solved. Oh, just wanted to stun lock. There we go. Stun locked. Thank you, Last Swan. You're so good at dealing with these enemies. More A-Beast, HellCleave. More A-Beast. PSO RNG demands it. You've not satisfied the RNG criteria to get a good item. You needed more A-Beast. Oh, that's right. Last one has issues with hitting traps. I remember now. Need something else to pop traps. I'll have to use my Seize gun for that. One of the only downsides of this gun, it is super jank when it comes to hitting that. I don't even know if it can. I just feel like it always fails. I'm not sure if there's a setup that's different. But due to that triple bullet, more often than not, it just doesn't hit. Knock them down. We'll red sword into this. This is fine. Hang in there, HellCleave. I got my, like, bajillionth 40 hit club with no special. I think I accidentally didn't use one of my freeze traps. Like, I have one left, and I think this is the last wave I would use stuff on. So, oops. My bad. Or Gerda-Bulu. Chat dunking on Gerda-Bulu as usual. Oh, Photon Crystal, nice. I did feel like we were overdue for one. That's why I got excited earlier. Statistically, if we don't see it for a while, I feel like we should see it. I'm at 100. We'll wait on the boss. So if somebody has Dolphin, just go there with Dolphin. Or Angel. Angel's also fine. Just don't use Snake. Snake does, like, literally, like, negative damage. It's terrible. Aw, no rare boss. That's fine. So I think we'll switch up our run. At least I'm done playing this character for now. I had fun with her. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy we leveled her on stream as well. Orange Spinner. I'll take that. Gives the chat an okay amount of time to reposition and punish. With some thunder damage. Now I play the waiting game. Good luck, chat. Exactly. Goodbye, everybody. So I'll stay over here-ish. Waiting for the boss. Tell my mom I love her. Good luck, chat. So again, I'm going to pay attention to the graphics. You know what? I should probably bump PSO volume up slightly. Hopefully chat does not activate while I'm doing this, or it's gonna feel real awkward. I heard chat get Mag Blast. Yeah, I could tell if it's being used. And I could tell right now it's not. Ooh, they're hit really out of sync. That's not good. Yeah, if chat's gonna use it, they should just, after getting hit, they should just immediately Mag Blast. They shouldn't wait to heal. Or if they're gonna heal, just Trimate into it. Sounds like another person got Mag Blast. Ooh, Dolphin. Yeah, this should do decent damage. I don't think it's going to do 5,000 damage, so we might have to deal with another phase. But it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, actually, I lied. It did more than 5,000 damage, and we went through. Apparently, I underestimated its raw damage. Oh, did I get hit? No, somebody got hit. Just move around, wiggle the stick. Oh, I don't think anybody got hit then. It's unfortunate. We failed the mission. No wiggle hairstyles. Quest clear. I love the explosion that like hit the camera there. It's too intense, chat. Like an ultimate shield to sell. So I actually really like those mech guns on this character. I might leave him on her. Sometimes you just want to delete things. I'll save the other one for a Rocket Seal or one more. In theory, I want one for each of them, but yeah. This was kind of fun. So I got to see this character's potential with V501. So I could leave one on her permanently, to be honest. Because I do like her paralysis. I don't necessarily need the insta-kill. But yeah, that was fun. I'm gonna leave all of her weapons on her for now. Including the Kunai. Actually, don't I have a Kunai with Kunai, but it also has damage? Yeah, I do. So I could put the generic one back in. So technically, if I'm fighting native and machine, I could do bonus damage. Why not? Oh, wait, that also means I shut down things like Baran's instantly. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Wait a minute. Goodbye, solo Barans. I'm deleting you later. Or Barans. I'm just kidding. I don't feel bad for Barans. Screw Barans. It knows what it did. Okay. So we're entering almost even beat. So I think to pass some time for even beat, why don't we do a couple TTFs? And then if chat would like to still do episode 4, we can proceed with it. It does know what it does. Yeah, exactly. I was like, could you imagine if Falls was actually smart and it wanted to just take over the world? All it would have to do is just put in like 12 Barans. It'd be unstoppable. Just make bigger arenas and it's all over. So let me do... I'll play Green ID into it. Yeah, as long as we have a level 20 shifted D-band, we should be fine. Brand's greater than Ball Up, yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody ask to come in, Tiggy. I think Diz is able to join us now, at least. So we have at least one new player in. I'm gonna go back to my Ramar. I want to give him more XP. Plus, this will just help me when I'm doing solo TTF with him anyway. That also means his Kunai ability is gonna be disgusting. So he could probably normal special every enemy right now, as is. It's just not incredibly fast, sadly. New and improved now with Cleo. Nice. Let's go ahead and make an episode 1. We'll call it Ziggy TTF. And then we'll maybe switch back to episode 4 in a bit. Or if chat wants, we need to do probably some V502 runs at some point. So we'll do a couple of these just to warm up. But do let me know, chat. Because I do think that's an important unit for the team to get. Plus, with the event active, we could also get Cole along with Uber Rares. I still think Red Ring is worth going for no matter what, but I'm just opening that option to the chat. Sadly, I did not get an upgrade for the TTF we're about to do. So we'll just have to make do. Well, if it makes chat feel better, I tend to end up with a lot of V101s, so hopefully chat will take some of that V101 statistics and just steal it from me. I believe in you, chat. Steal it from me. Get that V101. Yeah, the difference between Viridian and Green ID is that Green ID we're going to kill the Indie Belra and we're going to kill the second Sorcerer. The reason I do that is just because it's 2 chances to Psycho Wand instead of 1. Obviously, it's a pipe dream if it drops there, but come on, chat. It would be very funny if it did happen. I think we'd all agree. The Green ID second Sorcerer dropping something would be hilarious. Instead of LNK, it drops a potential Holy Ray with high hit from Worm Boss, which potentially is good. But again, it has to roll high hit, so it gives hunters like the Humar and the Hunaural a very sniper ranged, decently high ATP Cs alternative. Would be funny if it scored another super rare. I mean, crazier things have happened on stream, so we'll see. The one of fun of Psycho Wand, we're going to double up by doing a slightly less efficient route. So that also means, chat, we don't need to worry about running past the Indie Belras, since that gives Heavenly Arms on Green ID. If you see any purple Gorons, I think you could kill them for Spread Needle, but I don't think they really pop up in this quest, sadly. Chaos Springer does give an item, I think, for Green ID, but I don't think it's relevant. It might be like Monkey King Bar. I don't really care what it is. Whatever it is it's not something I need. That's all I know. It is either Bringer's Arm or Monkey King Bar, and I don't want either. If it drops, it drops. Is kind of like my sentiment towards it. Yeah, Viridian just goes start to finish. They'll stop for the... Oh, we'll also stop for the Sinnohs, like for Viridian ID. Heard a rare drop and I got excited. I'm like, oh, is it a photon drop? Is it a present? It was a Justy. Yeah, so who knows? If you get Holy Ray with, like, I don't know, like 35 hit unchecked, that would be super powerful. Should have used Excalibur there. That was a mistake. I forgot. Can't do the single player strat there. Since we have a force, we could use telepipes. I'm actually just gonna go in the other room and get a kill while I'm waiting. Why not? More XP. Good. I'll do one more shot into this room. And let's use Ryuker. See, chat already got a drop from me doing that random kill. So I'll let team telefight me back. Nice. Yeah, I figure it's an event. I might as well as get extra kills while I'm waiting. Like, what's the downside? Oh no, we might not get S rank. Whatever. I'm just gonna roll more present odds in the quest. Oh, Diz walk back? I'm surprised he didn't teleport. Rip. Okay, all of us got mag invincibility. We don't need to learn how to play the game. So Ticky's probably gonna burn HP just to giant sword this boss into oblivion. Oh, is it only 25 per laser? Oh, that's actually that is much lower requirements than I thought. Thank you for informing me, HellCleave. I thought it was like 10 above at most. That's why I was saying 35 earlier. But wow, very interesting if that's how it matches. Sadly though, rip. There we go. Thank you, chat, for fact checking me. I did not mean to do that. Fact check, I was menuing and I pressed the wrong button. I deserve that laser. Base 70. See, the thing is, I don't know the base ATA of the other items, so I don't know if that helps me necessarily. I don't think I normally stare at it, because I normally have them when they have like 30 or like weird amounts of hit, or sometimes 50 with shotguns, but I don't have like a lot of snipers I use, for example. Lasers 50, interesting. So yeah, it would have to be about 25, according to that math. Say goodbye to that silly Sinnoh. Just realized I don't think any of us are casts. That's okay though. Hello Adraeus, hope you're doing well. We're doing a TTF before we warm up to other quests. We might go back to episode 2 if chat needs some V502s or Uber chances. And then at some point, or maybe even after this, since we're looking to pass some time, we could do a couple cookies for Tiggy. Is that a Grants 26? Oh, it is. I think I'll take that actually. Yeah, no. It's definitely good to compare against the common 50 hit for sure. So that is the baseline. I assume when you were making that comparison, you were doing 50 hit. Rib. That awkward moment where I went to mech gun, but I killed the enemy beyond. Okay, so chat hits the other one. I'm gonna free up the passage to the boss. Time to spread needle. Oh, actually, probably shouldn't have healed, but that's okay. Tiggy's going in. We have to be near the very end of the soundtrack. This sounds like final boss music. Don't Gazan, that throws me off. That actually really messed me up. So if you have like Excalibur, that's fine, but I don't recommend you do it unarmed. Yeah, because that caused me to shoot, but it didn't stun the screen, so I dropped the lock. So like the strategy normally for that is if Excalibur is being held and you have V801, then you can fast cast Stunlock. And if you have it, it's good. But if you unequip, you're basically doing no damage to the boss since it only looks at your ATP. So when I looked, it looked like you were doing it unarmed, which is why I got confused. Bonked. But Fomar with Excalibur is pretty nice with it, especially as they get more base ATP. Since I'm player 1, I just kind of default into it, but yeah, technically whoever hosts usually stunlocks. Not saying other people can't do it, it's just way easier for player 1. Oops, let's weave through here. Only on that boss, otherwise it's MST. The boss behind the monitors takes ATP damage only, which is why people hold the Excalibur or a Galatine. I don't know why I went this way, to be honest. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because we have to kill Indy Belra at some point. Yeah, I mean, as long as this thing dies eventually, I don't think it matters. I mean, I guess somebody still has to come up here because we aren't doing all the wave clears. At least I'm not planning to go to Chaos Bringer. Unless chat really wants that Monkey King bar. I personally don't. Oop, got stuck on the enemy. So again, just focus on killing these enemies, and then right in the middle, once we're done killing the Indy Belrose, the Sorcerer, so everybody could just face the middle and be prepared to delete that poor Sorcerer from existence. Come here, right in the middle. Where are you at? Oh, you're so done. Yeah, you're done. Okay, now we leave. That was the Cycle 1 ambush. We're like, give us Cycle 1. We demand it. Oh well, no Cycle 1 from that. Yeah, that was a brutality. Chat wanted that Cycle 1 bad. Yeah, we're trying to take his wand. He got ganged up on you. It was just because he just spawns by himself, and the others are basically, we were basically just like, witness me. We just mug him right in public. No mercy. We let the others tell the tale of the sorcerer that got mugged. We're like, tell the others. That's what's coming to him. They're gonna suffer some really unfortunate accidents. Oh, I love Heaven Striker so much. You were down the wrong alleyway, pretty much. The mugging is real. Oh, I meant to ask, is anybody listening in on the chat or even in the current party? Do you need to join a team? I always forget to check when we're in lobby, because I'm usually just like instantly in the game. Because otherwise we can add you to the guild. That way you could see people that are potentially in our Discord a little easier. Get through there. Yeah, I'm hoping for a really strong LNK, but I'll take a slightly better Yashminikov as a backup. Oh, dead. Used up all your good luck for the monk. It's not how that works. I believe in you, Adraeus. You'll get like a 90 hit arms for no reason. PSO only gives you stuff when you least expect it. If you're expecting it, it's gonna leave disappointed. Cool. I get an opportunity to try in multiplayer. Alright, so I'm gonna go this way. I was not the target. Yeah, that's the downside of that method. I was not the target. I could tell because that's not a normal path. If I go backwards from here, is that safe? Almost. Yeah, if I can't tell who the target is, it's not, I don't think it's worth dodging then. You'll know you're the target if you see like little gaps on the side, but I saw nothing but dots around me, so I'm not sure who the primary was there. Okay, so we're gonna go towards the middle, even if I don't do a lot of damage here, because that way I could dodge this way and ignore more damage. So see how I just dodged all those spells by going this way? That's the stuff I need to be doing consistently. I have pretty good odds of being hit here, but I'm gonna go to the side. Yeah. Unfortunately, everybody was on one side. There's just kind of... There's not much you could do when that happens. No, that's not good. That actually... 1, that stopped me from healing. 2, that took away my actual PB. 3, that messed up my timing. Oh, wait. We got it. We got it. Okay, we got it. That time it was targeting me. As I said before, there's usually a gap to the upper right. It's like if you hold, like almost literally in between both of them, and you move right as the laser goes up, you will get into that gap consistently. So I was lucky I still managed to get it despite the pause, because I thought for sure that would mess me up. Because I didn't hold forward before the pause. At least I don't think I did. But maybe I did, because I did dodge it. This boss is so dead. GG. Yeah, I have... If we're talking about luck, or at least the odds of the item dropping, I have received 1 V801 out of literally tens of thousands of zoos killed. Don't know how to survive the one wave with freeze. Welcome, Ephinea. Hopefully you're doing well. GG. That was a pretty fast clear. Still like 1440 something. I think we could do one more. Yeah, so there's a very specific strategy you could do to dodge the spells. So I'll go over it a little more. Itchy level 7, oof. I was gonna say it could drop anti level 7, but it's not going to cure those toxic drops from falls. It's like, hey cast, you beat me. This is what you deserve, Trap Vision. Like, got him. Falls his last laugh. Oh man, so I got a good level grants. So we'll make one more TTF at least. It's always good to say you went for the red ring, because I think basically everybody here would benefit from it. So I don't have a problem with doing a lot of these, but I do want to make sure Tiggy's cookie gets used at some point today. Not a whole ton of runs. We might save it for XP week. So definitely look for that, Tiggy. Once we transition on Sunday, a lot of your runs I think will come up if you're around Sunday. Let's do one more at least. And let's talk about dodging falls. So as I said before, I'm learning where to go for the most part by just repeatedly grinding it out with this character. So the way his falls works is in single player, you're the target, so it's really easy to understand. Where you stand when it's preparing to fire the spell is where it's going to shoot it. So if you are in the middle and you go hard left or hard right, you will dodge it. You need to be somewhat up on the arena because the shot will ricochet off the wall like a little bit of a V, or like it's more like a check mark. It'll do like a check mark attack. So if you are too far away from the arena, it's better to go forward and left than it is to go pure left or right. Because otherwise, if you're at the far end of the arena when that happens, you're going to get double hit and probably die. Otherwise, like, the trick is, the problem is I need to see who it is targeting. Not really. You could just go off of the odds. So if there's 3 people on the left and you're one of them, go hard left. Or go hard right, I mean. Go opposite of where all the people are, and it should be fine. Or if you want to reduce the damage, hug the wall as much as possible. Because if you're, like, a little to the left or a little to the right of her arm, so that way you're on the outside of her body, at most, she's going to hit you once. She will not rapid hit you with those abilities. So that's the, I don't feel like guessing, I'm just going to reduce damage. Yeah, so like if everybody's lined up, then it's really easy to dodge. It's when it gets a little desynced that the difficulty comes into play. Also, no buffs, rip. So yeah, and the other the one that makes it trickier though is the laser one. So what I would recommend is if people just go diagonal of each other player, like don't go in the cardinals, go diagonal of other players, you are going to be more likely to dodge it than if you had just stood there. It doesn't go full arena. And on top of that, as I said before, in the diagonals, there's gaps. So like if I was looking at the group in front of me, I would go like diagonal right to dodge it, to try to get out of the range of the boss. Because I would say statistically, it's more likely to target somebody that's grouped together than it is otherwise. Tiggy draining HP. Oh, I missed the mind material rip. Yeah, that's the only one where I can't tell who it's targeting, but for the most part, like, I don't have really great resists, and as long as you just know the strategy of just hug the arena wall, like, as much as possible, you're gonna stop yourself from getting double tapped. So yeah, my visual cue to you without looking at the arena is Falls' arms will go out to the side. If you're on the outside of those arms, but against the arena, you're going to at most take 1 hit. And then you just have to dodge the spinners, which is not as bad. And again, if you're on that far side when the boss goes up, you either stay there, or you try to go hard the other direction. If you go straight left, for example, if you're on the far right, you will also dodge it. And get like maybe 3 pot shots on the boss pretty consistently. But again, some of it's a bit unfortunate because you just have to kind of pay attention and a little bit of guesswork. I'm not sure, other than when the attack is about to come out, you can tell where it's going to target. And by that time, if you're not already moving, it's too late. So those attacks I don't think have good cues for multiplayer, which is a bit unfortunate. I'll let chat go to the next room. I think I'm actually just going to straight up kill this slime, because why not? I'm just going on a casual killing spree, don't mind me. As long as chat goes to the next room, I'm just gonna clean these up. One thing I don't recall offhand is if Green ID dragons drop anything of interest. But since I'm here, I might as well as. Dragons sometimes have something interesting. Sometimes. It could be stuff like Kasami bracers, for example. I didn't get anything, so it doesn't matter. So by the time the chat is like cleaned up with this room, which it looks like they are, God Arm. Yeah. Good for beginner players. I might as well as farm them. Look at me shooting while on Ryuker for efficiency. All of the telepipes. Oh, I got invincibility, thank you. I don't feel like learning where to stand on this boss. I'm gonna be real with you. I want to be able to double cannon rouge it just to speed up some shots later. Careful, Diz, you don't have invincibility. Yep. Ooh, no Holy Ray. A shame. Stop, he has a family? Well, if we kill them too, that's more XP. Ooh. Robot got a little too close to that wall there. Goodbye, Sinnoh Red. I'm just gonna say, I think I'm gonna be forced to die, mate, but team healed me. Thank you, team. So yeah, you can see, like, with the current team, the run that I did at the very beginning of the stream, pretty much on par with solo. Just gives you an idea how efficient Ramar has been. And that's with bad boss weapons. You know what, since we're waiting anyway, I might as well kill a couple of these. Increase the present chance. Ripped is. Yeah, like my resists are not really great, but like even when I get hit by the boss, I only get hit for like 300-ish. Mostly just because I just avoid the double hits. I mean, obviously like Grants will do like 1,000,000, but the other spells, as long as you just don't get double hit, it's not that bad. Fortunately, when you have low HP, that also means that Rifoi knocks you down every time versus multi-hit. The only real deadly one is Cure Freeze. But honestly, also at the same time in multiplayer, I don't think Cure Freeze helps you survive the Frost one. Like, the thing that's going to kill you is not necessarily the fact that you're frozen. It's still going to multi-hit you. So it's more of a position issue still. So if you just don't get in a position where you get multi-hit, then it doesn't matter if you're frozen or not. Do I go back for that material? I panic shot. I wasn't sure if it would die in time, and it actually didn't. Back to Spread Needle. Maybe one day they'll fix this cutscene to make sense. Like, look at this. So it swoops in front of me, it goes behind the force, and then I hold up and right, which is not where the boss was, and that's where the boss is. It took me forever to figure out like why this boss confused me. I was like, but I don't understand where it is. And I'm like, oh, just the cutscene's a lie. Thanks, Sega. You play tested that one. You did it. All right. Goodbye, Vol. Oh no. Tiggy just got healed. That's actually unfortunate. Unless Tiggy wasn't gonna dark flow that. So just so the team is aware, when Tiggy has the big sword, Tiggy needs to be low on HP. Or else the damage doesn't work. So if you see people talking about DF users, they're talking about dark flow with that weapon specifically. I always get scared about healing Tiggy too. When I see the sword, I'm like, Tiggy, you're on your own. I don't know when to heal you. I'm not using rest the whole time. Normally it's not an issue. Yeah, I know it happens, but just so people that happen to watch this later were wondering what was happening. Oh, that was a deletion. I'm gonna do fast strats, but I'm gonna use that to get to the sorcerer room. So I go slightly to the right, then I juke left, so I can always get by them. Or juke to the left is more accurate. Then the sorcerer should still be there. Indeed it is. So I can help the team with that a little bit. Promethean saying basically if you see big sword, always heal them. Oh, he didn't actually rotate. That was awkward. I thought he was gonna rotate. He didn't. I misread the AI. I'm used to seeing them just derp in place. I'm surprised he just actually turned for once. the plot twist, the AI actually did something correct. You got me, PSO. I didn't see that one coming. Come on, Heavenly Arms. Now we're all gonna gang up, take his lunch money. Come on. Come on, Sorcerer. Okay. Yeah, and at this point, it's okay to heal the other players. Most people do not want to immediately dark flow into the garbage spinners, but you never know. Some people are just like, I'm gonna believe. Yeah, and I think realizing that this was a set pattern, I think has helped my gameplay with this significantly. So if I stay now around here, I know one of the ones in front of me is about to become targetable. Just give it a second. It's gonna make me move, yep. So it's not random. It just their movement in the way they moved based off of the players is semi-random. But like they have a predictable behavior. So it's not too bad to get through this without getting hit. Mostly just involves you having a Heaven Striker and either pew pew lasering because it's even beat, or just doing regular shots. I don't have a pew pew laser mag in this character. So yeah, that way we could say we went for rares. We did some events, but I think we should probably go for a few more events before we conclude tonight. But as just a reminder, I'm still going to be playing for at least another hour, so we have time for other runs. Also, oh my gosh, we didn't kill the spinners. Oh my gosh, I almost died. I was not ready for that. I was like, wait a minute. Holy, they gave me mag invincibility, but that could have been really bad. I'm lucky I had enough HP to survive because I was not tracking that. Alright, so I'm gonna dodge hard left because nobody's left. And that'll get through that. Then I move back to the center. Okay. I'm gonna go backwards and see what happens. Come on, that was a sick dodge. Come on, that was sick. Checkmate, chat. Nice try, Falls. Didn't hit me with laser and I punished Falls for it. Maybe backwards is better than diagonal forward. Tiggy looking at the Promethean comment. But yeah, I mean, like, I was the only one that dodged the hit there. So maybe I do just walk straight backwards. I mean, I don't necessarily want to do that all the time because it might put me out of range of an attack to punish. But it's good to know that I potentially could do that. What happened to like 4K of that boss's health? Did it get dark flowed? Like I blinked, it was like 4.9K, 96. It's like, wait, where were the numbers in between? We're counting with dark flow, chat. Definitely dark flowed. It's like, just oof, oof to the boss. That was a deletion. Wow, that was sub 14, and we mugged the Chaos Sorcerer and the Indie Belra. That was disgustingly fast, chat. Given how much extra we did in that run, that was gross. The mugging is real. Send pictures to Sea Sorcerer to his family for ransom. Something like that, chat. Should probably restock moons, just in case. You know what, chat? That went so well. Let's do one more. And then I think what we'll do is, before it gets too late, let's do a couple of Tiggy's White ID runs. Now that we've built up some experience from doing TTF. So one last TTF. Do a couple of White IDs for Tiggy. We'll say 2. Unless the runs go really quick, then maybe 3. And then maybe we'll end with a couple of DD2s or something. Good luck on runs, everybody. Gonna wind down a couple blue Holy Ray resets and head to bed. Thank you for sticking around, Vane. Hopefully you do get some rest. I need some rest eventually. But fortunately, I have most of tomorrow to sleep in if I need to. So one last TTF of the night. And the rest will be helping Tiggy with cookies. Crashing the game when Tiggy joins. Rip. See what I mean? Like... Okay, one of them was a fake crash, but this was a real crash. And we definitely hard crashed when I went to go leave the other one. Rip. Because that was like 20 plus seconds, so I just got held hostage, and I just had to force close. Guess I could put away some of these. I'll leave the materials in my inventory so I can actually pick them up, but I really don't need this one I made. So even if I get capped on space, I could just put them in. We almost made a black hole in that crash. Yeah, it was certainly something else. Let's put that grants away. It's like almost the right level grants. 26 is pretty good. I wonder if that's the highest it can roll in mines. Don't usually see grants at that level. I normally see it like 21 to 22 in mines. I was kind of surprised to pick it up there. I'd be less surprised if it was the boss room, but I'm pretty sure it was just randomly there. PC was gasping for air. Oof. There we go. I was just thinking ahead for Tiggy's White Cookie, what character I should bring in. I probably need to be a damage carry. I think Tiggy was offering to host as the Force, and Tiggy with the full screen heal was pretty powerful. So I'm probably gonna go Rawcast. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Plus, I love yellow ID so much on Endless, so my character being more level for that later. That's my own gift. Gift to myself, I mean. Box is out of here. Star Amplifier, interesting. Portalos. Yeah, Tiggy. If you have any cookies on Sunday and you're around Sunday, we will probably just burn all of our cookie runs on XP week, because it's not like we have other bonuses we really miss out on. It's technically better XP to use the cookie at that time. But yeah, we'll humor you with a couple at least tonight, because I'm sure you have quite a few left over. I think possibly on Sunday I might rush a character from 1 to 80 with all the cookies, and then we'll use the cookies pretty much the rest of Sunday as well, unless we do as I said before, regular events, but we'll see. I do like the disastrous quests. You have 11 left, that's quite a bit. Might have to space some of those out a little. The music burped at me. What was that? Oh, it went to Radiant Historia? You know what? I have a good soundtrack I've not listened to on stream before. I think I've listened to maybe a song or two on stream before, but never the full soundtrack to my recollection. I might as well as check to see if there's a rare lily and kill it. Mirror slime. Rip the team, apparently. Let's just improve our odds of getting a present there. Okay, as long as somebody's clearing the next room, it should be fine. Oh, I got knocked down on the last attack. Unfortunate. Let chat deal with the other enemies. For that rare sound effect, I got excited for a second, then I was like, oh. Excitement, enthusiasm gone. There we go. Oh, who's dropping all these texts? Yoink? Like, I'm giving those to new players. Let's go. I'm like, wait a minute. Those are relevant levels. Well, thank you for sticking around, Promethean. Hopefully the event treats you well if you play more. And get some rest. Yeah, 15s are for like the hunters, the males usually, or the ranger male. And 20s are for the female hunter ranger. So I'm definitely gonna hold on to those. Eventually I'll cap and I won't need more because I'll have enough for the whole team. Ooh, maybe it's better to juke slightly right and then go left like I did there if there's multiple people without a trap. Freeze them real quick for the team. Start getting Humar materials. Oh no, you're playing Humar? I'm gonna say good luck to that. But what I will say is that it definitely helps to collect those. I probably have most of the 15s with techs, so I can help you a little bit there. As I said before, if I see them, I will try to pick them up, because more often than not, somebody is making a ranger or is making a Rama or something, and both of those need level 15 techs. So there's no real downside to it. Actually, since I'm waiting for this to clear. Present check. Come on, Sinnoh Red, fall down for me. Kinda worked. Yeah, I think I gave away quite a bit of mine materials off stream. So I think I've technically done what I wanted to do. I usually prefer to do those kinds of things at the end of the event, but somebody did need it, so I gave away, I think, 80 mine materials. I still have enough for 4 if I want to make them. But, I think it was more useful if that player had some bonuses to get them started. Rip Barans. How did that not kill? Okay, so let's bully these remaining enemies. Wei Chat has a very easy, clear line to the door. Let's move forward so I don't get lasered. There we go. Yeah, just figure if we end up making ults at some point early in the XP week, I would be able to, if they were in ultimate, then level them on their own while the XP bonus is still good. So I figure it wouldn't be the worst time ever in the event, and then we could do regular events together. I think the last week of the event itself, it's going to be a lot more focused on the event quests themselves. I've done some of them off stream. In fact, Tiki was with me for a few of the DD2s. Because I do have a lot of fun with them, but it's like, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Nice. So yeah, if people are sticking around for at least another hour, then we should be good for Tiki's runs and maybe a DD2 or two. Probably gonna make the other 2 fundamental ideas I've left, but they'll probably level through MU3. That's fair. Because at some point, whenever we go to do the power level, there's slots for 3 people to get the cookie power level. And that XP will be broken, dumb amounts of XP. I freeze, Tiki just winds back the arms, delete. Poor enemy. It tried, I guess. Whatever you have left will be Hucasts of all different IDs. Ooh, interesting. An army of HellCasts. Or HellCleaves. I got knocked over, but that's fine. I was in a mostly favorable position to escape. Ouch. I've lined up unintentionally with somebody. Oh, Heavenly Arms. Oh well. That would have been nice to free up a slot. Okay, no Psycho Wand. GG. Ooh, time to dodge. I'm just gonna heal myself since I'm here. Oh, at some point, Tiki will need shift to 30 as an FYI. Yeah, there you go. Meanwhile, Tiki's like, I will go to 1 HP. Yeah, there you go, Tiki. Drain that HP. I have 14 seconds of invincibility, so as I said before, my pattern is very boring. I walk backwards, line up with this row, get the triple. Or fail because I'm bad at positioning and don't get the triple right away. That's fine. I guess it happens. Okay, so I'm gonna circle around upwards because one of these two should be targetable. Oh, or not. I didn't pay attention to the movements apparently. Last time it was one of those two. Oh well. Go in between. Miss the blind shot. It's fine. Let's heal. Get the kill. I read chat at the worst time. Let me read chat after we're done with Spinner Face. Next peak week rolls around, I'd like top get my force off the ground if normal runs happens. Oh, you'd like to get your force off the ground? Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Are you around Sunday, Adraeus? If so, what time? I'm trying to figure out when we're gonna do the cookie run for XP. Chat will have to make my character. That is the rule. I'm not allowed to design my own characters anymore, unless it's a share bank character or whatever. Ooh, I think I go diagonal. Well, see how this works. Yeah, that worked. I'm not feeling confident about my angle in this one, but the boss is dead, so whatever. Are you free Sunday, Adraeus? And if so, what time? Because we'll do it as a group event. I will stream Sunday. I'm free in the morning, and I can do an evening one, I think. Lots of downtime. Okay. So we have Adraeus securing a slot. If there's anybody else that needs an ult. Falls decided to slap you full screen. Falls had enough for your tomfoolery. You know what? I'm going to cast my Gafoe. Oh. There we go. Look at that, chat. I did force damage as a Ramar. Oh, look at me, chat. Oh, look at that Gafoe doing no damage. Let's go. Oh, there we go. I took some Gafoe stacks there. Oh, I'm so dead. Do I have escape doll? I do. Okay. I don't care. GG. Just kill me. Kill false. Kill false. Kill false. Grants false. Or Foe. Foe is also fun. There we go. I'll be fine. I keep escape dolls on hand just because I know I'm going to be doing a lot of falls runs. I just was trying to remember if I used the last one testing something out. So I still managed to dodge the laser, but I wasn't in a great position for it. So like diagonals do seem to work relative to the group, but making sure I could do damage afterwards is something that is kind of a work in progress. So at least there, I showed in multiplayer. I got hit by like basically 0 of those lasers. And as I said before, I don't think it's a fluke. Since I'm moving in a very specific direction. It's more of a fluke that walking backwards dodged the other ones. That wasn't intentional. But diagonals seem to get out of the pattern. I guess the best way to think of it is that a lot of the lasers kind of look like the number 5 on a dice. So if you end up going diagonal enough, you will either happen to weave in between the dots of the 5, or you'll go beyond the pattern since it likes to go more left and right of you than it does above you. Although if you move too early, as I said before, the game will try to punish you. I've noticed it will lock onto you more easily. But if I wait, like what I was doing there, for it to start firing, I seem to dodge it pretty much. Well, multiplayer, it's a lot of the time, but in single player, it's like somewhere between 60 to 80%. And I'm just looking to make it more consistent to identify what parts of my movement made it successful, and then when it did fail, what did I do wrong? And again, most of it I think has to do with greed. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the answer is walk diagonal. Or go straight backwards from where you were. Yeah, you need to move like where False is initially cast, but also you can't just hold certain directions down because the lasers will line up with it. So it depends on the pattern. And if you move too early, the boss will punish you, as I said before. Because I've seen it before where I move the entire time, and then when I'm still moving, it's like a dense 6 to 7 laser punish pattern is right on me versus like spread shots. So I don't know if that manipulates the RNG or if it's one pattern that just gets positioned and the pattern is consistent. I kind of wish the lasers showed up as like dots on the minimap, because I think that would help me visualize which of the scenarios we're observing there. Okay, so sadly no red ring on stream for anybody, but we tried. No holy rays either, that's unfortunate. We're Psycho Wands, but let's have Tiki make a game. I'm gonna switch into another character. It's gonna be White ID Ruins. Let's see. So let's pen in 2 cookie runs for now. Seldong needs to get some rest, no problems. If there's anybody that'd like to hop in for some uber rares, now is the time. Spin in circles for a little bit. But hopefully you had a good time. Start tuning in to play almost every night. We don't play every day, but hopefully you enjoy when we come in on usually Wednesdays or Fridays and Sundays. Okay. Let's join Tiki's game. I'm unsure if there's other people that want to hop in for the chance. Let's see. I need these. HellCleave is offering to fill a slot. Thank you, HellCleave. I know I won a lot of traps. That's all I know. There's going to be an annoying amount of Chaos Springers and Indie Belros. Sometimes Sorcerers. So I'm like, I want to shut down the Chaos Springers outright. I don't want to think about it. I'm like, brain off time. HellCleave is thinking Rocket Seal. Yeah, I don't know if we explicitly need the Ramar for anything. I mean, it helps to, like, deal with Indie Belra, but we're going to be doing a lot of, like, the annoying, like, 6 Chaos Springers, or, like, Sorcerer plus, like, 6 stupid, Swinging Sharks. So I think Freeze Trap, I think I weigh slightly more than DPS. Personally. Oh, this Yashmenikov does have dark percent, huh? Interesting. I thought this was a 15 with, I knew it had machine. I didn't realize this had dark. Sadly, no Twin Blaze on here. I think for the most part, there's only one wave I can think of where Twin Blaze would really super help. Otherwise, most of them are just kind of clumped together. Just a freeze trap will wreck them. It's only like the last one where it's like, yeah, that'd probably help. But otherwise, like if we're on opposite ends of the room, I think between me and HellCleave, we should be able to freeze trap everything. With Tiggy in the middle providing healing, and then Diz can shoot wherever just to DPS and just hopefully nail down the sharks or whatever is annoying us the most at the time, like an Indie Belra or Sorcerer. Oh, this character is actually pretty close to the leveling. I just noticed 136,000. I mean, I'm getting up there. I'm at 1303 ATP. I think their cap we looked at last time was either like 1345 or something like that, or 42 or something. Okay. I think I forgot V5 on him. Okay, that's fine. I could freeze trap, but our damage is so good. I don't think I'm gonna bother on the sorcerer. So we're gonna have a couple of like 5 on the dice formations centered around Tiggy. And then we'll occasionally get stuff on the side, and that's where I'm worried. So I'm gonna go more towards the bottom here. There's a Darkbringer that's kind of closer to HellCleave, and HellCleave can deal with that. I'm gonna deal with the Indie Rose on the side. Can't hit that claw. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm gonna just freeze that to give myself some time. This should also work. Yeah, still have plenty of freezes. I know there's gonna be at least 4 solid waves of Chaos Bringers, so I'm gonna make sure for all of them that pop up. I either paralyze the group and save a freeze trap, or just do what I need to here. Here's an example where I'm just gonna freeze trap. I'm not messing around with him. Like, no thanks, chat. I don't feel like learning what this character does when you give him space. I don't think so. Oops, I think we double freeze trap there. That was my bad, I should have said that. Oh, time to Yashminikov the guy in the corner. Get wrecked, fool. Yeah, that extra dark percent is just getting me over the edge there, I think. 35% is kind of nice. Here's an example. I'm just going to immediately freeze trap. And chat can kind of clean up the others. Goodbye, both Darkbringers. And I'm going to retreat. Thank you, freeze trap. Ooh, they were kind of on opposite sides there. I'm going to try to freeze them there. That kind of worked. That is a lot of enemies.
Wide open!
Thank you, Valkigun, for the follow. Hopefully you're doing well, and if you're playing PSO, hopefully you get some good drops while the event is up. Chat, I'm so bad at promoting stuff. I realized I forgot the exclamation mark commands again. Like, we have the exclamation mark PSO or exclamation mark PSO guides that link either to the server itself, our Discord, the Discord for the server, or YouTube playlist for the guides. One day chat will remember. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like this is a freeze trap wave. There's enough here, I didn't really want to bother with it. There we go. Yeah, this is another freeze trap wave for sure. I think I was trap buddies with HellCleave there. We both saw that and went, like, don't want any of that. Triple Chaos Bringer. I guess here wouldn't be too bad for Twin Blaze. I was thinking about this. Does the rare drop right work on box drops as well, or enemy drops? Enemy drops only. Nice try, Darkbringer. You can spawn slow in the middle all you want, but if I'm waiting for you, you're going to die all the same. I think this is freeze trap worthy. I'm gonna make sure, as I said before, Force is not getting bullied by all those enemies. It would be really bad for us. Oh, well, that wave was begging to be freeze trap. I mean, come on, they're all in like one cluster. So we gotta be a little careful here. I'm gonna pop a freeze on the Darkbringer. Honestly, I should probably be using Charge Arm. Let me switch back to it so I got better range. Okay, we're nearing one of the final waves. I think because there are so many targets, I'm gonna freeze trap just to make sure we have time to kill the sorcerers. So I think we're almost done. We got like a couple of sorcerers left into like a quintuple, if I remember correctly. I'm so close to leveling, but I don't think I'm gonna level before the quest ends. Well, I guess we'll see. So me going a little trap crazy is also fine. I'm not gonna lie, there were so many dots on the minimap, I couldn't find where they were for a second. Okay. So I did remember they were at the top of the map, so that's good. This is not the wave I'm talking about for the final wave. Good level up. Well, in this case, I don't need to hold back. Just always be freeze trapping. Well, there's a big wave that just got denied. Look at that DPS. Get out of here, fools. Let them come towards me a little bit before shooting the trap. Yeah, this is the wave. This is the way where I can see Twin Blaze being really useful. I guess the other one where it was like the triangle formation, that would have also been pretty good. GG. I still junk the Meteor Cudgel. So hopefully everybody is doing well. Go ahead and get the defense material. Star Atomizer. I think I picked up junk just then. Trap vision. Stupid trap vision. Okay, there's like okay, I was gonna say there's one mine material in this wall of items that I want to pick up. Everything else I don't really need to sell. Make money other ways. I don't feel like going back and forth between the shop. But what we will do to save ourselves a trip is I'm gonna telepipe here. Drop that resist flame I picked up by accident. Most of my healing's pretty good. Tiggy keeps me alive, so I don't need to worry about it too much. And again, now this character's slightly stronger for yellow endless with the team. I mean, above 1300 ATP, pretty good defense. Yeah, kind of decked out with Centurion ability, arms, and power. How much do I need in arms before I cap? 211 versus 224. Okay, so I got a lot of levels to go. Makes sense, given my loadout. It's definitely going to feel really good when this character eventually switches over to Red Ring, as well as my Hue cast. Oops. I forgot to talk to the guy. I always forget it for some reason. So we'll talk to him, get our money. So if you want to do one more Tiggy, I think we can. And then I'm not sure, Adraeus, did you want to hop in at some point? Because we still have a bit of time for runs. Just watching tonight? Okay, I wanted to verify. Just looking at the games that are made. Finger hovering the join party. Luck 2 Electros found red ring. Nice. There we go. And just asking the question one last time, are there any other people that we're looking to join in on runs in general tonight? We don't have to necessarily run the run that we're doing right this moment, but we do want to make sure we give people the opportunity to join in. Come on, Gold, says Tiggy. Yeah, I think it's just not worth using freeze traps on this. We just do too much damage there. If we were like a weaker team, I would have considered it. But nah, we have so many charge arms. It's gotta believe in the DPS. That I will freeze though. Anything that directly threatens the force, I think I need to shut down as fast as possible. Yeah, like these waves, I'm not gonna freeze trap. I'm in a good fire trap just because, but rip Bolt Claw. The Bolt Claw was going through like a pinball machine there, making like 90-degree turns, just bouncing everywhere. I think I might actually just confuse trap this if they even live long enough to do anything. And I kind of doubt. Damage is just so high. Okay, that is worth freeze trapping. I don't want to mess with Darkbringers. Still not worth it. Just multiple people going full screen blasting. I feel like if I move on the outside of the Belra, I'm pretty much not ever likely to line up with somebody. So this is why I just beeline for the side of the room there. Just because it doesn't matter what other people are doing. We're gonna put down a freeze trap there for the team. I think that was a good call. He took TP. That's annoying. That's okay. Guess that was a little greedy for the saving a freeze trap, but that's fine. Goodbye, enemies. Frog's theme. It's an annoying amount of enemy. Oh, freeze trap, please. Oh, thank you. Just want to make sure that sorcerer didn't hit me with anything. That would have been pretty bad. So I'm saving up a lot of freeze traps here, but I think in a little bit I'm going to start using them a bit more. I should have stuck to Yashminikov, but since I mismenued, I might as well as just Frozen Shooter. I was gonna say, apparently it was not aligned with them. That was awkward. Mech gun fail. Again, we're gonna protect Tiggy a little bit. And remember, there should be a wave coming above us. We're gonna start looking over there once we're done with some of the sorcerers. Put down a freeze trap, buy some time. Oh, the other one was too far away. Unfortunate. That is not how I wanted to target, but that's how we ended up targeting. Oops. That was not a freeze trap that I shot. I realized when I pressed the input, that's why I said oops. I'm like, wait a minute. That didn't feel right. My bad. Pulling another sorcerer. You get there. Still have a lot of freeze traps. I'm gonna try to burn some here. I mean, if the Darkbringer wave at the end goes wrong, I want at least 2. Yeah, like, this is a good wave to freeze trap. These poor enemies. It's just a massacre. Let's see, that should deal with 2 of them. I got shot full screen. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna interrupt his charge just by attacking, and GG. See, I could have been slightly more aggressive with freeze traps, but I think that worked out. Mine material, let's see. Sorry, atomizers, take another scape doll. Flame Disca can get out of my party. So yeah, team, I'm thinking we can either do potentially a Christmas fiasco, or if you want to do the DD quest, I'll leave it up to the team. But I do want to do at least one more event quest to go into the spirit of the event itself. Whether you want that to be green ID, red ID, whatever. I'm flexible with it. Put away some of the scape dolls that we just picked up. Realistically, I only need 1 at any time, but we'll leave 2 for now. And I'm kind of thinking of giving this Yashmenikov to the other character, since I'm doing so many runs with falls. I think I should. I'm not missing my shots in single player very often, but I think that dark percent actually matters. Because there's a couple times where I'm only missing killing falls by like 100. It's still even B. Okay, now let's do some, do you want to do some Christmas Fiasco 4? The only question is, what ID do you want? Diz is gonna get something to eat. Well, thank you, Diz. Valkigun says good night, limiter is a myth. Oh, I think it might just be me and you, Tiggy. Unless HellCleave wants to hop in for a CF4. Let's see. Don't need any of these. Is the question. HellCleave will hop in for CF4. Cool, cool. Well, when in doubt, let's see if it's that ID. Is it worth me? Bulu. Can we deal with Gerda Bulu at the end? That's the only thing I'm thinking about. I'm thinking potentially green or red ID for the team, because I imagine the team wants either Heaven Strikers and or Cannon Rouges. So I'm thinking one of the 2 would be useful. I can host as needed. We did a pink ID in the beginning, but if we do want to go for limiter as well, I don't really care. But I think either way, that's going to involve me swapping. Let me take a look. Christmas Fiasco 4. What is the count of the enemies here? That is a lot of Gertabulu. Okay. I forgot how much that is. I looked at that again and I'm like, oh yeah, that is a lot of Gertabulu. Yeah, I'm not looking for a Syncesta, so I'm not going to worry about that. So... Sorry, I'm feeling indecisive myself. Green ID, red ID, green ID, red ID. I guess I'll be... Just chat, do you need me to be a... Actually, better question. Do you need me to be a cast or a force? And then that will pick the ID, I think. Because I know which one I would prefer. Oh, Valkigun went through what I went through a year or so ago, where I got literally nothing in 15 plus Christmas Fiasco 4s. So sad. That limiter drop rate is brutal. Okay. Since I don't see team suggesting what they want, we'll do it in honor of Valkigun. We'll do one more pink ID. Then we'll switch to maybe a green ID for it. I do want a V801 at some point. And I think I would lean slightly more towards red ID after that over green. Well, or we could just do one of each, I guess, if people are sticking around. You don't have to overthink it necessarily. Spring and pink. With the even beat timer going. Yeah, I like Christmas Fiasco 4, but it is very long. We'll see what we get out of it. Ziggy CF4. King, normal difficulty, go. Game is up. Probably want... Oh, so many scapegoat. So many scapegoat. I probably want a V801 while I'm in the surface, just to improve my damage. And then if my Gafo emerges in there, I'd like to take that over my red ring. What are these with us? 801, and that's all I need. Oh, you're looking to hop in, Valkigun. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were looking to join us. It's password is king, all lowercase. You're more than welcome to join. There's the Gafo emerge. That way, at least I could do some pew-pew damage. Nice. Ooh, 2 people at exactly the same level. It's always nice to see. So yeah, I'll support. Oh, and you're a force as well. That might change who I play after this. Very interesting. Let's proceed. Hello, Valkigun. Oh yeah, that reminds me of Valkigun. If you need to have a team to join for things like Pod, you're more than welcome to join the Twitch streams team. Go get some buffs for the team. Good luck. Yeah, so I'm gonna just try to buff my Gafoi damage to be a little more useful, but I'll probably switch to Slicer half of the way through the run. gonna say somebody did not touch the panel. There we go. Oh, I just remembered. I don't want to Gafoe initially. Oh, that could mess it up. My bad. As soon as I did that, I was like, oh, I don't want to do that because of the Dwarf one. The one after that, I do want to do, not the first one, unless I have Twin Blaze. My bad. Let's make that up with some big grants damage. Goodbye. Okay, we got the Zoo Dive Bomb. Yeah, this is the one that I want to Gafoe. Yeah, that's exactly it. Cure the team. Is that a Resta of an interesting level? I don't think so. Yeah, I usually just grants these. I don't care. Just get out of here. Yeah, the pew pew laser is strong. Went in a slightly different place than I was expecting, but that's fine. Guess the rock keeps you mostly safe. Buy that Dwarf on. Some debuffs. Although honestly, if both people are pew pew lasering, I just need to gel in. Okay, I wasn't sure if my Gafoe would stop his charge. It looked like it did. So I know once we see the Oops All Zoos, I'm going to move over to the side for the safety. Okay, Oops All Zoos. Time for everybody to do our favorite little hidey spot behind the rock. First Tri-Fluid used. Oh, that scared me. There we go. Nicely done. I'm gonna bait them into meleeing by getting closer to them. Ooh, looks like I got a spare Tri-Fluid, so I think I'm gonna drop one for our other Force friend here. Tri-Fluid. Do you want to leave that Tri-Fluid behind and pick that one up? Yeah, it's very rare I get 2 Tri-Fluids in one room, but it's nice to see. I need about 1.5-ish. Also, I'm surprisingly close to leveling. I might have to put that into my calculations for TP. 34,000 is not that much. So it's very likely I can skip something. I'm gonna get close just to grants the Dwarf on. It should die on that, yeah. I'm gonna say, on the plus side, my grants is decently strong. Ooh, a present draw. I'll have to pick that up. That takes priority over positioning. We must attain the present. What is in the present? An ad slot? I'll say at least it's different. I got something other than a photon drop this time. Ooh, I might have paused the Dwarf attack slightly too early. I did stop Gafoing for a while, but I think that was me from my last Gafoe. Because I was moving at the time that they spawned, but might have cast one too many. I'll take the blame. Let's nerf these guys, revive the team. Yeah, like these rooms are the ones... Twin Blaze. I just keep thinking about Twin Blaze. I'm gonna try not to Gafoe for a little bit. Oops All Zoos. I'm going to come hide over here. Yeah, my grant should help pick a couple of these off. Ooh, the Bardo was slightly too slow. Oh, that wasn't in range. Oops. Ooh, that lingering of Foe. Actually, it was too early. That wasn't for me, though. Fortunately, the Paralyzed shut that down pretty well. Okay, let's improve damage. Stack the Bowies. Clock Tower Joe asking me, what are my thoughts on mac and cheese? Unexpected question. I like mac and cheese. Not necessarily the ones you get from, like, the boxes, but, like, if you actually make your own, it's pretty good. Get more control over the different kinds of cheese you could put into it. Oh no, I got stun locked. That really sucked. I could not do anything. Darn you, HP. You've betrayed me. I was in the no knockdown, constantly being hit stun loop. It was unfortunate. So we're gonna take a little cover behind the rock. That way that doesn't happen again. And then we should be good. Because this will stop the Astarks from leaping. It's gonna stop the Dwarf ones from charging. Still might get swung at by the Astarks. But hope you're doing well, Clock Tower Joe. I tried a variant of like normal mac and cheese that had a bit of what's it called? Honey Dijon. I was very surprised. I'm not usually a big mustard person, but I actually liked it. Grizzly Grove asking what anguish are you guys running here? No anguish today. Surprisingly. I thought about it for the cookie runs when we're doing it with Tiggy. Hopefully you're doing well, Grizzly Grove. Yeah, I like to reserve Anguish for definitely cookie runs. Usually we do it on Anguish because that XP is broken. Box runs. You'll probably see me do box runs. You'll just see the suspicious all gibberish Anguish 2, Anguish 3 on episode 2. That's probably me doing a box run while trying to get XP. And having the sad hope that maybe one day Twin Blades will drop for me as I play those IDs. Or I'll get something interesting from the Doloms, like a Yunchang or something. One day, chat. Giant Rock. Better than Dorfon. Nice level up. But otherwise, just some CF4 to kind of conclude the night. We'll do a couple of these, don't get me wrong. We're not quite at the end of the stream, but in terms of planned quests, that's about it. I think we got to showcase a little bit of movement to dodge falls. It's not quite perfect yet, so I'm not willing to say like, oh, this is the strategy to dodge the lasers, to no longer care about it. Actually, kind of the way the lasers are appearing here does remind me of the falls pattern a little bit. So yeah, we're working on it to try to optimize it for more damage. Oh, that Astark is too far away. Debuff you. Walk back to my safety spot. I'm like, I'm not going in front of that rock. No thanks. So chat should be mostly safe behind this. Thank you, Safety Rock. You're the best. I'm glad you're here. I don't know if that was your intended purpose when the designers put you there, but that's your new purpose now. We'll just eat a handful of dye fluids and move on. Ooh, check in the photon drops. Congrats. Could get escape doll here, but I'm pretty sure I have like 7. Yeah, I got a lot, so I don't think I'm too worried about that. Yeah, I think Anguish has been a fun way to either add challenge to like way too boring runs, or it's actually been somewhat meta to do in terms of just like, if all you're looking for is XP, it's undeniably better. Just running the same quest on Anguish 1 if you can handle it, it's just better XP wise. Not always true for every quest, but for a lot of the quests that are already very enemy dense and don't necessarily have a lot of things that require paralysis to lock down. It's been incredibly powerful. I mean, we saw the cookie quest. We pushed it up like another 120-ish XP a second by putting it all the way to Anguish 2. So it is proven as on the stream that it gave us more. Oh, congratulations, HellCleave. Hey, limiter's not a lie. You did it, HellCleave. There's the Gafoi stacking. I put on Gafoi merge specifically for this situation. Gonna believe in the Gafoi here. Now I don't need to worry about accidentally interrupting a Dwarf charge. Just fought 6 flames to unlock. Oh no. What's your preferred box run seabed? I think at the moment, because I went Twin Blaze, it is Sky ID. Alternatively, it's red. Those are the only two that I run. So I'll do that as my Hue Seal, because that's just the ID that happens to be red, or I'll do it on Hue Cast. Congrats on the level up. Yeah, what I'll end up doing for the Morphos, specifically on Sky ID, is that once I'm done collecting the items, I go through the warp and kill those 4 Dolems that block it to kill that Morphos at the end of the hallway. Sometimes I'll go to the next hallway if I'm feeling generous, but I do want to try to get that extra Morphos when I'm there. Sometimes it lets me go back if I do forget an item. So I just remember I'll be going back to that room regardless, so it doesn't matter. GG to the Gertabulu. My Grants is so strong. Goodbye. Another Tri-Fluid dropped. Interesting. But yeah, definitely if you have any questions or if you want to join in or any other comments, I love talking to chat. So if you have anything you want to talk about, that is fine. Let's get rid of this Trimate though. I definitely don't need that. Pick a couple of dye fluids. Yeah, that should be good. Let's rebuff HellCleave. There we go. Yeah, Pew Pew laser damage is not affected by shifted D-Ban, but I figured because we're getting attacked, maybe D-Ban would help HellCleave, maybe. With Pew Pew lasers, they don't really care about what their status is most of the time. They should generally be full screen and away from danger. As long as I'm buffed, I'm going to be the one that's face tanking, because I probably have the most defense in the party, even in general. I also could put on my... Instead of Cure Freeze, let's do Cure Shock, actually. Because I can wiggle out of Cure Freeze. Cure Shock would just annoy me. It does leave me a little more vulnerable to the Marissas, but in a way, they just kind of help me Gafoi reset, so I'm not really that worried, to be honest. My base HP is pretty good. A Ripper with 40 hit and no special is sad. I thought about getting that 29 Rabarda, but I have like 12 of those. I don't think I need any more. I got bullied briefly. Back to Gafoi spam. That damage. Yeah, as long as I just gel in them a little, then they're a bit more tolerable. Then we just go back to Grant spam. Or if we don't have actually somebody using demons, I should probably use Slicer. I'm also used to playing with like a million people using demon. I'm like, wait a minute. I gotta do the responsible thing and bring demons. Whoops. Let's be more responsible in the future waves. So much demon stacking right now. Or not demon, Gafoi stacking. Yeah, I think for the most part, you know, I'm starting to get a lot of my characters into a state where I'm happy with them in solo. So even if I don't have like the best possible set of equipment for every single one of the characters that I have, they're like good enough. Can I go for the glitch here? I can, okay. I wasn't sure, I wasn't sure if his arms would make it go in or out of range, but apparently it does. Not impact me, I mean. Oh, so many escape dogs. Gotta drop one. Okay, so let's go back to Gaboe spam. Yeah, for the most part, I'm going to contribute more by just generally weakening every enemy rather than single targeting. We have so many lasers, and even forces themselves are not really single target specialists. So I would rather stack as much Gafoe as possible, especially with Gafoe merge on and Magical Piece. That way we just kind of nuke them down. Found a present, congratulations. I'm gonna choose to believe in the team damage, and I chose not to dodge. I just kept casting Gafoe. The sign of faith. Oh, there's a get laser. Never mind. Faith gone. Faith shattered. I'm gonna start Gafoeing again. Yeah, nice try, Marissa. The Gafoe stack is real between two forces. Leap up in the air. Goodbye. Idiot. And again, the general philosophy is if I find that a wave is probably annoying to kill with Gafoe, most of the time it means the enemy afterwards is Gafoeable. So I'll recognize someone else in the chat will kill the enemy, and I will just start stacking Gafoe preemptively. Save us some time. Let's do... Okay, so legit Slicer didn't land, but Cheese Slicer lands. Makes sense. That accuracy is really broken. So just showcasing the power of doing the SN glitch, where special normal is just so much more accurate than anything else you could do. It's kind of insane. Goodbye, Gertabulu's health. So as long as I keep doing that, the Gertabulu should go down pretty quickly. So I'll do the responsible thing and actually use my demons. Okay, I'm gonna take advantage of the ceiling circle though. Save myself some money. I do have Mag Blast, in case people want to use it. Fortunately, I'm not using Red Ring at the moment, so I can actually build meter. Oh. Well, that could be really strong. If everybody comes in the same room, I guess we could just use it. Because the worst thing that happens is we build up our Mag Blast again. So that way, if people happen to hit 100 another time, it's another invincibility trigger. Which is how I view it. Ultra defense is also somewhat good. But we need everybody in the same room. So I'm going to use twins, so everybody else can figure out what they're going to use. So sounds like we get... Okay, so now I'm going to say using twins. To let them know that I'm about to pop it. Nice. Yeah, the Rangers potentially having the high ATP alternative is always good. Nice. Oh, you found a D-Band 30? Nice. Okay. Yeah, HellCleave just noticed before me, but I did also notice. I think it was a 29 and a 28. Yeah, if you need all 30s, Valkigun, if you don't find it by the end of the stream, let me know. Because I have, I think, a set of 30s. So I want to make sure anybody that happens to play along enjoys the maximum power. So having like Gel in 30 does make a big difference, for example. HellCleave also has some. Well, then I will leave it up to... I'll leave it up to... I don't carry them on this character, though, sadly. They're on the techie character, who's just there to give text to people. It's like Secret Santa, but only text. And she gave away Zissa before 80 mine material earlier. Yeah, I play too many forces to just leave it on one force. Or to leave it across all forces, I mean. So I do put it on that one force in the share bank. No, not share bank, in their character bank, I mean. Can't talk today. I'm gonna assume that's being tired, but that's fine. The only thing I need to know is that Stack of Foe is OP. Thank you, Parameter. Thank you again for the runs. Hopefully you got something out of it. If nothing else, XP, good times, presents, coal. Hopefully something that will help you with the rest of the event. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and just delete you real quick. Just don't mind me. Delete. Nasty damage. There's a rest to level 30. Probably pick that up. Wherever it is. It's here somewhere. Geez, did I go like over every box but the right one? That's brutal. Hey, where is it? What the heck? Confused. Unless somebody dropped it in the next area or something weird. Oh, there it is. Rest in peace, Escape Doll. I have too many of you. My ability to replenish you is not within question. Anyway, time to stack more Gafoli as we keep an eye on the items that drop. Gafoli level 29. Let me know if you need it, Valkigun. I can just go pick it up somewhere. It dropped, I think, right in front of me. Goodbye, these enemies. Yeah, I tend to get a lot of text because I've been doing CF4. A little bit off stream. Not as much as DD2 off stream, actually. I did quite a few with Tiggy earlier. And a few on my own. Because I was playing at weird hours. So I was like, I'm bored. I just need to get group with people. I don't care who I group with in Block 1. I venture into like the forbidden other places. I leave my habitat of Block 2. When I just feel like doing runs that I definitely do not want to do solo. Yeah, I was saying before that this is kind of the quest to do for limiters. There's so many Gertabulu, and honestly, all the underground rares, including the zoos, which are shared between above and below ground, are just really fantastic potential drops. I'm more hoping for V801, honestly, but if we happen to fight a Pazuzu and get another Kunai, I mean, I'm not going to say no to that. But I expect a lot of our future cookie runs are going to be Desert Underground, probably pink. But we can slip in a couple of greens for HellCleave. Or V101s plus Heaven Strikers. So I'm thinking for the remaining cookies that go to HellCleave, they might be all underground green ID for Heaven Striker, just for HellCleave. And then meanwhile, anybody joining in will get like 7 billion experience. Wow, that Demons is, Slicer Fanatic is so good against Gertabulu. Holy, that did like 14,000 by itself. It was disgusting. Then it was just Grants and Pew Pew Laser for the final touches. So if nothing else, I feel pretty confident about Slicer with this character. So even if my spell damage is very subpar compared to like a more dedicated Phonuman, at least I have like the best possible spell boost I could give her. Outside of maybe her armor. Instead of 13, I could probably wear Ignition Cloak. Like that's about it in terms of optimizing it further. And to be fair, I've been trying really hard, both on stream and off stream, to get that Ignition Cloak. It will not drop for me. Rare Enemy Week off stream, helping new players level, did not yield me anything, sadly. There may be a handful of Photon Crystals, which is still good, but it's not Ignition Cloak with 4 slots good on a force that needs it. Alright, so I know we're coming up to a wave I don't really want to get bothered by with the Gertabulu. So I'm gonna go back here. Hopefully he doesn't target me. Okay, he didn't. That's what I was hoping for. And goodbye. So I killed him in 3 attacks and 1 spell, solo. So if nothing else, the Fomarl is really good at deleting Gertabulu. Like, that is her, like, only goal in life sometimes, I swear. Okay, so when I know it's Oops All Goron Detonator, I'm probably gonna hide again. Although, if our team has a lot of Arrest Needle, or not Arrest Needle, Spread Needle, I mean, technically they could have Arrest Needle, then I don't need to hide as much, but it is risky. I mean, I guess I could try to brave it out. I have like a million Scape Dolls, I guess. But I gotta be ready to land the demons, like, near instantly. I'm not doing too bad on the time, honestly. I don't mind doing another pink. I think team wanted another limiter anyway. But we'll do at least one more in green, and that'll be for HellCleave. Because I, for one, definitely want a limiter, because I'm missing one. I think everybody else is good. I put one of them almost low. Goodbye. Oh, God. That demons was prockin', chat. Goodbye. Nice try. Yeah. I basically want 1 per character, and if I level the Hugh New World a bit more, I will free up 1. So I have 1 for basically every force at the moment, but if I make another force, I'll need 2 and not just 1. Since there are times I don't need its accuracy, but I just need the TP cost down. When we're doing quests like this, not burning like a million TP is super vital. Yeah, I think that went pretty well. So let's do another one. Oh, I missed the power material. Whoops. Sloppy. Let's put away the ad slot, because that's just burning us a space in my inventory. We have 5 safety scape dolls. I think I'll be okay. Put away the rest. I didn't go back for the Rafoi. Do I need my red ring on me at the moment? I don't think I do. Might just put it in the bank so I could hold more. I think having Gafoi merge is more important. I'll leave Glide Divine on in case something weird happens. Good safety debuff. Like if the Dorphons just go bonkers or we run out of beat. So we still have 34 beats left. So we should do at least 1 more pew pew. Looks like team overall has gained an okay amount of XP. Time to collect the coal. Make sure not to leave without getting that coal. And then I think when we're completely done with the runs, I'm going to spend all my coal and see what presents we get, since I think I'm at like almost 120 after this. Yeah, I'll be at 111, I think. So I would need to do 2 more. Nice. Let's do another one. Ziggy. Good enough. Listen, it started as a typo, and I just went with it. What is today's forecast? I see I got 1% rare. Hunters, humans, males. Okay. Well, I'm neither of those. That sucks. Don't think I want to play Humar for that bonus. All I have is just the 1% from that human bonus. Oh well. No one use music disc, please. I was gonna say, we got the dance music going on in Chrono Trigger at the moment. You need to remember, don't Gafoi this wave. The instinct to Gafoi is so intense. Like, oh, it's like one of the only waves I can't do it, or it'll mess it up. Stupid wave. There we go. See, I was barely in the right position. I almost got hit by that. Because I was trying to delay it, because I want them to charge. Exactly how it charged there. So that's, when you do it right, that's what's supposed to happen. I usually mess it up though, because I'm just used to brain off Gafoi on. I think I did my Gafoi a little early there, but I think that's still fine. They were pretty close together. So at least the pew pew lasers hit both. That's all that really matters. That they get somewhat within range of the chat. Is there a downside to going here early? I mean, I for one just want to be safe. I don't really care about these other enemies. Oh yeah, see, that caused them to charge to me, which I'm okay with, because that left Pew Pew Laser completely safe. I guess it's risky. No, maybe it's not risky, because they charge, I think, to the closest player. They don't choose to charge to the furthest. So, like, in this scenario, like, we could just clean him up like that. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, they will not go full screen on the charge, typically. But if they're close, they might random pick. But since two of us were behind the rock, it didn't matter. Goodbye, Rappy, that I normally grants. Some things never change. Oh, you almost got me, but my Gafoi was still out there. Joke's on you, Dorfon. He is ultra dead. Goodbye. Huh. Yeah, going here early actually was mostly fine. There might be some risk involved depending on how far up the other players are, if those two Dorfons charge them or not, but like, if they stay where they were before, I don't think they'll ever charge us, to be honest. I'm gonna try to get in melee range. HellCleave and I play Nikki. Oh, this is some kind of custom song that you've added. Do these. A mobile game? I don't think I'm familiar. I don't follow mobile games. Gameplay is firing while behind cover. Oh. Makes sense. Uh-oh, we're about to fight Magus, I think. Or Magus. Get out of here, random enemies. Yeah, we're gonna put a couple more fireballs out there and hope the team paralyzes. Nope. Road killed. Get out of here, random zoos. Chrono trigger to bring up the heart rate. You must succeed. Gotta believe. Oh, oops. I forgot not to. I need to remember when this wave comes up. I think it was Stark or something. Why am I not reviving? Oh, am I out of range of whoever the... Okay, I was out of range. Yeah, so that's the only wave I gotta learn. I'm gonna go review it once I'm done with the stream. I think that's the only one I don't understand when it spawns. Is the hint like an Astark? I need like an enemy that if I see it in a certain way, I'll remember it that way. I need to contextualize the spawn number. So I'll go like, oh, it's before, you know, kind of like we see the Oops All Zoo, and I don't need to know that I need to go over here. Like, I know from seeing the zoos that that's what I need to do, but I don't need to go, oh, that was wave number 16 and that wave is this. Like, nah, I don't want to learn it that way for sure. Oops, team was a little far away, but that's okay. Still within range for the most part. I'm gonna safety heal the team. Uh-oh. Paralysis has ended. Time to build some meter, apparently. Get some Gafoi out here. Slightly better than Grancing. Now that there's only one or two, it's better to Grants. I think if there's three, I Gafoi with this character. Because her Grants is really strong, and if I do get hit, being reset to cast it again is so much stronger than casting a 400 or so damage Gafoi. Okay, team buff wore off. Go ahead and reapply. Let's get knocked down in the face. Cool. I'm getting ping-ponged. Ooh, when does this play? I don't remember this song at all. Like, I know I've never beaten Chrono Trigger before, but I feel like I probably played to the point this should have played. Chat confirming that Cannon Rouge, best way to deal with the immediate Dorphon charge. It does seem nice. I've yet to test it though. I don't think I've played Ranger into this yet. I've played a lot of Force, but not Ranger yet. I will grant you, stupid Rappy. Get out of here. Yeah, I imagine you still get squished. I know if you hold slightly left or right, you don't get double hit. That's all I've really picked up. But obviously, if you can hit both with the Cannon Rouge should be a little better. Oops. Yeah, at least if they stop next to you, as you're saying, the Arrest Needle, Spread Needle would be able to lock them down. Yeah, this Dorphon has, like, literally no chance of hitting us at all. Rip Dorphon. Nice try, though, Dorphon. Good effort. Perish. Okay, I'll volunteer to go summon the Rappies. And then back into hiding I go. Yeah, this is the Astark wave, so I recognize there's a lot of Astarks. Thank you, Promethean, for pointing that out to me. So again, it just contextualize like when I need to hide. Like I'll just identify one wave where I'm like, oh yeah. And then everything is in context to that wave. Where I'm like, I don't need to know how many waves lead into it. I mean, it might help to know, but I don't remember. I play too many quests and I do it at late night, so my brain is not going to take in that information. But it will remember those Astarks once told. That is a lot of Gafoi damage. Rip those Dorphons though, GG. Oh, I'm leaving behind materials. I should go pick up a couple. They're still here. Find material. Might have missed the power material because I don't see it here. Darn. Chat leaving behind some tries. I will take some of those. Go Hoover. Yeah, and if needed, I can drop some for Valkigun. Wait for the team a little bit here. Rebuff. Back to Gafoi spam. Yeah, the thing is with freeze is while I'm casting Gafoi, I can literally just wiggle the stick the whole time. So being frozen is more of a minor inconvenience to me rather than like a game-ending debuff. Where shock is really bad. I either have the cure or I don't. It's very binary. So to make sure if that occurs, I'm not spending time iteming when I could be doing damage. Whereas I view freeze also as like a near instant reset that costs no TP or items to cure, which is nice. So if anything, the Marissa's can sometimes help me if they do that. If they body slam me though, it's not useful. But everything else is kind of nice. Oh, demons actually failed to proc. That was interesting. Rip HellCleave. Band HellCleave up a little bit so he doesn't explode. Just gonna set up for the next wave. Another present, congratulations. Hopefully you get something nice. Or Razan's the stun lock. Another power material dropped. I should go get that. Did not get the demon to proc like I wanted to. That was a bit disappointing. I think I just missed the percentage finally. I mean, statistically, I shouldn't land all of them, even with multiples. Just a bit unfortunate. I will use Trap Vision and confirm nothing is here. Magua has been dropped. Ooh, look at it. Just kidding. Get out of here. Why is that worth 10 team points? What? Wait, that's actually mind-boggling to me. Why is that worth more than most rares? Why? It's like same tier. Guilty Light, Red Scorpio, Magua. Like, I don't think so. Yeah, this might be my last pink ID attempt, but we'll do one on green ID, I think. I'll donate, whatever. I was gonna say, we can... The PSO check. If random Photon Blasts come out, we identify the fellow controller players. Solidarity, chat. Solidarity. Get out of here, random Goron Detonator. I think I've been mostly good about it this year. I think I had one big slip in the last 2 months with it. I think I've learned to remap my buttons, and that is improved gameplay, that I don't spam that, or go through item menus when I don't need to. Yeah, I noticed the team is already doing so much damage, I just glanced a couple times versus Slicer. I don't think it was worth me swapping. Oh, did you remove my magical piece? Okay. I'm like, wait a minute, my damage looked a little low there. Whoops. Back to Slicer. Goodbye. Ooh, I love this one. This might be my favorite song in the soundtrack. The Corridors of Time, I think. It's like the sense the song gives. Probably one of the few non-combat themes I would listen to outside of the game. Is that another Trifluid? Jeez. I will go pick that up then. Okay, so I'm back to max Trifluid. And again, if you need anything Valkigun, let me know. I just kind of went there. I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, I'm seeing the multiply before my very eyes. Ooh, Chad, I just realized something just now. I am gonna not like myself in the future. I forgot to hit the record button when we started PSO. I can still grab the video, but I am not going to enjoy that download size. Ooh. Chat, oof. Wait, how many hours has it been? Oh no. What monstrous video do I need to download for tomorrow? Oof, 8 hours. That, okay, I'm gonna have to make sure it's got space. Okay, I'll have to check that later. So I gotta have to babysit it to make sure it doesn't drop connection, because that is a really big video. So I can still salvage it. I think we could still manage to get it on YouTube. Just sadly, I think I just didn't hit it. I was like thinking about it. Like, I was thinking like, was there something I forgot? And then I went, oh no. Normally I have a little button that lights up and I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think that button is lit up when it's recording. Whoops. Anyway, there's some tri-fluids there. Technically 8.5 hours. Welcome back, TheEmblemHero. There's so many tri-fluids dropping, even I'm capped. I don't even know what to say. There's just so many. A great flood. Oh, am I still capped? Crazy. Okay, so there's a gel in 30 in here. I want to find it. Sorry, chat. For wasting your time looking for this. I do want it, though. So many people are making forces. There it is. Ripscape doll, you served me well. Hopefully you're doing well, the Emblem Hero. Glad you were able to get to 100, and hopefully you enjoyed some ultimate runs earlier. Yeah, I gotta be a little more careful with my menuing. I'm just assuming because I'm tired. I mean, I said before, we're going on almost 9 solid hours. Not all of it has been PSO, don't get me wrong, but it's been quite a day. So I think after this might be my last major run, because I did promise HellCleave Green ID. So we'll do Green ID, and then we'll end the stream with maybe a TTF, and that'll be it. So I'll extend it for 1 TTF. I'm greedy for that red ring. I want it bad, chat. Now everybody's either ults are leveling, or their primaries, getting a little extra XP. That solid 189,000 XP we're already sitting at from the quest. Yeah, I'm likely to do a lot of episode 4 later. Rather just do 2 TTF. That's fair. You know what? HellCleave has declared it. It's for HellCleave. So, sure. 2 TTF. It has been mandated. But hey, at least I can say we did several Christmas fiascos. We'll have to do more DDD in the future. So I think Thursday before we go into Suikoden, if people are around, I would like to stream DDD, because I feel like people that want to see the quest are missing out a little bit. So I'll see if I could get it started there. So whenever I come back from lunch and like a small visit with family, it's probably closer to like 3:30 or 4. We'll not put a hard time on it yet, but it will be streamed, I think. Then I'll take a food break into Dungeon Drafters. Or not Dungeon Drafters, Suikoden. I was thinking Friday for some reason. Oh yeah. Looking at everybody's HP totals, not bad. Aragoron slapping me is rude. Okay, so as long as we pull everybody inwards, that's probably the more annoying wave to do solo. Because you have to go to 2 opposite ends of the room, which is a big waste of time. Multiplayer, it's not an issue. You just tell people that, you know, one goes left, one goes right. Some people stay middle. Eventually, they all converge and die. We're gonna get some Grances out here to speed it up. think you found way more HP mats running with y'all in a short time than I have in a while, and probably since I started. Yeah, it depends on the area. Some will, yeah, depending on the area, you might get more of some materials versus others. But also probably the sheer number of kills that we got on a high difficulty will also result in more materials. When we get to things like drop rate after XP week, you're gonna see a bazillion materials. You're gonna be so overflooded, it's gonna be almost unreal. Rappies are also a good way to get a ton of them, so it doesn't surprise me, considering we're playing, I think, a bit of Episode 4 with you. Just because Episode 4 Rappies give guaranteed drops, and therefore their guaranteed drop is likely to be things like materials. So that particular enemy type is really good at dropping those things. So if I'm looking to restock materials, I might just pop them quickly. And that's why I always try to strike them when they run. Not necessarily that I want their rares. I actually just want either full-time drops from them, presents, or tons and tons and tons of materials. Depending on the area, it's either going to be power or mind, majority of the time, as the highest. So that will result in a lot of spare characters. Speaking of spare, let's spare no expense and murder this Ertamperometer with demons. Demon, please. Did demons fail every time? Wow. I had double demon fail. That was unfortunate. I hit him right at the end, so it wasn't a 3 streak. That was unfortunate. Okay, let's rebuff the team. HellCleave is spinning. I think I missed the photon drop, which is very sad. I don't know if I want to go back for it. Well, I guess I could. Maybe? Yeah, I think I could go back for it. It was on the previous floor. I just didn't notice it. I think I'm allowed to go back once the quest is cleared, I think. If not, it's just a PD. I don't super care one way or another, to be honest. I'm already overflowed at 99, and I don't know what I'm going to spend them on. Other than maybe a V801. Maybe. I am tired of hunting for those and not getting anything. Most of my V801s have been acquired through either people giving me the pity V801 when it refuses to drop, or I think I got one on my own, and that's been it. Out of seeing like about 11 drop for other people. It was kind of rough. Get out of here, Zeus. It's a little risky for me to stay here because I was closest to Ertamperometer, but I guess at the same time I was so close it didn't bother. Whatever. Yeah, so we'll do double TTF, I think. Run detonators, this debuff. Yeah, sometimes I put Glide Divine here if they get struck early and I'm not in a good position, just to make sure the debuffs apply. That's usually why I bring it in the run, because these Goron detonators undebuffed, or you know, phasing through the wall can be kind of annoying. Teal the team. I want to not be where the Ertamperometer spawns, so I'm going to move slightly over to the side. I'm not going to go behind the laser gate, though. We're going to be brave. Might be foolish. Hopefully my lingering Gafoi will buy me some time. Okay, demon one of them instantly. Demon another instantly. Demon another. There we go. That was a much cleaner demon at the end. I think that made up for earlier. Limiter where? I don't know. Limiter gone. Yeah, so maybe tomorrow we'll try to get more limiters for the group, since I think I've now identified the items that the chat has mostly been looking for. So hopefully we'll do Heaven Striker on his own. I want Cannon Rouge. I also want limiters. So we'll do at least one CF4 next time we go to play. We'll probably do like 2 or 3 back-to-back. And then we'll switch it up for like Cannon Rouge, Red ID, Massive Attack E or something. That way we're still taking advantage of the presence. But I think leading into the final rare day, I think I want to try to get V502. But it's not something I'm going to run like 24/7. I'd like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then I'd just hard cap on it. Okay, will let me go back. No, it won't, damn. Rip photon drop. So I think I will be at an amount of coal that does not cleanly equal 120. That's kind of unfortunate. I don't think another character's holding it, but I could be wrong. Additional coal that, I mean. Let's put these away. I'm done with her for now. So I'll probably switch over to Viridian. Oh, well, I'd switch over to Viridian or green. I'll think about it. Maybe more green ID, honestly. I think I've done enough Viridian runs. So let's do 2 TTFs with C-Bank 1. Let's get a couple more Ramar runs in. I think once he caps ATP, I'm gonna be so happy doing the hard content. Right now, I already feel pretty good about doing actual runs with him, which is nice. So let's do 2 TTFs into buying coal. Or not buying coal. Converting the coal into presents. And that'll be the end of the stream. So I think we did a decent quest variety, at least. Although, sadly, the other quest did not seem worth it after we did it. But hey. Everybody's got to learn somehow. 2 characters now at 160. That's a good feeling. So my first character bank is looking much stronger than it was at the beginning of the year. I think we had some of those as low as like 120-ish. The team has been helping me do those respective tomorrows with the blue ID down there. Let's make it. I'll call it Ziggy TTF. There we go. I mean, I'm a human male, so I get more rare bonus. That's always nice. I'm not a hunter, though. But I mean, at 153% rare rate, I mean, Red Ring is just way too tempting to not go for several times while it's up and available. Let's give our team a moment to join. Oh, you're leaving for now, Valkigun? Thank you for the runs. Hopefully you enjoy your dinner. TheEmblemHero, did you want to get in on some quick TTFs? A slot has now opened up. I mean, the sad part is, with 3 people, we're probably strong enough. We have so much gear power between us. Holy, I feel bad for Falls. But we'll wait for the TheEmblemHero, or if there's anybody else that'd like to join, you have about a minute to respond. I'm gonna go check my inventory. And if by the time I get back here... Imagine feeling bad for Falls. Couldn't be me, yeah. I mean, definitely since DMC is there. Getting on to see if we can snipe some stuff. Yeah, we're only doing 2 runs, just 2 quick TTFs. Imagine it would probably take about 35 minutes collectively, even with creating the game. Looking at this character's personal bank, so I get a better idea of what they got. Okay. Oh, is that where my other frame is? Oh, no, it's not this one. Never mind. It must be on the share bank. So many incomplete mags, chat. Taco Wednesday. Oh yeah, for me it is you're up too late Thursday. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in here that needs to move. I think I moved my opponent's off the character. Welcome, Nate. Okay, the TheEmblemHero. Well, let's see how things go. Hey, Hey, we've had people join for just a quest, and they walk away with the quest where more than once. So who knows? Maybe you'll end up getting Red Ring and V101. Just gotta spin the wheel. Oh, that's what I forgot to switch. That's fine. I'll do it later when I go to solo play. I'll remember that I put that in the share bank when I look later. I put the Yashminikov with Dark in the share bank earlier, and it just occurred to me I didn't check to see. Swap into it. That's fine though. I will probably ship to myself if nobody does. Rip these enemies. We're gonna believe in you, Tiggy. We want that ship to 20. Goodbye, Golguses. The freeze trap into the wall of light, it seems so cruel. Like, yeah, we're finally gonna... And just gone. They're just gone. Been so used to having a force. Aw. To be fair, I usually do play force the most ones. Oh, they found a Seal J sword? Wow. Meanwhile, team has the big beat sticks, aka the firework display, aka the laser light show. So this dragon is super dead. So all we need to do is just occasionally hit something, and all the other DPS will be from them. We'll get carried the final 30 minutes of the stream, don't worry. I mean, I knocked down the dragon with Cannon Rouge. That was my contribution. And then maybe I'll spread Needle later. Maybe. But yeah, I'm gonna back up slightly to get more hits. Goodbye. I'm gonna twirl. I'm gonna do the dance. Yeah, there we go. We're doing the dance. We're communicating with that. How much HP do you need to survive falls? Let's say like 720-ish. If you're talking about the melee swing. The other ones are way too dependent on resists. I could not tell you. It is 100% dependent on resists, and it's not a number that has ever been a concern. I mean, if you're under 1,000, you're going to die to freeze all the time, and if you're under 1,000, unless you're like really bad fire resist, you'll probably always live. It'll knock you down. It won't multi-hit. Team's cleaning up the other room. I'm just gonna kill these for more present chances. I don't really want anything from them. I just want to spin the wheel. So chat can do whatever they want. Yeah, if I believe the Yashminikov will always kill. Yeah, I would say for the most part. Oh, did we kill the thing that was here? I'll know in a moment. I've been healed. Rip those lilies, though. Rip HellCleave. Sure, I'll telepipe out. Boy. Yeah, my advice would be I usually aim for around 800. Unless I'm a forest, then I just wear 3 seals and I don't care. I think you could get away with like 600 as a forest, to be honest, with 3 seals. It's kind of busted. 1,000 is like way too much. You actually go into the territory of if you have too much health, you will just die because you have too much health. PSO does not reward you for having high health. The only thing that would be a problem if you're doing like solo versus multiplayer are the beams. The beams potentially hitting you for 1,400 or like 1,200, I think, depending on difficulty, are very annoying. Wow, team. Yep, there's a reason I didn't bother with Excalibur there. I believed in the team on that one. Goodbye. But yeah, it's more the when it goes to the final phase, rises up into the sky and shoots the beams. As long as you do like little steps to the side, it should do 700 damage, or it should do a little less. We'll see the numbers in a moment when we get to the end. But more importantly, as long as you move during that attack, it will not be doing like a gross 1200 or 1400 or whatever BS it does normally. I think that's otherwise its most damaging attack. The other attack that's kind of annoying is the swipe. And I don't know if I'm thinking Dwarfon numbers, but I always think around 720 flat. So, for example, the Emblem Hero might die to falls this way, maybe. But we have some time to get XP. Worst thing that happens, we just revive them. Oh, team already rent there, that's fair. Let's freeze. Okay, so HellCleave is going for the other strategy where he sets up a confuse trap versus the Grands. So that way we don't have to deal with them going forward. So thank you, HellCleave. But yeah, 3 seals. 3 seals is very strong. Like, just having that by itself is good enough. I think the best way to survive falls is mostly 3 seals and, funny enough, Geocloak. Because freeze is never going to knock you over, it's just going to freeze you solid, so it's better that it just doesn't do damage to you to begin with. So if you're looking purely for survival, those are not really hard items to acquire. Oh, oops. My bad, I thought we were done with the room for some reason. There we go. Yeah, you'll see it hit me for about 700 with spells, and my resist is only 15, to give you an idea. Like, my resists are not good, but I have way more than enough health. The only thing I have concern about is if I get double struck by the beams, as I mentioned earlier. Those are actually a problem. And that's more realizing that if you move slightly, you don't get double hit. And then that resolves that issue. With falls, it's more like, if you have Excalibur's Fomar unlocked, then it's probably fine. Because you would use Excalibur and Volt Op, you would hold it and then use the Gazan with V801, so that way you can attack fast enough that you can stun lock the screen without dropping the combo. And then from there, it'll basically go to... Oh, don't hit the screen. Oh, don't hit the screen. No, don't hit the screen. So if somebody's spread needling, unless you have higher ATP than them, you're actually reducing damage done to the boss. Since the game only checks the ATP of the player, and now that I died, my ATP is now low. This really sucks, actually. Oh, thank you for the buff. There we go. Yeah, this is like one of the only bosses. It will take a very long time if people are not high level in doing it. So people either bring Excalibur and Gazand, or they have Spread Needle and they have like high level Shifta. And then generally whoever's highest level will go do it. I'll go free Tiggy. Yeah, solo TTF is not bad. If you bring, like, magical piece, it's usually good enough for, like, a Fomar's fireball to kill everything. Or shy of that, Fire Scepter's probably good, as long as your MST is decent. Now, obviously, if you happen to have a Gavoe emerge, then okay. But yeah, I'm gonna show you that you really don't need good resists. The parts where you get hung up on as a force is not falls. Falls either will just kill you or won't kill you. It's very binary. Just, you either have enough raw HP or you don't. But for things like Volt Op, that is actually a big problem for forces if you're playing solo. Like, that to me is more of a concern than all of falls combined. Okay, chat went up there already. Nice. Tiggy trying to swing at that box. I respect it, Tiggy. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear the Indie Belrose, since we're playing green ID, and I want that Heavenly Arms. In the meantime, I'm gonna go kill the Arlands. Buff HellCleave briefly. Yeah, that boss fight, if you've not tried it solo, that will take you almost longer than Falls, if not longer than Falls. It is really heinously terrible for forces. That thing has no resist, essentially, or no weaknesses, essentially. So you're going to be doing like 300 or 400 total a hit, and it has a lot of health and a lot of phases. And if you're playing like the dodgeball attack, you will lose like whole minutes on that boss fight as a force. It's quite terrible. I think we're good. So to me, I wouldn't even recommend doing it at all unless I had like an Excalibur. It's such a time difference to do with and without Excalibur. Other bosses are mostly fine. Like you can get away with like Gazan spamming Dragon. You can get away with, actually, I even for Worm Boss, honestly, even for Worm Boss, I wouldn't do it without Excalibur. It saves way too much time, even as Fomar. The power, even if you just do like normal power, the amount of damage you could do while alluring the plates is just untouchable. Your Rafoi will not come anywhere close, or your other spells. I was looking at chat at the wrong time. I looked at chat at the wrong time. Oh, being tired. Sloppy gameplay. Let's wake up a little bit. Gotta listen to the Labos theme to wake up a bit. Somewhat appropriate, I guess, given where we're fighting. Ooh, there were a lot of miss spinners if we're on this phase. Yeah, like, honestly, you could join in. Like, the worst that happens is we give you, like, a heavenly HP if you're playing with us specifically. Yeah, I had a feeling that EmblemHero would live, so EmblemHero will be a good guinea pig for raw damage. So EmblemHero, I highly recommend you try mate if you have it, because if you get hit, you are 100% going to die with your health total. Even for me, as soon as I'm done with this attack, I'm going to go heal. So now we get to... Ooh. Let's do normal, and then dodge. So I saw the lasers. I was so close. Did you see that, chat? I was one step. There was no laser in front of me. That was so sad. Yeah, that did about 700-ish. That was so sad. I was so close, chat. I got robbed. So it's not... So if I do just 3 normals, I will always dodge it. But normal power is too slow. Maybe just 4 normals? Maybe that'll be good timing for it. Oh, I'm invincible. It doesn't matter. I can't test it that way. So yeah, maybe that's the trick. Maybe I could get away with 4 normals, and then I can normal power and punishment, which is a lot of hits. And more importantly, I don't take damage to save on items. So I'm gonna have to test that more. That seemed like the timing. I was so close. So the difference between normal and power is mostly the delay at the end that I'm talking about. So I only missed it by like literally a single step, maybe 2 steps, which it is much slower because that little windup doesn't exist for normal attacks. Like I also just react much quicker. So I would get at least 2 steps distance. So yeah, I think I'm going to go for quadruple Heaven Striker next time we go to do it, if the boss cooperates. Oh, it's going to be invincible here. This is going to suck. Unfortunate. I'm just going to kill you real quick, then bring you back. Don't mind me. I don't feel like dealing with this phase. Yeah, there we go. It's not worth waiting another cycle. We'll revive you for it. The timing of the soundtrack for Red Rig being released, that got me. apparently that was the sound of the soul release. The red. The timing was so good. That timing legit got me. It's not ready for it. Also, we broke the timer again. Chat, let's give a farewell salute to the timer. I mean, it felt like we were there for 9 hours and 59 minutes, but it looked like a sub 15. Oh, is that a... Oh, it's a bind arm? Seriously? Man, if this was charge arm, oh, it would have been so good. What a disappointment. I could have had 25 AB's charge arm. Or even Berserk arm. I would have picked it up if it was Berserk. So sad. So useless. I'll need a star randomizer here. So yeah, you saw like in multiplayer, for the most part, like the TheEmblemHero was fine. So it's more just about mitigating the multi-hits. And again, if you're trying to do it solo, you need to have certain weapons to make it a bit faster. Like Cannon Rouge is not mandatory for Dragon, but it saves a lot of time. You at least need Frozen Shooter to punish it when it goes in the air, and you need something that does a lot of damage when it lifts off. Let's do one more. Like there's kind of like workaround weapons. I don't think Spread Needle for the most part is optional as a ranger. That is like the thing you have to go for, and similarly as a force. While the monitors move very slowly, you could kill it with techs, but we're talking about, you know, you're suddenly wasting like whole minutes. Like that boss fight legitimately can get longer than the Falls fight as a force, because Falls is not a problem for forces because the techs, especially simple techs that you use on the boss, do actually hurt the boss pretty significantly. Where that is not really true with Vol-Op. Vol-Op, you do so little. You'll end up fighting like 4+ cycles depending on your level. And if those cycles are the capture cage, then you are literally just running around in circles over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Which is not great. Its weakness, I think, is technically Barda, but like we'll observe it in multiplayer. I think it has at least like a 70 in its weakness, allegedly, meaning you're not really going to be doing much of, if anything. And similarly, Foe's really good at dealing with falls on the final phase. So even if falls goes full screen, Foe will, with any kind of buff, like Club of Blaconium, for example, that focuses on Foe damage, that will devastate that boss. Because each of the forms, I think, is weak to a different one. Like the Shootout Spinners phase, I think, is Ice, and then I think the other one might be Lightning, or it could be Ice again, I forget. I know the final one is Fire, though. We'll take a look together in multiplayer. I'll actually pay attention to that thing in the upper right. I don't look at it when I fight falls. At that point, I just kind of know. I'm like, I already know it. Oh, hello. Should be good there. Didn't know about the damage registration bit on Volda. Yeah, it's just one of those bosses. It's very weird in the way it's implemented. I don't know why it works like that. It's the only time where helping does not help. Now that DMC is gone. But yeah, you could just walk all over falls with ridiculous damage. And even though it says 82 thunder resistance on Still Dragon, Gazond is still the best thing to use. Because as you can see how all those white damage numbers are popping up, like that one shot just hit like 5 times. The same thing will happen to your Gazond. So like while Foe may technically do like 200 a shot, you'll end up doing like 50 or 60 Gazond to 6 targets. So it'll still out damage. So if you have something like Magical Piece, which I would recommend you at some point get if you want to be serious about Force. Not a rush though, that's pretty low on priority. It's borderline luxury rare because it's like 50 PD. But if you happen to pick one up from an event where you happen to get it as part of like a present drop, be aware that it saves a lot of time for you, potentially. Because it buffs Gafoe, Gazond, and Gabarda, but nobody uses Gabarda. Gabarda sucks. You know what? I'm just gonna kill this slime. Why not? we don't have to be optimal anymore. It's fine. It's final run. We do whatever we want here. As long as I don't get Megaditted, it's fine. Yeah, I always thought it was weird because, like, when I used to play, like, when you played, like, the early vault up, the strategy is to, like, basically Gafoe spam, which can hit the monitors multiple times and keep applying your ATP constantly, which is really funny. But a lot of those strats just don't work on higher difficulty. So sadly, you will not see me use the very gimmicky strats for the most part while playing through the game. Just like Worm Boss has different weaknesses in Ultimate, so a lot of the strategies you would have used getting to that point don't work on the boss anymore as a force. So you have to relearn the boss. So for forces, the boss is very different, even though for everybody the patterns are different because they change their resist a lot. Kind of like the Fire Dragon suddenly gets a weakness to fire in Ultimate. Every one of the bosses is flipped a little bit. Yeah, I'm just gonna Cannon Rouge here. So if you were playing as a Force, for example, you would do what they're doing and put on an Excalibur and swing, swing, swing. So your Fomar ATP actually matters quite a bit with your clear speed, both for Vault Up as well as E-Roll A is the name of the worm. Which can be kind of annoying, as I said before. I'm gonna do a little spin here to bait them. Yeah, that was a good bait. Throws them for the group. But yeah, oh my gosh. I made the mistake of thinking Vol-Op would be simple, but trying to like deal damage to those monitors as purely a force, holy is it so bad if you don't know it does ATP. Because you'll be wielding like a wand. Nice level up. And it's gonna mean that of its like 3,000 plus health, you might not even do like 80 damage a spell. Like it'll be real bad. And I don't think you realize that when you get carried in multiplayer, like how bad it is if you try to win with only spells without any ATP. But I can assure you, it is quite terrible. But beyond that, like, Falls is mostly a joke to Forces, to be honest. Like, the only thing I would recommend is if you're not sure, you walk in with, like, a handful of God HP or Heavenly HP, which are not very hard items to get, in particular if you're Pink ID. Those just come from, like, the Dwarfons, for example, which are things you should probably be farming anyway as a Force. You should probably be in Episode 4. So you'll end up with a lot of ways to get HP. And things like God Technique don't really matter into it, so if you even just have like a couple dragon HP, it's probably good enough. So that's why I say like HP doesn't like super matter, but we'll observe their damage totals again for sake of clarity. As I said before, I think they do about 700-ish in multiplayer, and that's with bad resist, let alone like 3 seals. Like Falls is not as damaging as you think they would be, except oh my gosh, the multi-laser's tilting me. Get out of here. Except for the charge shot when it goes up in the final form. That's the only attack that even I worry about, where I'm like, oh shoot, I'm not above 1200 HP, I'm not going to bother soloing with Ranger, because if I mess up without Scape Doll, I lose a lot of time. That's about it. Every other phase of Falls, I'll be like, oh no. You got 2 Heavenlies, nice. We'll look for Mythical Limiter. Limiter is more of a luxury rare. You actually don't need it in TTF. It's more useful in Christmas Fiasco, where you can't go back and the game gives you bit tri-fluids. But honestly, I don't think it's as strong as some of the other things you can hunt. Get out of here, Volab. I think that Excalibur you got is actually going to be huge for you, because that opens up a lot of solo potential. And there's just a lot of enemies in episode 2 in particular that even just normal would be better. Yeah, see how fast that was? Mother Garb is decent. It's kind of like an alternative to Limiter, if you want to think of it that way. Because all you're doing with Limiter is saving yourself TP, and there's a couple of runs where it is very useful to reduce TP. It's still not necessarily meta if you're looking to save time, but if you're looking to not burn like 8 tri-fluids at a run and you're looking to like only burn like 3 or 4, then that would be good. They do basically the same thing. You lose a little bit of damage, but at the same time, once you hit a certain level, Ignition Cloak is usually not going to push you over the limit. Mainly one limiter to pair with Psycho Wand, yeah. Welcome, Rothan. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, like, funny enough, I think where, like, where Adept is, I'm gonna say somewhat mandatory, is, funny enough, not the Force. It's Hugh Newworld. That character is so bad without it. Holy F is she bad without an Adept. At least when leveling her in the initial levels, holy, trying to get her to 180 without, like, a million Heavenly Arms and Adepts feels so terrible. I broke the timer again. Rip the timer. Speaking of rip, what happened to the music? Apparently went to Final Fantasy VI. Sure. Wait, what? Is it playing two different soundtracks? What? I'm so confused. Why did I hear that other sound effect? That was random. Okay, chat's gonna kill the sorcerer. Let's revive the team. Okay. So I'll wait for the buffs, then I'll step in the portal. Yeah, so for the most part, like as a force, you're going to need ATP. What I would say what also helps you a lot with runs, especially if you're looking to do solo runs, Valkigun, Bringer's Arm. Bringer's Arm, I think, is almost as important as Excalibur. Excalibur will enable a lot of Episode 1 bosses. Bringer's Arm is going to enable a lot of other runs, including Episode 2. It's going to be like your best friend forever. It's one of those things where if you've been collecting a lot of photon crystals, which I hope you have, you're going to spend it to get that thing to 50 hit. It's going to be your first weapon, probably, that will have demons. Sloppy movement. And it really helps with Gerda-Bulu. Not so much maybe in single-player Gerda-Bulu, but multiplayer Gerda-Bulu. So it's the difference between doing 600 damage with grants or doing 12,000 plus damage because you landed Bringer's Rifle. It's no contest amazing. And will save you a lot of time. It's also ranged ATP, and it's also one of the few ways you could get a high hit weapon easily on a Fomar who's already really hit starved. So you could get a guaranteed 50 hit just by having a Bringer's Arm transform into the Bringer's Rifle. Just a little FYI. If you're looking for upgrades, those are pretty good. Although for the Bringers, you'll either have somebody probably make the game for you or somebody could give it to you. That thing is going to open up basically every episode because there's pretty much nothing but really garbagey enemies. I'm gonna walk backwards here. Let's see what happens. Backwards is so good. The problem is, like, it puts me out of range of the lasers. So, like, as I said before, like, there's a lot of ways you could dodge the lasers. I'm still exploring them. Backwards seems the most consistent. It just doesn't lead to damage. So that's why I've been saying, like, diagonal has been really good. So see, it's going to strike a spell here. I'm going to go sideways. Then I'm going to pause the game so I don't target the spinners. Then I'm going to go here. Then I'm going to shoot the boss a couple times. And actually, its health is low enough. We're not going to see how it's going to go there. Never even think of that weapon. It's fantastic. The other alternative, specifically for Gerda-Bulu or enemies with multiple parts, is a Slicer Fanatic, which, funny enough, if you're playing Pink ID, look at what you end up getting when you play Episode 4. So it ends up giving you pretty much everything you need tool-wise outside of Excalibur in Episode 4. But you might have also noticed on Pink ID in particular for Phantasmal World 3, there's Excalibur from those stupid gibbons, and I'm being targeted, I think. We're gonna move slightly here so I don't take full damage. See, I didn't lose all my health, and that's how I know I walk sideways to not take full damage. That attack right there is the one that I said that's annoying. So again, it did like 700-ish. Like, sort of annoying. But yeah, people will play a lot of Phantasmal World 3. It's a really great quest. It requires a lot of hell, which means that you're going to probably have to get a combination of V502 and a hell ray gun for your character to do it if solo. Megid is okay-ish, but I would not recommend doing it solo early. But technically, that's one of the better hunts for Excalibur, and Pink ID is pretty good at it. The downside is that a lot of episode 2 enemies have very, very high evade. So that's why I sometimes called the Fomar the luxury force, because like you just can't function in certain areas unless you have super high hit. Once you have it, they're really good. They scale extremely well with items, but it's like you gotta get there. So purely from a tech slinging standpoint, Phonumen is the best. But in terms of being able to put in the work, Fomar can do some surprisingly dumb damage. Just like a Galatine is an example. Alternative, if you don't feel like unlocking Excalibur for certain bosses, it's not bad. Well, not for certain bosses, for certain enemies. It's still useful versus bosses because Excalibur can hit 3 targets. So like normally sabers are 1 swing, 1 target, but Excalibur hits 3. And that's why it's used to delete things like worm bosses, on top of having high enough ATP that it's used for Vault Op. But for Vault Op specifically, because it only cares about ATP, Galatine is better, technically. And it almost doesn't matter what stats are on it. If it has Machine, it's good. So if you have a Machine Galatine, which you would get from episode 4 bosses, that would basically dunk all over them. Thank you everybody for the runs. I think it is time for me to go to sleep soon, as it is now 1:30, and I dread editing this video later. I'm gonna feel so sad. I have to go through like the 9 hours and figure out where to trim it. Rip me, Chant. That'll be a project for probably Friday, if I had to guess. I found Guardiana with, almost, actually 40 hit. Tech. Interesting. I think that's good enough. Let's put away... Actually, am I going to do anything other than TTF off stream? No, I'm going to leave the Excalibur on him. Nah, I'll leave him with Excalibur. Okay, so what we're going to do... Let's go present quest. Oh, no. Don't use the 8 cold. Use the 40. A, says Tiggy. Hey, Tiggy. We're gonna do wee. So if you see these in the lobby chat, this is me. This is how you know it's me. When you see gibberish, not like a single letter, just a wall of gibberish, it is absolutely me. I don't feel like typing Ziggy sometimes. It's faster for me to roll my fingers across the keys than to bother typing. Yeah, the reason the present quality is much worse on the 8, there's like no reason to it. You're basically throwing the coal away, to be honest. It's super not good to do that. Let's just take 80. Thank you for all the info. Guides have been life-saving. Okay, no problem. Glad they've been helping. I don't know how to really compile one to play the characters, because I don't think I'm at the level where I feel like if I teach things... There are certain things I know, but can't necessarily execute. And there are things that I do that I don't know to like the technical level why they should be done there. So I would feel bad if I did it. Oh, Tiggy? Tiggy, what did you open? You received a Galatine. Tiggy. Trying to leave the stream and came back anyway. 30 hit, Tiggy. Wow. Tiggy taking that item off the table. Rip. Tiggy too strong, chat. Okay, chat, I'm gonna guess Photon Drop, Photon Crystal. Yeah, Tiggy is on fire. Tiggy has had a wonderful night. 30 hit Galatine, Heaven Striker, tons of levels. Congratulations, Tiggy. So chat, my expectations are very low. Let's see what we get. Oh, no. No. Ismalia. I don't even remember what this is. It's probably not good. It's an all zeroed Ismalia. There's no way this is good. Big oof. I'm so tired of this gun, chat. Can we just ban Berserk type GU mech gun? I'm so tired of that item. It's so terrible. The Heart of is nice. Very disappointing. I would have 100% preferred the drop. Ismalia is a slicer only attainable during events. It is known for being one of the few ways for androids to cast techniques. Its special attack casts Foe, Barda, Zonder, Grants in that order per attack. The special attack is slightly less range than a handgun, which is 150 units. The technique levels seem to vary between 6 to 14. Ismalia is one of the 7 trade components for Red Ring plating, Honeycomb plating, and the Quest the Forge. I'm not excited. Listen, chat, there's something you need to know. I don't care at all about cosmetics. Listen, I made the character the way I wanted, or Twitch chat made the character the way they wanted, and I don't care about anything else in between. How many Berserk? Oh, I think I moved all my Berserk guns. They were actually clogging my inventory. So I guess I got a good rare, I guess, because it's only attainable during events. I guess. But for me, it's not that exciting. Yeah, we got the handgun Milla in there. So many of these type guns. I'm like, no. The only one that I like is a rest type DS wand. The reason I like this, by the way, chat, the MST on it is completely busted. It gives a 50 MST, I think, normally, which is very silly. So if you're trying to learn techs, it's one of the better things to hold on to. Or it might not be this specific one, because I see it's only adding about 30-ish. It's adding as much as Cleo does, but the requirement to use it is much lower. So having that bonus there is kind of nice. Yeah, I don't think I need to restock anything. I was just looking while I'm here. Did I want to do anything? Not really. Let's chat for a little bit. So I guess thoughts on tonight's stream. Well, we had a lot of new followers, so thank you to everybody that followed. We got to play games with a whole bunch of people. We rotated in and out. We had several banner updates, I guess, fly for the team. So congratulations again to Tiggy. So I think for the most part, we did get some decent upgrades. I don't think I got anything tonight that was an upgrade. Chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I really don't think I did. I was hoping to get V801, but we didn't end up getting anything there. We also didn't get any Slicers, which was a shame. Slicer Fanatic is kind of greedy to go for, because I already have 25 hit, which is decent. I was hoping for just a Heaven Striker or a Cannon Rouge. So I might try one of those next time we play to just do a few more runs to try to guarantee we get it for Ranger. Where I'm going to be doing a lot of new mop-up Operation Green ID solo. Because that's the only other quest I think I've been doing off-stream other than TTF and DD2. Otherwise, I think I managed to level quite a few characters. I hope chat learned something on how to dodge the lasers. So, hey, if you're getting bodied by laser, I mean, if you don't care about damage, just walk backwards. If you want to go more aggressive with it, diagonal right works most of the time, but you can't attack too many times. So it's somewhere between 3 and 4 attacks is the sweet spot. As I said before, if you wait to move until you see the laser at the bottom of the arms when it goes to fire, not while it's firing, but when the laser color first appears and then starts to rise up, that's when you should be moving. Don't move before then, that movement is wasted. If anything, you should move backwards to make sure that it targets you further away. Other than that, we showcased that hugging the sides of the arena really reduced damage. I hope chat saw that I dodged a lot of the spells tonight, even though it's multiplayer and it's Chaos who it targets. Hopefully they have a better idea of what they would need if they want to do TTF solo with different characters. As I've said before, I really recommend Spread Needle and Cannon Rouge for Ranger before you go in there. And also technically Excalibur for Worm Boss. I'm still toying which weapon I like the most for falls. It's just, ultimately that comes down to whatever you can get with high hit most of the time, or whatever has dark percentage. So we're still in the looking for a better weapon to save time category with our character. But I think overall, I was able to play a whole bunch of characters tonight, including Hucasil in episode 4, which I think is the first time I have ever done that on stream. It might be. It's possible I did one in like 2021 and just don't remember because it was so brief. But this was the first time I felt like I actually 100% contributed, carried, locked down, served a purpose with the Hucasil. And I'm not just being carried for XP. Like the Kunai, I think was the nice thing to see was validation from the box runs that it was worth collecting. So even if it doesn't have quite as high accuracy as the ray gun, it was absolutely shutting down all of those Girdabulu, and it was shutting down Dwarfon, and it occasionally double or triple paralyzed multiple Goron detonators, which is not something that's normally possible with a handgun. It also technically is slightly better ATP, but I think for the most part, I won't be using it for damage, except to finish off something that's already been demonsed. So in those scenarios where something is demonsed because I've paralyzed it, those triple hits at the end are actually really huge with hitting that last bit of demon. Because even with the Hucasil, I was doing almost 1200 damage, which is normally pretty good. I mean, that's at least somewhere between like a power attack with Vulcan and a charge Vulcan shot, just from the multi-hits. So it's nice to actually do some damage with a utility weapon. I think that's about it, though. Oh, congrats again to HellCleave for the limiter. But I think, chat, really fast question for Fomarl, white or blue. I would say if you're trying to train up a brand new Fomarl, you will have more fun of a time with white ID than blue. Because White ID gets Slicer, which she's really good at. White ID can go anywhere, as can Fomarl. White ID gets Rambling May, which is really good with Fomarl. Also, that reminds me, Valkigun, you have Pink ID. Pink ID Temple is really good if you could get a Vivian for the Fomarl and set up for the future. If you're planning to do that, I would recommend you do those runs at some point. So take a look at that. It's just the Rappy kill in Temple, and you don't need Hell for it, but spell damage is not great. So that's an example where if you have a lot of ATP, or if you have a lot of friends with ATP, ask for them to help you in the beginning of Temple Episode 2 for that. Otherwise, White ID gets basically everything. White ID Pod also is kind of crazy. So if you want Limiter, Fomarl Limiter Kadru runs during Rare Enemy Week is a thing. Otherwise, like staples like the Slicer Fanatic, which I highly recommend you put on Fomarl, Disco Brainman, which is one of her best weapons, along with 13, are all attainable in White ID. Blue ID is good, but I like Blue ID more for... Are they either good at episode 2, or are you going to use them for rushing people in Blue ID? So, like, you can bring them to, like, episode 2 Seabed. Potentially, and I think Fomarl is decent at Seabed with Blue ID, don't get me wrong. But I think overall you might have more use out of White ID comparatively. Blue ID I like more on the Phonumen, where I have more accuracy than the Fomar, so if I need to bring Bringers in episode 2, I can land it compared to the Fomar with the added accuracy. And I just find very hard blue if you're trying to farm Ignition Cloaks, or as I said before, if you're leveling other players. Phonumen, no contest, one of the best characters. Downside to him is that, yeah, Blue ID has some interesting hunts as well. If you're looking for limiter, Astark limiter is pretty good. I personally have not had success with it, but statistically it's pretty good. So if that was your thought process, I think White ID is just more useful for Fomoral specifically. Yeah, the thing is, you'll need several IDs or you'll need to trade. Ultimately, that's what the end game is. How much do you feel like farming yourself versus trading? And if your character's really good at something, what areas are they actually good at? So like, for example, you could do the White ID or Blue ID hunts with Fomoral. I don't think anything changes there. I just feel like if you are playing with Pink ID and you want something like a V502 and you're looking to compare against your Green ID specifically with, or not your Green ID, your Pink ID specifically with the new character, White ID also gets things like V502 and Cycle 1 chances. So like, it's both in a vacuum, what ID is good, and then sometimes you have to contextualize it with what other characters do you have, and are those characters actually good at the runs that are required. So if you're looking to do episode 2, just keep in mind it is a very hard anti-force, for the most part, episode. It's going to rely on characters with high accuracy. So Rangers do extraordinarily well there. Hunters can struggle a lot without the tools, in particular if they're not casts. And forces do okay in some areas, and then absolutely abysmal in others. And some of that is just experiencing it. But anyway, chat, that's my brief discussion on the IDs. I was going to pause the recording out of habit, and I went, oops. So we'll go ahead and formally say goodbye to YouTube as we let this thing download while I rest. So if you did watch to this point in the video or the VOD, hopefully you had a good time. Hopefully if you joined in today, you also enjoyed listening in and seeing the many rares that Tiggy now owns. I'm just kidding. You are in them, Tiggy. But I think from that standpoint, we'll be saying goodbye to YouTube. So thank you again for watching, and hope to see you again in the next part.